Born into a noble family, the heroine, Liat, possessed extraordinarily powerful water magic. Tragically, she was abandoned by her own family, deemed incompetent from birth. In stark contrast, her twin brother was celebrated as the rightful owner of the Spirit Stone. Desperate for love and acceptance, she tirelessly sought recognition from her family, even resorting to forbidden ancient texts instead of honing her innate water abilities. But all her efforts were in vain. Her father, in a twisted attempt to protect the family from ruin, planned to use his daughter's death to fully awaken his son's powers. Fate, it seemed, took pity on Liat. She was granted a second chance, returning 3 years before that fateful day. Resolved to escape her cruel family, she was not only reborn, but also awakened her dormant water magic, discovering in the process that she, and not her brother, was the true owner of the Spirit Stone. A cycle of reincarnation will transpire. Follow the girl's second chance at destiny in the continuing story. Under a torrential downpour, Liat Elheim knelt before the manor, a magic circle etched beneath her. Suddenly, a voice commanded, "Liat Elheim, raise your head." Liat slowly lifted her head, revealing sorrowful blue eyes. Duke Elheim, hands clasped behind his back, looked down at her with disdain. "You're nothing like your twin brother, Rhiannon, are you? I'm surprised it took you until the age of 20 to awaken your water powers." Besides the Duke, a black-haired young man stood in the rain, his gaze fixed on her. The Duke continued, "But thankfully, I found the answer in the ancient texts. Rhiannon's imperfect water powers will be perfected through your death. So, don't be too upset. The one he spoke of, the one who watched Liat, was her identical twin brother. The entire family will forever remember your sacrifice." His words were a death sentence. Liat could only silently lower her head. She slowly closed her eyes, accepting the imminent end. She was Liat Elheim, the only member of the Elheim family who hadn't awakened her powers. The family's disgrace, the one who was always scorned. No matter how hard she tried, she would never be loved. Suddenly, he commanded, "Execute." 5 mages, positioned at 5 points, surrounded Liat and began to cast their spell. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling Liat's long hair. She raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was all for nothing. If there's an afterlife. Suddenly, the stone beneath her glowed, vibrating several times. Duke Elheim sensed something amiss, his voice trembling with uncontrolled emotion. This can't be. Even her twin brother, Rhiannares, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Her power awakened. The stone pulsed with a blinding, powerful light. The mages, mid-spell, recoiled in shock. "What is this?" One of the mages, recognizing the power, shouted, "Everyone get back!" The Spirit Stone. Before he could finish, the stone shattered into fragments. Soft streams of water materialized, enveloping Liat. She seemed unaware of the extraordinary event unfolding. "I will definitely abandon them." The shattered stone slowly rained down. Liat squeezed her eyes shut, sinking into a deep blue space, like water suspended in air. A voice echoed, "No, open your eyes." Following the sound, Liat opened her eyes. She saw a young man emerge from a swirling vortex of water, reaching out to her with a worried expression. "Come here, Liat." Liat lay in bed, dressed in blue pajamas. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. She realized she was in an unfamiliar room. Liat sat up, warily looking around. "Am I dreaming? How'd I get here?" The more Liat thought, the more confused she became. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone called out, "Liat." The person who entered had the same face and eyes as her. It was Rhiannares. He asked, "How are you feeling?" Seeing him, though her heart pounded with confusion, she forced herself to remain calm. "Rhiannares, what are you doing here?" He looked surprised. "Why are you asking that?" But the question startled Liat, for she didn't understand. Rhiannares approached, bent down slightly, and took her hand, replying, "Of course, I came to see how you were doing." As he spoke, he lifted her hand, but somehow his expression suddenly changed, and he gripped her wrist tightly, his tone cold and accusatory. "It's all your fault. My schedule has been disrupted." He glared, his expression becoming frightening, looking down at her with contempt. Disgusting. Riat still didn't understand what was happening, but his aura made her somewhat afraid. "What?" But then her gaze gradually calmed. These words, This look, she remembered them clearly. She remembered the past, 3 years ago, when she naively stood in front of her brother to protect him. I rushed to protect Rhiannon from the assassin. Then the image of herself lying in a pool of blood, in pain and helpless, surfaced. She thought, so Rhiannon's entire schedule was only disrupted after I was poisoned and unconscious for a while. Just like that day, Riat calmly pursed her lips and looked directly into Rhiannon's eyes. Was she really back in the past? She wasn't quite sure. Then, her beautiful lips parted slightly, and she blurted out, "Disgusting." Then, she abruptly pulled her hand back from his. A Pyrrhic victory, Rhiannon's. She looked straight at him, no longer with the previous weak and sorrowful appearance, but with a cold face. "Don't worry, I won't do such a useless thing again." Riat's resolute attitude startled Rhiannon's, and his face changed. "What did you just say?" Suddenly, the wooden door was pushed open, interrupting their conversation. Rhiannon's exclaimed in a panic. "Rian, come out quickly," he asked in surprise. "What's wrong, Ein?" He replied, "Father has called for the water awakening ceremony." The elven stone suddenly glowed. "I think you should go and see." Hearing this, Rhiannon's immediately stood up and said, "We'll talk on the way." Rhiannon's looked at her, but he ignored her and walked straight towards the door. Before leaving, Ein looked back, his eyes also filled with contempt, but Riat was undaunted, glaring back at both of them. After they left, she lowered her eyes, concealing the sadness in her heart, and thought, "When I was executed, when the magic stone shattered, I felt my body absorb some energy." Recalling the moment of her execution, countless streams of water engulfed her. This made her even more certain that perhaps she had awakened her water abilities. Clenching her hands into fists, Riat made a decision in her heart. "Then let's try it." Saying this, she closed her eyes and raised her hands. Sure enough, a small ball of water appeared between her palms. It slowly contracted, becoming round and smooth. Looking at the result in her hands, Riat smiled with satisfaction. "I really have awakened. I don't know if all this is a blessing or a curse, but I'm certain that this time I will lead the Alshine dukedom." Riat's face was firm, her eyes full of determination. In the forest, a lone carriage traveled alone. Walter's voice rang out. "Young master, are your eyes any better?" Sitting opposite him was a young man with blonde hair, the most striking feature on his face being a red eye patch. It was Michael. He propped his chin up in an aristocratic manner and replied, "I still can't see anything." Hearing this, Walter replied with a smile, "The Elheim family says that the attempted assassination 2 days ago was a plot by our Birch family. Do you think they'll help lift your curse?" Michael sat up slightly and lowered his head, replying, "I don't know either, but since only a water mage can lift this curse, there's no other way. If they refuse, then we'll secretly gather information from Nozalim." Suddenly, Walter looked elsewhere, as if he had just discovered something. He chuckled, "Oh my, the esteemed royals are sending us a gift." Upon hearing this, Michael immediately became interested. "A gift? A gift right after I've been cursed. We must respond to them sincerely." Behind the carriage, 2 men in black, weapons in hand, were keeping watch. "So, what will you do if someone can lift the curse?" Michael raised his hand, and a deep purple magical power appeared. Hearing Walter's question, he smiled happily. "I plan to fulfill that person's every wish. Annihilate the enemy, avenge the fallen." As the words left his lips, the assassins outside found their throats constricted by an unseen, violet magic, their cries reduced to strangled gasps. "That is Birch's creed." Michael spoke, removing his eye patch to reveal blood-red eyes, a chilling smile playing on his lips. At the Elheim Manor, as dusk deepened, the entire estate was bathed in a golden light. Duke Elheim regarded the man before him with a flicker of unease. His voice was sharp. "Michael Birch, what business do you have here?" Michael, his eye patched back in place, stood bathed in the light streaming through the window, his handsome features thrown into stark relief. "I have a request for the Elheim family," he stated bluntly. Michael draped an arm languidly over the back of the chair, his chin resting on his hand. "If my presence displeases you, you may ask me to leave." He lifted a letter sealed with a crimson wax insignia. However, I hold a formal visitor's permit. The Duke, seeing the document, was momentarily speechless. The visitor's permit signified an agreement to cause no harm to the designated family. A prickle of apprehension ran down Duke Elheim's spine, yet he composed himself, a sly smile spreading across his face, somehow adding to Michael's air of mystery. As if wary of the Birch family's power, the Duke leaned back in his chair, a semblance of composure returning. "State your request." His objective acknowledged, Michael wasted no time in getting to the point. "My eyes are completely blind, afflicted by a curse said to be incurable even by saints." His thoughts turning to the Elheim twins, he continued, "Therefore, if there is any water mage capable of lifting this curse, I require their assistance." He smirked. "It's rather inconvenient. However, if the curse is too potent, the one who lifts it may perish, making it a risky endeavor for us. It's best they decide for themselves, rather than being coerced." Michael didn't immediately reply, offering only an enigmatic smile. Duke Elheim raised a finger, his gaze hardening. He made a demand. 1 month. Wait for a candidate to emerge within a month. Michael remained silent for a long moment after hearing the proposition. With his eyes hidden behind the patch, his thoughts were unreadable. Finally, he responded, "Very well. I will await a candidate." In another corner of the manor, Michael and Walter returned to their quarters. Unaware of the conversation's outcome, Walter, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "Did the Elheim family agree to lift the curse?" Michael replied, "As expected, no." He glanced away, his displeasure evident. "I didn't think there was a water mage capable of handling this cursed beast from the start." Elsewhere, Liette stood by a window, gazing out as night began to fall. Back in Michael's private room, Walter's voice echoed. "However, there's no one here, not even a fly. No candidate, let alone someone daring enough to lift the curse." He looked at his master. "Will you continue to sit here like this?" Michael, reclining in his chair, listened languidly to Walter's concerns. "According to the report, Duke Elheim has summoned numerous water mages. Shall I go and see?" Michael let out a cold hum. He tilted his head, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Summoned water mages, has he? Perhaps I have my justification now. The scales of fate are tipping." Walter looked at Michael, surprised by his words. Michael waved a hand, issuing a command to his confidant. "Walter, gather more information on that old Duke Elheim." Walter smiled, closed his eyes, and placed a hand over his heart, bowing in acquiescence. "As you command, Walter." With Walter gone, Michael was left alone with his thoughts. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a flicker of worry in his mind. "Can I truly regain my sight? This is a rather thorny issue." Despite his internal anxieties, the room remained as still as water. He mused, "I can still use my abilities, but without sight, I cannot achieve absolute precision. In the worst-case scenario, even activating my abilities will become difficult." Suddenly, his eyes, hidden behind the fabric, flicked in another direction. Michael shot to his feet. "An assassin?" He moved towards the door. "I dislike being disturbed at night." Liette, startled by the sound from within the room, quickly drew her cloak tighter around herself. "No matter who," Michael began, conjuring a spell, a deep violet stream of energy swirling around him. Liette, unaware of the imminent danger, quickly explained, "I'm not an assassin, and certainly not a water mage sent by Duke Elheim." Suddenly, a fresh, aqueous scent wafted towards him. Michael froze. This wasn't the musty odor of the Elheim family's ancient water magic, but a remarkably pleasant fragrance. Though blind, he could sense it clearly. Liette, oblivious to Michael's thoughts, gently removed her hood and cloak. Michael realized the pleasing aroma emanated from her. "Why have you come to me?" he asked. Liette didn't mince words, stating her purpose directly. "Michael Birch, I can lift your curse." Michael, astonished, echoed, "Lift my curse?" Liette looked up, meeting his gaze, and took his wrist in her hand. "If I can lift the curse and restore your sight, what will you give me?" Liette waited quietly for his answer, while Michael, still reeling from the shock, hadn't yet recovered. Then a soft smile played on his lips. He lifted her hand and kissed it. "Everything," he replied. Now it was Liette's turn to be surprised. Perhaps fearing she hadn't heard him clearly, Michael, still holding her hand, reiterated, "I will give you everything." He smirked, gently lifting her hand to his lips for another kiss. "Everything," he murmured again. After a moment of stunned silence, Liette slowly continued, "I would like to examine the curse first." Michael readily agreed. "As you wish." There's no reason to obstruct someone who can lift this curse. With his permission, Liat extended her small hand, cautiously moving it bit by bit. Yet, she couldn't undo the binding. After a moment, she commented, "This knot is tightly bound." He offered an explanation. "My attendant tied it to prevent it from loosening." The bandage was removed, revealing his thick, long, black eyelashes. He seemed to sense her presence acutely. Liat kept her hand, cupping his face, carefully examining his cursed eyes. Michael's beauty could eclipse any light. His was a face favored by the gods, his eyes as bright as glittering crystals. But tragically, those brilliant eyes could not see. Taking in his full features, especially his eyes, Liat murmured, "So that's how it is deep within those eyes." A dark, cursed energy lingered. Recognizing the power, a shiver of fear ran through her. The thought of that terrifying energy made her tremble slightly. Dark magic. Realizing the difficulty of lifting this curse, she still offered a brief explanation of its nature. Her words put Michael on guard. How would someone from the Elheim family know about this? Duke Elheim seems to detest ancient dark magic. The question startled Liat. Somehow, her thoughts drifted back to a time when she hid in the corners of a library where sunlight couldn't reach. Before I gave up hope of being accepted by them, I studied forbidden ancient texts as a substitute for water magic. Unable to fully explain, Liat changed the subject. "If we don't act now, you will lose your sight permanently. I'll deal with the first curse mark now." With that, Liat began to channel her water energy, slowly guiding the flow into Michael's body. She was surprised by the fluidity of her control. This was the first time she had directly used her water energy. As the energy flowed into him, his hands relaxed, clearly sensing it. Michael's entire being seemed enveloped by a cool, aqueous current, bringing an irresistible sense of peace and comfort. Even while basking in the sensation, he didn't forget his suspicion of Liat's identity. Does the Elheim family have someone with such powerful water energy? Who is she? Suddenly, her gentle voice broke through. "It's done." Startled, he realized it was over. A strange sensation prompted Michael to blurt out, "My eyes feel much better." Unsurprised by the result, she leaned in for a closer look. "Lifting all 7 at once would strain your body, so I'll treat 1 each day." Seeing that all was well, Liat didn't linger. She quickly pulled up her cloak. "Then, I'll see you tomorrow, Michael Birch." In the spacious room, even though he simply sat still, unable to see her, Michael felt a surge of anticipation. "I will wait." The words seemed to surprise her as much as him. His voice, soft with an almost unsettling gentleness, continued, "Although I don't know your name." "Farewell," Liat said, a slight pause preceding her words. "Yes, farewell." Now the room fell silent, everything as it had been, as if nothing had transpired. Michael remained seated, still clutching his blindfold, lingering in the strange warmth of the encounter. He couldn't quite shake the feeling. "Now that I think about it," he murmured to himself, "I am quite thirsty." Liat's memory conjured the devastating war, the Elheim family losing half their territory, their castle engulfed in flames. No one could stop him, this enigmatic Michael Birch, the architect of their ruin. It was then, driven to desperation, that Duke Elheim had made his demand. He hadn't known about the curse then, the Duke, and had spoken slanderously. That was the reason for the Birch family's retaliatory war. The image of the Duke forcing her into obedience, the utter despair she felt in that moment, remained vivid, unforgettable. Liat still heard his icy words. "Let Rian fully awaken with your death. Awaken the Elven Stone, Liat. Then we will crush the Birch family." Lost in the memory for a moment, she recalled the truth. The Elven Stone's true master was. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sound. Liat turned towards its source. It was Rhiannis, her twin brother, entering the room. The sight of him brought her back to her unfinished thought. "Not you, but me, Rian," she mused internally. Looking at his face, so similar to her own, she was acutely aware of the chasm that separated their destinies. She knew, better than anyone, that if the Elheim family discovered the truth, they would never let her go. Maintaining her outward composure, Liat's mind raced, formulating a plan. According to royal law, noble water mages must remain under their family's control until they come of age. But once they reach adulthood, they are free to choose where they live. "If I can keep this secret until then," she thought, "I will be free." After a moment of silence, she addressed Rhiannis. "What is it?" He spoke, his voice laced with concern. "I came to check on you. The poison must have weakened. How are you feeling?" Instead of answering his question directly, she prevaricated, then realized she no longer needed to. Liat ran a hand through her long, dark hair, her tone casual. "Why do you ask?" Her response startled him, his barely suppressed anger flickering in his eyes. Rhiannon clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his facade of brotherly concern. A storm raged within him, but he forced himself to speak calmly. "I'm worried about your health," he said. She dropped the pretense. "Of course you are. How else can you fully utilize your powers without me?" Her smugness silenced him momentarily. Still clinging to the image of a caring brother, he sighed softly. "You can walk around freely during the day now. Being confined to your room must be stifling. I just wanted to say that, since you're still weak." With that, he turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. He didn't move immediately, but stood there, expressionless, outside her door. Rhiannon replayed Liat's actions and words, a chilling realization dawning on him. "You've truly changed." It was just before and after the assassination attempt, he thought, but why did she seem so different? Her image flashed in his mind. The obedient figure who stood before him before, and the cold, indifferent one after, no longer concerned with anything. This sudden shift filled him with a gnawing unease. The feeling of losing control unsettled him. He ground his teeth unconsciously. Suddenly, Amalils appeared, calling out, "Rian, are you there?" His thoughts were interrupted. "Brother Ein," he responded. Amalils continued. "The elven stone's glow is stronger than yesterday." Inside the chamber where the elven stone was kept, every detail meticulously arranged, Amalils and Rhiannon stood together, gazing at the shimmering gem. Curiosity piqued, he immediately asked, "When did this happen?" Amalils replied that he'd heard it began yesterday morning. Hearing this, Rhiannon reached out towards the elven stone, its dazzling light pulsing. Despite numerous attempts, he felt nothing, no reaction from the stone. A wave of panic washed over him. He still saw nothing. Meanwhile, Liat, cloaked and ready to depart, slipped into the night. The white cloak, her customary disguise, enveloped her figure, lending her an air of mystery. A lantern swung from her hand. At that moment, Rhiannon thought, could it be reacting to me? Under a star-studded sky, within the palace walls, a window offered a glimpse into a room where Michael Birch, a red-eye mask concealing his blindness, sat comfortably in a chair. Before him stood a figure draped in white. "Hello," Michael greeted with a smile. The figure lowered their hood, revealing Liat. "Greetings, Michael Birch," she responded politely. Lowering his legs, Michael inquired, "Isn't addressing me by my full name a bit formal?" Liat approached, her hands reaching towards his face. "Should I address you as Prince Birch, then?" she countered. "No, I prefer to be called by my name," Michael replied. Liat paused, studying him, her expression unreadable. "Very well, Michael," she finally conceded, removing his eye mask. Michael thought I was only teasing, but she actually did it. Is this what they call aloofness? Or is it that hard, sharp edge they speak of? A strained smile touched Michael's lips as he looked at Liat. After a brief inquiry about his well-being, Liat announced, "Today, I will lift the second layer of the curse mark." Placing her hands on his face, she closed her eyes, conjuring a shimmering matrix of light, bright stars twinkling within its intricate design. Michael's hands, resting on his thighs, trembled, betraying a flicker of fear. Noticing this, Liat offered reassurance. "Michael, please trust me. Don't worry. I will succeed in restoring your sight." Michael's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He thought, these hands, filled with care and dedication, so slender and small that you could gently hold them, draw them close. And yet, this girl is trying to comfort me. How amusing. A smile, born of amusement at the unexpected tenderness, played on Michael's lips. Liat closed her eyes, channeling her water magic to begin unraveling the curse. Intrigued, Michael's smile deepened as Liat continued, her hands weaving intricate patterns, delicately manipulating the flow of magical water. The water pulsed and streamed from the matrix surrounding Michael. After a time, Liat opened her eyes. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Any pain or headache?" Closing his eyes in contentment, Michael replied, "Not at all. You're very careful." Inwardly, he mused, although this is only our second encounter, I have to admit, this water energy is remarkably potent. However, her abilities are my primary focus. "Is that so?" Liat responded. "I was worried you might be in pain, but I'm glad you're all right." Michael opened his eyes, turning his face in Liat's direction. A secret smile played on his lips. To treat someone from the infamous Birch family with such delicate care, as if tending to a child. He tilted his head, glancing towards Liat. Oh, how I wish I could see her with my own eyes, to see the expression on her face right now. For now, only Liat's shadowy form registered in the depths of Michael's mysterious red eyes. He spoke, his hand lifting to gently grasp a strand of her long hair. I will repay this kindness. When the curse is lifted, may I know your name? Someone with such potent water magic is unknown to anyone, suggesting you prefer to remain anonymous. The image of Liat and her twin brother, Rhiannis, flashed in his mind. So, if you don't wish to tell me, I won't pry. Michael opened his eyes, looking up at Liat, his hand still twirling her hair, lifting it to his nose to inhale its scent. But someday, please tell me about yourself. A blush crept up Liat's cheeks at his words. Liat watched him, a secret smile playing on her lips. His unexpected gentleness surprised her. A while later, having finished healing Michael, Liat walked through the palace corridors towards the library. Rhiannis said I could roam freely during the day. Perhaps I should find some materials on water energy in the library. Yes, that's an excellent idea, she mused as she walked. Michael Birch had a terrible reputation, but he proved to be more easily swayed than I anticipated. She touched her chin, the image of the supposedly villainous Michael in her mind. Or perhaps my cycle affected him. If so, the chances of getting help have increased. This is very good. Liat continued towards the library, her spirits lifted. She strolled past the bookshelves, her eyes scanning the spines of each volume. It's been so long since I've been back here. I used to come here often to escape those who always hated anyone different. Liat recalled her childhood, hiding in a corner of the library with a book in hand, far from the clamor and strife. When did I stop coming here? She wondered. The image of her younger self surfaced, a small, sweat-drenched girl, fearfully looking up, still clutching a book. It was the moment Duke Elheim had caught her, his face stern, his grip tight on her wrist. The memory, sharp and unpleasant, sent a shiver down her spine. When did I stop coming here? She asked herself again. The image of her younger self, face streaked with sweat, looking up in fear, book still clutched in her hand, returned. It was the moment her father, Duke Elheim, had caught her, his expression severe, his grip firm on her wrist. The memory, stark and unsettling, made her tense and unhappy. Pushing the past aside, Liat began searching the shelves for books. I need to study healing methods to help Michael. Just as she located a promising volume, she sensed someone enter. Turning, she spoke, "Brother?" It was Wyman Elheim, the third eldest of the Elheim siblings, who had just entered the library. He offered a shy greeting. Liat raised a hand to her face, her eyes darting away. They stood for a moment, their gazes locked in an awkward silence. Wyman Elheim. Now, to reintroduce her family. We, the twins, have 3 older brothers. The eldest is Rhiannis, the second is Dantorian, and lastly, Wyman. I used to play with Wyman when we were younger. She remembered the days when she and Wyman, a shy, bookish boy, were constant companions. Their relationship had soured since then. Wyman had called out to her excitedly, "Liat, come look." He eagerly showed her the ancient books he had secretly collected from their father. However, their secret was discovered. Their father, hearing the commotion in the room, came to investigate. Wyman and Liat, startled, turned to see his furious face. Who dare bring these books into the Elheim house? Wyman and Liat paled, watching him in fear. Wyman trembled, stammering, "It wasn't me, father." Duke Elheim extended a hand, his brow furrowed. Then who was it? Wyman's hand still shaking, he pointed directly at her, stuttering, "Liat." Liat thought in terror. The Duke knows I'm not the culprit. A little girl couldn't possibly have the money or the means to sneak out and buy those. She recounted, "Even knowing that, he still punished me. Remembering that time, I wish he had just beaten me instead of using his water magic to leave a permanent shadow on me." She added, "Since then, Wyman and I haven't been as close as we used to be, but every time we meet, Wyman still tries to engage in conversation in a strange way." Liat explained, sometimes inquiring about my health, sometimes vaguely talking about the weather. Indeed, when the two met, just like now, he hesitated awkwardly. "Liat, are you well?" She spoke softly, Wyman. Her voice held a chilling warning. You dare speak to me? He was taken aback. Liat, she had experience. The shadow left by the forbidden books before made me even fear women, but now I can't see anything. Experiencing death truly changes a person. He reached out, grasping for some last vestige of their former connection, but she responded coldly. Oh, really? Is that all? Then, excuse me, I don't have time to continue this conversation. He hesitated, stammering, I've always wanted to apologize for my cowardice when we were children. Truly, I'm just worried about you. No, not at all, she denied, her gaze sharp and unwavering. You're only thinking of yourself, trying to alleviate your guilt and make yourself feel better, aren't you? Am I wrong? Liat pressed, her voice low but accusatory. You couldn't bear the weight of what you did that day. You just wanted to maintain your image as the dutiful son in front of the Duke, so you shifted the blame onto me. He trembled, stammering. So stop with the apologies, she commanded, her voice laced with weary disdain. Liat's expression remained impassive as she glanced at him. I have no intention of accepting them. He grasped her wrist, a soft plea escaping his lips. Liat, but she had already wrenched her hand free. Just keep being the good son, she emphasized her final word, hypocrite, hanging in the air. He stood frozen, stunned in his silence. As night fell over the Duke's estate, Michael rested his hand on his chin. So, the results of these past few days of investigation are the Elheim family's elven stone is awakening. Isn't that right, Walter? Walter, arms crossed, bowed. Yes, sir. You're correct. You demand proof. Master, I saw it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears. Isn't that proof enough? Walter explained. I risked my life numerous times to learn this. Please believe me. He thought to himself, no matter what I say, without concrete evidence, the master won't be satisfied. Then, with a sigh of resignation, I'll likely be reprimanded and told to do it again. Aloud, he concluded, if that's the case, then so be it. Walter stared blankly, bewildered by the sudden shift. Michael, sitting cross-legged, dismissed him. You've worked hard. As for the elven stone, I'll write to my father later. Hearing this, Walter thought, has being blind for so long driven him mad? A smile suddenly spread across Michael's face. Walter tilted his head, curious. Oh, is my master in good spirits? Indeed, Michael replied. It's almost time. That person will be arriving soon. Recalling her figure, he surmised, he must be referring to the court mage who's helping to lift the curse. So, the reason Master has been so cheerful these past few days is, it's almost midnight. I should be going, Michael murmured to himself, then addressed Walter softly. Well then, I'll make arrangements to send the letter to you, Master. Silence descended upon the estate as night deepened. Michael sat motionless in his chair, his fingers twitching slightly, before rising to his feet with a sneer. So, that's the reason, Michael mused, approaching casually. The unusual calm and quiet lately. The reason the room is so silent is because there are assassins here who enjoy making their presence known. He reached behind him, gripping the hilt of a dagger, and pointed it forward with confidence. A single dagger is enough to kill you all. Unwilling to cause a commotion and alert those nearby, he resolved a swift and decisive victory. One of the assassins lunged, but Michael parried the attack with his dagger. As the fight raged, a question gnawed at him. What is the mastermind's purpose in sending these pawns? The assassin attacked with a frenzied desperation. The Elheim estate is clearly heavily guarded. Michael swiftly dispatched his opponent, yet they still managed to infiltrate. Are they plotting to turn the Elheim and Birch families against each other? Suddenly, a sound from outside alerted him. It was Liat, arriving for his eye treatment, as usual. He quickly blocked the door, preventing her from entering. You've come at a bad time. I apologize, but please wait outside for a moment, he explained hurriedly. I'm in the middle of cleaning up. An alarm? What? He wondered. A startling realization struck him. They're all standing still. Wait, could it be? Michael surmised instantly. Are you all right, Michael? Liat's soft voice inquired from beyond the door. Unwrapping the cloth from his eyes, he replied, I'm fine, but I thought I asked you to wait outside. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside. But you were in danger. Liat looked startled. Her hand immediately went to his cheek, her touch gentle and concerned. You have a cut on your cheek. I'll heal it for you once things have calmed down. He blushed, quickly turning away, the thought echoing in his mind. Even with the scent of blood heavy in the air, her first concern is for me. He covered his flushed face, thinking shyly, she always does the unexpected, and it makes my heart race. Night had fallen, and a fierce battle had just ended within the Elheim estate. Michael stared at the assassins, bound by shimmering cords of water, and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, this was much easier to handle." Gripping his short sword tightly, Michael cautiously shielded Liat, who stood behind him. "I'll take care of the rest." Step back. Startled, Liat retreated. The water-bound assassins began to exhibit a strange phenomenon. Their bodies crackled, fractured, and seemed on the verge of collapse. "Wait, Michael, before you do anything else, those assassins," she cried urgently. But in that instant, the figures in black had completely disintegrated into piles of shattered bone. Michael looked at her with concern, hesitantly asking, Did you do that?" Liat shook her head in denial. "No, I didn't activate any of my abilities." She cautiously approached the heaps of bone, examining them closely. "This is another curse. But almost all curses in magic leave some kind of symbol or mark, and I don't see anything here. Could it be ancient magic?" Turning back to him, she declared, "I can't clearly identify the type of magic, but there's no magical power remaining here now." Michael nodded, summarizing, "So we're safe for now." With a sigh of relief, he sheathed his short sword. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad. Sinking wearily into a chair, Michael still remembered to express his gratitude. "Well, thank you for your help. I'll have the guards investigate what happened immediately." She nodded in response. "Good. Tell them to be careful, just in case." Liat smiled, returning to the matter at hand. "Now, let me continue with the curse." For some reason, Michael felt a blush creep up his cheeks in her presence. He nodded awkwardly. "All right." She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, activating her water element energy. Before beginning, she announced, "I'm starting now." The water energy emanated from her with a soft glow. Although it was water, it felt surprisingly warm and comforting to him. This will be the second layer of the curse. After this, there will only be 5 layers left. I wish time could stop at this moment. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the royal palace, in the opulent corridors, voices could be faintly heard from within a room. Just as I thought, Prince Lucas Francium of the Empire gazed coldly at the pile of bones on the floor. Leaning back in his chair, he said indifferently, "Maintaining a human form for extended periods is impossible. Sell them all." Count Fitz knelt respectfully before the prince, inquiring, "What should we do about the puppets hidden in the Elheim estate?" Lucas replied, "We don't need to use that method anymore, so it doesn't matter if they remain there." He smiled faintly, a smile filled with malice. "The Birch and Elheim families, they'll suspect each other. Finding the mastermind won't be easy." Fitz spoke hesitantly. "Yes, Your Highness. However, while Michael is still at the Elheim estate, it's difficult to monitor his situation." Hearing this, Lucas's composure faltered. Could Duke Elheim be planning to cooperate with those merchants? The Count replied confidently, "Please do not worry, Your Highness. That curse was created with a very powerful ancient spell. Even if Lord Elheim himself were to handle it, it wouldn't be easy." Hearing this, Lucas felt somewhat reassured. He thought to himself, "Indeed, I spent so much effort casting it. Even with the Elheim family's power, it won't be easy to break, unless it's that Rhiannis Elheim." Driven by his apprehension, the prince gave an order. "Write a letter expressing my desire to visit the Elheim estate, using the pretense of checking on Minion." The Count replied respectfully, "Understood, Your Highness." Within the Elheim estate, in a sun-drenched room, a firm voice rang out. "Now, report to me on the status of the Elfstone." Amaril's replied, "Yes. The core is emitting a shimmering light, and the entire Elfstone's energy is pulsating rhythmically, like a heartbeat." He declared with elation, "This is a sign that it's about to awaken." Unlike his elder brother, Wyman, the third son, seemed apprehensive, catching snippets of the ongoing conversation. "It must be Rian," he muttered. "They're talking about him." Meanwhile, Rihanna's appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. He questioned a maid. "Where is Liat? Wasn't she looking for me?" But she replied, "No, young master. The lady hasn't inquired about you at all." He remained so detached that Duke Elheim finally had to call out, "Rian." Only then did Rihanna's slowly return to the present. "What is it?" he asked, his voice tinged with indifference. "You're almost of age. Have you considered finding a fiancé?" Rihanna's blinked, surprised. A fiancé? His elder brother, a gleam of excitement in his eyes, pulled something from his breast pocket. Rian, listen to this. It was a sealed letter. Amaril says, his brother announced, that His Highness the Prince has just sent us a letter. It seems he's planning to visit the Elheim estate soon. It appears the prince is quite keen on a betrothal between you and Princess Ninian. Rihanna's responded with a shrug. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. If it's Princess Ninian, that's convenient. He mused to himself. Everyone can see she's liked me since we were children. It's a good match. Besides, the princess has always been a sociable, lively girl. And he continued his internal monologue, subtly comparing Ninian to his sister, much easier to talk to than that Liat Elheim. Things changed after, well, everything changed. But now she's even more withdrawn. She's truly not the same as she used to be. Rihanna's muttered under his breath, a flicker of discomfort in his eyes. Damn it, what did I do wrong? Meanwhile, the Duke was happily discussing the potential marriage. Good. If you have no objections to marrying Princess Ninian, then it's settled. Rihanna's, his curiosity piqued, asked, when do you plan to invite His Highness? The Duke smiled faintly and replied, we also need to hold a welcoming banquet for Michael Birch soon. It will be perfect to invite them both then. We'll hold the banquet in the evening and a hunting competition in the morning. Time passed, and only 2 layers of the curse remained. Liat resolved to continue helping Michael. All right, let's begin. He nodded. Understood. The familiar warmth of the water-based energy surged once more, bringing him a comfort he hadn't felt in a long time. But this time, Liat encountered some difficulty. This curse is more complex than the previous ones, so it will take more time. Michael replied easily, it's all right, take your time. He lowered his eyelids, recalling the conversation with his personal bodyguard, Walter. Only 2 layers of the curse remain, correct, Master? He had nodded. Yes, although it's still somewhat blurry. I can gradually see objects and colors. Walter had been astonished. The curse is truly being lifted, but then he had abruptly asked, if your sight has recovered that much, would you be able to fight back if you encountered assassins during the hunting competition? He hadn't given an answer then. Now, he mused to himself. Duke Elheim certainly dislikes the Birch family, but to organize a hunting competition to welcome a blind guest, that's going too far. His gaze sharpened. He's gradually overstepping his bounds. This could be interesting. I'm going to destroy Elheim eventually anyway, so I'll consider this their attempt at entertainment. Sensing that Liat had finished this treatment, Michael thought tensely, is it lifted? A faint light finally filtered into his vision. I can see more clearly now. Before him, a blurry figure of a dark-haired girl began to materialize. She called his name, Michael. The girl's beautiful face swam into focus, her deep blue eyes fixed on him. He heard her call out, Michael, can you see me? Michael froze, stunned. Liat, noticing the flush rising in Michael's face, leaned closer and asked softly, are you all right? I tried to completely lift the curse, but I'm not sure if I succeeded. Noticing the young man's strange reaction, he shyly averted his gaze. She moved closer, asking again, Michael, I can see clearly now, Michael managed, trying to compose himself, surprised by his own flustered reaction. He cleared his throat. Quickly regaining his usual gentlemanly demeanor, he said, I'm glad that the first person I see after the curse is lifted is you. He then gently took Liat's hand and placed a reverent kiss upon it. Thank you. I will never forget this kindness. You have helped the heir of the Birch family. From now on, all my subordinates will regard you as my benefactor. His gaze lifted slightly, meeting hers. Though 1 layer of the curse remains, I believe you can do it. Michael's mind drifted back to their first encounter, a faint smile playing on his lips. Remember the promise we made when we first met? I'll grant you any wish. He recalled asking her, my lady, what is it that you desire? Truthfully, Liat had been flustered. What I desire is to avoid the miserable fate that awaits me. I must be more resolute than anyone else. She knew her own capabilities. I can't do it alone, but with Michael Birch's help, perhaps it's possible. Liat drew a deep breath, a newfound boldness coloring her tone. My name is Liat Elheim, the one cast aside by the Elheim family. Since her birth, she had been confined to a dilapidated house, its only opening a small window. A person born with a disability raised in such deplorable conditions. People called her the Elheim family's bastard. Her gaze hardened, a flicker of hope igniting in its depths. With unwavering conviction, she declared, I yearn for only one thing, to leave the Elheim family. Michael was taken aback by her request. So I need your help. In that moment, the family name he had always loathed held no significance. All that mattered to Michael was her. Liat, a truly beautiful name. He nodded in agreement. All right, I will definitely help you escape the Elheims. Beneath the sprawling gardens of the estate, two individuals from families locked in perpetual animosity sat peacefully on the same bench. As she opened up to him, he, too, began to share more about himself. As you know, I'm an only child, the heir to the Birch family. Currently, my father is the Duke of Birch, and just recently, my grandfather, the former Duke. Michael spoke earnestly about himself, but she seemed somewhat distant. Noticing Liat's dreamy expression, he cleared his throat. Perhaps I've said too much. Could you tell me a little more about yourself? Liat looked at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. My name is Liat. Michael sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I know that. I mean, we like, dislike, things like that. The dark-haired girl suddenly became flustered. What I like? Perhaps animals? Michael suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question. Do you like birds, then? She answered honestly, I don't know. Liat felt a pang of embarrassment as she spoke. I don't even know what I like or dislike. She thought miserably. But then, the young man's low, warm voice drew her back. He asked, what do you think of this scenery? Under the inky night sky, Michael seemed to shimmer in the soft moonlight, small, enchanting birds flitting gently around him. It was the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. A small bird landed delicately on his hand. Michael glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This bird is the symbol of the Birch family. Do you like them? The bird took flight again, then settled lightly on her shoulder. Liat reached out to touch it, a radiant smile illuminating her face, pure joy in her eyes. Yes, I think I like them very much. Michael gazed at her, surprised by her expression, then smiled back, his eyes filled with tenderness. Then, with a touch of excitement, he asked, when do you want to leave the Elheims? If you wish, I can take you away right now. Liat was grateful for his offer, but she shook her head, a shadow of concern crossing her features. Michael, I'm not yet of age. Noble adolescents aren't allowed to leave their families before coming of age. If I run away, the Elheims can use royal law to imprison me. Even if I'm careful, the Birch family could become enemies of the entire empire. Seeing his bewildered expression, Liat sighed. Please don't pretend you don't understand the implications. Michael pondered silently. I'll be leaving here soon after the hunting competition. I really don't want to leave Liat here, but I can't force her. I need to respect her wishes. He stood up, making a decision. Then, the day you come of age will be the day you leave the Elheims. Then, I shall wait. Dawn broke, painting the sky with soft hues as a pair of polished shoes drew closer. The young man, his long orange hair loosely tied back at the nape of his neck, looked up at the Elheim estate and sighed. Truly, nothing ever changes here. The sudden swing of the front door caught his attention. Amaryllis, spotting the orange-haired youth strolling in, couldn't help but grumble, You're late, Dantorian. Dantorian, full name Dantorian Elheim, was the second son of the Elheim family. He raised a hand in greeting, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, his demeanor anything but serious. Hey now, you should call me the romantic wanderer. So what about the Elven Stone? He then flashed a dazzling, charming smile, one that truly befitted the self-proclaimed title of romantic wanderer. Despite his seemingly frivolous nature, Dantorian was one of the most powerful water magic users in the Elheim family. Disliking the Elheim's natural hair color, he had permanently altered his own. Currently, he served in the Royal Guard, directly under Princess Ninian's command. Amaryllis replied, The Elven Stone is still in the sanctuary, same as always. The first thing he asked about is the Elven Stone, the eldest Elheim brother complained. If you were so curious, why didn't you come back immediately after receiving the letter about the changes in the stone? Dantorian offered a flippant smile. You know I'm busy. Amaryllis stared at his younger brother, speechless. Deciding to forego further argument, he watched as Dantorian eagerly turned to the topic that truly interested him. All right, let me see this Elven Stone. And so, the two made their way to the sanctuary where the stone was kept. The entire sanctuary pulsed with potent water energy, a force that violently churned the surrounding air. filling both Elhim brothers with a sense of foreboding. Dantorian stumbled back a step, his face contorted in surprise. "Oh my, this is incredible. Why did you say it was just glowing? If I'd known it was to this extent, I would have come much sooner." Amaryllis shook his head slowly, a troubled expression etched on his face. "No, it was stable before, only recently." He reached out, as if to touch the powerful, invasive water energy, but Dantorian's arm trembled involuntarily, the oppressive weight of the water too intense. To elaborate on their family, the Elhim water mages didn't possess the ability to create water, but they could control it, an ability known as manipulation. However, the water energy swirling here was beyond manipulation, and it was growing stronger. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted, seemingly out of nowhere. Amaryllis raised an arm to shield himself from the wind, his brow furrowed in worry. "What's happening?" The water energy showed no signs of abating. Instead, it surged outwards, increasingly uncontrolled. The elven stone's potent energy continued to radiate, and amidst the dazzling light, a hazy figure materialized within the swirling mist. As the figure drew closer, they could only discern that it was a boy with striking blue hair. He lifted his chin, his voice cold as he demanded, "Who are you?" The blue-haired boy floated in midair, potent water energy swirling behind him. He repeated his question, "Who are you? Who has awakened me?" Amaryllis, fear gripping him, bit his lip and retreated a step. What is this being?" Dantorian, more sensitive to the power of water energy, swallowed nervously. "This terrifying pressure. It's impossible for a human to be this strong." Facing this young boy, the two grown men felt a sense of threat unlike any they had ever experienced. Only a monster or a deity could. Amaryllis clenched his fists, forcing himself to speak. "Who are you?" The mysterious blue-haired boy extended a hand haughtily, his voice filled with reprimand. "Who permitted you to question me? You arrogant humans." A powerful torrent of water surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing directly towards them. The water energy materialized, binding the two men tightly in midair. The sheer force of the pressure left them no chance to resist. Water coiled around Dantorian's throat, making it difficult to breathe. Despite his accusations of arrogance, the boy revealed his identity. "I am Leard, one of the 10 divine instruments, the guardian of the Holy Spirit, and I'm also bound by contract to Julian." Dantorian's eyes widened in shock. "The first patriarch, Julian?" As if reading his thoughts, the boy's lips moved, confirming, "Yes." In other words, the small boy extended a hand, potent water magic swirling in his palm. Despite his diminutive stature, none could mistake his power. "The elven king you humans worship is me." He floated in the air, his gaze sweeping over the two men with disdain. "You are Julian's descendants, yet the water magic you possess is pathetically weak." As if to prove his point, the water constricting Amaryllis tightened, making him tremble with pain, though he dared not cry out. The elven king flicked his wrist, impatiently withdrawing the power. "I ask again." Amaryllis and Dantorian were released, collapsing unceremoniously onto the cold stone floor. Still reeling from the fear of their near suffocation, they were met with the boy's chilling question, "Who awakened me?" Dantorian paled, a frantic thought seizing him. "If I don't answer, he really will kill me, treat me like an insect." Amaryllis had been waiting for this. "That person is right outside," he blurted. "Should I bring him in?" The elven king considered this in silence, then moved his lips, a single word of refusal. "Not now." The boy dissolved into a stream of light, retreating back into the elven stone, leaving only a command echoing in the sanctuary. "In 3 days, bring Julian's aura here." Dantorian felt the oppressive power recede, and he rubbed his neck awkwardly. "He's asleep again, I guess." 3 days after the hunt and the banquet, Amaryllis stared at the elven stone, which had, at some point, returned to its stable appearance. "Hurry and tell father," he urged Dantorian. Soon, the men carrying the Elhim bloodline stood before the sanctuary. The Duke attempted to open the door, then crossed his arms in frustration. "It's locked." He whipped around to the younger men, his voice laced with reprimand. "One of you should have stayed inside, you idiots." Dantorian retorted defensively. "What if the Elven King had found out? He might have eaten me." The Duke clicked his tongue dismissively. "Coward." Amaryllis, standing behind, immediately declared the main issue. "The Elven King commanded us to bring Julian's aura to him in 3 days. Undeterred by his father's earlier scolding, he spoke with a newfound confidence. If Rihanna's comes with me tomorrow, the door will definitely open. He followed this with a complaint. But where's that brat Rihanna's? I don't know where he is or what he's doing. Amaryllis knew something, though. He's been with Liat a lot lately, he said. He even dragged that girl to the hunt. He posed a question. Should I stop it? The Duke stroked his chin. No, if that's Rihanna's decision, then I should respect it. The most important thing is to keep the Elven King a secret from the Birch family, especially him or his followers. The day of the hunt dawned bright and clear, the fresh sunlight filtering through the canopy and dappling the tents with sparkling points of brilliance. In contrast to the bustling activity within the encampment, two figures stood apart beneath a nearby tree, looking back towards the scene. It was Michael Birch, still feigning blindness with a red cloth tied over his eyes, and his personal bodyguard, Walter. Michael's gaze was fixed on the spot where the Elheim twins stood. The brother held his sister's hand in a tight grip, though she seemed to dislike the contact. Even so, Rihanna's didn't let go, instead gritting his teeth and saying something. Michael understood they were siblings. It was normal. But Rihanna's disrespectful attitude towards Liat made him frown with discomfort. How unsightly. Just then, Duke Elheim appeared suddenly from behind them, his voice laced with feigned concern. Are you all right, young Master Birch? Michael saw through his act easily enough, but played along. I'm fine, he replied. It seems today's hunt will be quite interesting. The Duke nodded. Please enjoy yourself. Michael offered a faint smile. Yes, thank you. Only one layer of the curse remains. It's almost completely undone, so my eyesight is no problem. Watching the Duke's demeanor, Michael surmised, but Duke Elheim doesn't know that yet, meaning I can just stand here like a scarecrow. It's not difficult, he mused. It's not difficult for me either. Then his gaze suddenly snagged on someone. It was Liat. A look of bewilderment and annoyance etched on her face as she was forcibly pulled along by Rihanna's. Her slender wrist was gripped tightly. It seemed her twin brother had little regard for her discomfort. Michael had genuinely intended to leave peacefully. He smiled faintly. But this is a different matter altogether. In the forest, on a patch of verdant grass, Liat sat beneath a tree, distant from the others, lost in thought, withdrawn, hands resting on her knees. Her melancholic face was a canvas of displeasure. Chin resting on her hand, she mused, Rian's been acting strangely lately. Before the loop, he never brought me to the hunting competition. He never even said those things. Just now, her usually aloof twin brother had stood before her, his voice serious as he called her name, Liat. He'd asked, I'll hunt an animal for you, what do you want? Liat, uninterested in his offering, had coldly refused, I don't need anything. But Rihanna's hadn't let her off so easily. He'd seized her wrist, pressing her, if you don't need anything, you still need something, think about it. Knowing she couldn't put him off any longer, Liat had chosen something at random. Then bring back a silver fox, but it has to be alive. Rihanna's had seemed surprised by her request, but then a gentle smile had spread across his face as he promised, I'll definitely keep my word. Liat was comfortable now, alone in a deserted spot, but her thoughts still lingered on the unsettling events. I asked for a silver fox, a creature notoriously difficult to capture. What is Rian thinking? Before the loop, I would have only wished to be treated like this. Now, I only feel uneasy. Just then, a familiar voice called her name. Liat, startled, she turned her head, looking back. Standing before her, beneath the green canopy, was the young master of the Birch family. He approached with light steps, removing his eye patch. Liat gazed at the handsome face, a smile gracing his lips, and softly spoke his name. Michael. Hearing her name, Liat, she turned and looked back. It wasn't long before he reached her side. Michael, Liat responded softly. The two sat beside each other with the casual ease of close friends. She asked curiously, how did you know I was here? Michael flashed a bright smile. Well, I just guessed. In a brief moment she hadn't noticed, he'd stolen a tender glance in her direction. Unaware, Liat tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He thought, how can I say I followed the lingering scent of Liat in the air? A sudden realization struck Michael. This way I can find her every time I want to. And so, under Liat's questioning gaze, he suddenly laughed. Concerned, she asked. Are your eyes all right? He nodded. Yes, much better. Then, Michael suddenly gestured to the mark on her wrist. What about you? Are you all right? That must have hurt. Liat was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to notice the small bruise. Looking at the mark left by Rihanna's malicious grip, she said lightly, It doesn't actually hurt. I'm used to it. Michael abruptly interrupted. Liat, don't say that. She froze, her pupils widening in surprise. Michael tilted his head, looking at her, and said suddenly, I don't want you to get used to that kind of treatment. It was the first time in years Liat had been treated with such gentle concern. A blush crept up her cheeks as she thought awkwardly. At times like these, I don't know what to say. To avoid the growing awkwardness between them, she decided to change the subject. Why did you come here? Michael beamed. Because I wanted to see you. Liat fell silent, her gaze fixed on him, making Michael sweat under her scrutiny. She thought dazedly, because I'm useless. No one treats me like a person. Yet he sought me out in this forest, concerned for me. Bathed in the early morning sunlight, Liat glowed with the beauty of youth as she was meant to be. Her expression softened, her clear voice carried on the breeze. I'm glad you came. Completely smitten by her expression, Michael froze like a statue, his pupils darting around in bewildered embarrassment, his face flushing a tomato red. Flustered, he stood up abruptly, stammering as he changed the subject. Let's go now, Michael said suddenly. Are you attending the banquet tonight? Liat tilted her head, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Banquet. The word echoed her brother's earlier mention of a celebratory feast following the hunt, an event she felt little inclination to attend. Her gaze drifted downwards. Michael watched her silence for a beat. If I'm there, I'll go, he offered, a playful lilt in his voice. A brighter note followed. Wonderful. I'd love to dance with you beneath the golden sunlight. Liat hesitated, but I don't know how to dance. He waved away her concern. It doesn't matter. I'll teach you. Then, as if he'd orchestrated some grand affair, Michael's smile broadened. He glanced at her, his expression softening. See you tonight, Liat. The forest of the hunting grounds was a tapestry of ancient pines, bathed in the golden light that filtered through the canopy, draping each emerald branch in a silvery cloak like a dusting of snow. Within that enchanted wood, Rihanna's wandered, a restless energy about him, as if searching for something lost. Suddenly, his search seemed to bear fruit. Rihanna's approached slowly, bending down to pick up a tuft of silver fur. He straightened, the delicate strands clutched in his hand, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. When he'd announced his intention to hunt a fox, Amaryllis had nearly shrieked in surprise. You want to hunt a silver fox? What? Dan Torian, standing beside him, had muttered, just let him be. He must have taken a liking to foxes. Even the Duke had weighed in on the seemingly trivial matter. A silver fox? You've set your sights high, Rian. Rihanna's, not quite grasping the implication, had simply echoed, You mean the fox? The Duke had nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, a species hunted to near extinction by previous generations. Now, Rihanna's held the silvery fur with a newfound reverence. Perhaps this silver fox is the last one on the Elheim estate, he mused. Driven by a request from his sister he had once disregarded, Rihanna's found himself strangely compelled to obey. He would capture her alive, he resolved. He conjured an image of Liat, radiant in a white dress, pure as moonlight, her smile directed at him once more. A sudden rustle nearby broke his reverie. He parted the bushes, crouching low to peer through the undergrowth. Perhaps the silver fox is just ahead. He extended a hand, inching closer, his thoughts racing. And then, perhaps, everything will go back to the way it was. I see it. But just then, a gunshot shattered the stillness. A bullet whizzed past, grazing the plump body of the silver fox. He watched as the small creature crumpled to the ground, its eyes rolling back in its head. He was about to step out when another figure unexpectedly appeared. He froze. Who is that? Is it dead? No, just unconscious. Rihanna scowled, his gaze fixed on the infuriatingly familiar face. Explain your actions, he growled. Michael Birch, the young master of the Birch household, emerged leisurely, his red eye patch a stark contrast against his pale skin. He cradled the fox gently, a provocative smile playing on his lips. Are you saying, he taunted, that young Master Rian, with his perfect vision, was outdone by a man wearing an eye patch? Before Rihanna's could react, Michael turned and walked away, his pace deliberately slow, ensuring his next words reached Rihanna's with chilling clarity. "Don't hesitate next time." Michael smirked, the expression making Rihanna's fists clench in fury. "You'll lose it again." After a long day of hunting, night fell upon the Elheim estate. Liat sat quietly on her bed, a delicately wrapped gift resting beside her, nestled in a ribbon-tied box. Liat hesitated, her gaze fixed on the present. "The banquet dress Rian brought. I haven't even tried it on yet." The gift seemed innocuous enough, yet in this moment it felt strangely jarring. "I've never worn such a dress before." Liat had spent most of her life in pain and torment, but after the time loop, so much had changed. Royal visits, banquets. She frowned, a puzzled thought forming in her mind. These things shouldn't be happening. Why has the future changed? After a moment of contemplation, she finally opened the gift. It was a gown of exquisite craftsmanship, the neckline adorned with delicate lace, accompanied by a necklace carefully set with round rubies. She let out a soft sigh. "It's beautiful. Would an ordinary noble girl like these things?" Then, Liat gazed absently at her reflection in the large mirror across the room. There she was, her true image. Untamed hair, worn clothes, a face as innocent as it had been 3 years ago. Nothing had changed. Both her past and present self were equally pitiful. "It's strange. I didn't care about life back then, but now." Liat wanted to embrace the girl she had been during those miserable years. She wanted to fight for herself, for that younger version of herself who had endured so much. A spark of determination flickered in her eyes. With newfound resolve, Liat thought, "For my own sake, I will change my fate with my own 2 hands." On the evening following the hunting competition, the royal carriage stopped at the entrance of the mansion. From within, a beautiful girl with wavy golden hair gracefully alighted, leaning on the outstretched arm of a servant. She was the princess of this country, Ninian Francium. She always seemed to radiate energy, sweet and charming, with a lovely, beautiful face. Waving her hand, she called out, "Young Master Rihanna's." Before he could approach, she ran over excitedly and clung to his arm, her voice a playful whine. "It's been so long." Rihanna's replied politely, "Greetings, Your Highness." He lifted his gaze. Standing before him now was the future king of this country, always appearing handsome and composed, fitting his royal title. Rihanna's offered the customary greeting. "It is a pleasure to have you here, Your Highness." Inside the mansion lay a grand ballroom, opulent with gilded decor. Couples gracefully waltzed within, their movements fluid and elegant. But amidst the bustling, chattering crowd, the trio of Rihanna's and his companions always drew attention. Who wouldn't admire such handsome young men? The 3 Elheim brothers stood together, clad in luxurious attire. The other 2 seemed to be grappling with some unspoken discomfort, their expressions strained. Dantorian, however, appeared extremely at ease, clinging to Rihanna's from the moment he entered. "Ignoring us? How hurtful." Princess Ninian giggled. "Dantorian, that look doesn't suit you at all." He retorted playfully, reluctantly conceding, Yes, I know." Amaryllis bowed, offering a respectful greeting. "Your Highness, it is an honor to have you grace us with your presence." Lucas replied, "It's been a while, Ein." The prince, pleased with the gift from Amaryllis, responded with the expected formalities. But in that moment, he failed to notice the peculiar look Dantorian cast his way. Suddenly, curiosity piqued. The prince asked, "Oh, I heard there was a hunting competition today?" Amaryllis suddenly appeared flustered, avoiding the prince's gaze. "Yes," he replied, "ended well." Lucas, not missing his awkward demeanor, frowned. "That's clearly a lie. What happened?" His gaze sharpened, sweeping across the room. "Where is that Michael Birch?" he asked, a note of suspicion in his voice. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Lucas quickly spotted Michael, standing alone, slightly leaning against a pillar, yet holding himself ramrod straight like a pine tree, his aristocratic bearing deeply ingrained. Looking at his eye patch, Lucas chuckled inwardly. "It seems the curse remains." Ninian suddenly rushed to his side. "Oh, brother, what are you thinking about so intently?" Lucas playfully teased his sister, causing the princess to blush and try to silence him. But then, as if remembering something, Ninian whispered in his ear, "However, young Master Rihanna's seems a little down today." She recounted, "When I asked him if his twin would be coming, he suddenly fell silent." She added, "That younger sister looks a lot like young Master Rihanna's." It was nothing new, Lucas thought. That's also why Duke Elheim detests her. One is the cherished heir, while the other is incompetent. Ninian was too naive. She didn't yet understand the reason for her being shunned. Ninian, preoccupied with Rihanna's mood, suddenly noticed something and gasped. "Oh my!" The entire hall filled with hushed gasps and murmurs. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Amaryllis turned around uneasily. "What is it? What's all the commotion?" Hands encased in delicate white gloves, pristine white feet in simple black flats, and the hem of a deep blue dress swaying gently. All of it created a vision of Liat that no one could surpass. Her tousled hair had been styled into soft waves, her face adorned with delicate makeup. Liat didn't need to do anything. Simply standing there, she captivated the gaze of all who beheld her. Among the thousands of gazes fixed upon her were those of her family, who had always treated her with indifference. The Duke took a surprised step back. Amaryllis, upon seeing her, fell abruptly silent, his lips trembling slightly as he tried to form words. What? Through his sister's breathtaking beauty, he saw the image of the person he had always loved deeply, his mother. But Liat paid no mind to the scrutinizing eyes. Placing a hand on her chest, she murmured, "I apologize for my late arrival." Ninian's eyes lit up. "Wow," she exclaimed excitedly, like a surprised child. "I almost didn't recognize you. You look like a completely different person." Of course, it wasn't just the princess. Even Liat's brothers had never seen her like this. Dantorian, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, "This is the first time I've seen Liat in such a beautiful dress." Dantorian nodded in agreement. He knew that, seeing Liat like this, even someone as playful as himself had to seriously admit, and that aura, her posture, she's like a true noble lady. From the distant crowd, Rihanna's watched her quietly from afar. His face was impassive, devoid of warmth, as if he were looking at a stranger. He thought, that child, always despairing and dejected at being treated as invisible. Even when shunned, she still yearned for her family's affection. In the fleeting memories of their childhood, there was always another figure diligently chasing after him. "Rian, wait for me, Rian." But that child had never received the acknowledgement she craved. Faced with her awkward attempts at affection, he had coldly brushed those hands away. In their childhood, Rihanna's had harshly demanded of her, "Stop following me." But now everything had changed. Unable to contain the sudden urgency that gripped him, Rihanna's strode towards her. Liat clearly heard those familiar footsteps. She turned to look at him, but gone was the innocent, pitiful face that had always pleaded humbly for his love. Her gaze now seemed unfamiliar, distant. Rihanna's couldn't understand. "Why are you looking at me with such cold eyes now?" He gritted his teeth. "Why?" Reaching out a hand, Rihanna's suddenly called her name. "Liat." He hesitated for a moment, then summoned all his courage to extend the invitation. "May I have this dance?" But then another voice, low and firm, interrupted him. "My lady." Michael stepped forward, positioning himself before Rihanna's, and with a gentle smile, offered his own invitation. "May I have this dance?" He tilted his head slightly, awaiting her response. In that moment, Rihanna's suddenly recalled Michael's challenge from that morning. "Don't hesitate next time, or you'll lose it again." Only now did he understand the true meaning of those words. Rihanna's face went blank, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. But even more astonishing was the fact that Liat took only a few seconds to make her decision. Gazing at the outstretched hand, she gently placed her own in his, as if answering, yes. She smiled radiantly, a smile as bright as the dawn and as serene as the high-hanging moon, her eyes soft and watery. She nodded and said, "It would be my pleasure." Rihanna stared in disbelief at the face overflowing with happiness. The smile she gave Michael was one he knew, no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to win for himself in this lifetime. His lips moved, forming her name, a mixture of disbelief and resentment swirling within him. Liat. And in that same moment, the gloomy child from his childhood memories ceased chasing after him. The banquet continued as usual, the orchestra beginning to play and sing softly. Liat suddenly asked, "Do you like this song?" Michael answered vaguely, "Perhaps I did, once. By the way, you look beautiful tonight." She shyly returned the compliment. "Thank you. You look very elegant as well." Liat danced with him, but her gaze didn't forget to sweep over to a certain someone not far away. Prince Lucas stood quietly, observing the scene. A subtle smile played on his lips, yet it held a serpentine, dangerous, and sinister quality. Cold and ruthless, a flicker of fear ran through her. She knew the royal family had cursed Michael with ancient power and poison, causing his blindness. Ancient magic, reducing bones to ash. These clues all pointed to one culprit. All of this, it's the kind of ancient power only members of the royal family could wield, Liat surmised fearfully. Could today's visit be to test the effects of Michael's curse? At this moment, to him, he was the most important person in her world. So, Liat couldn't help but ask, "Michael, is it all right for you to be dancing so openly?" He hummed questioningly. She lowered her voice. "The people behind your curse are in this very hall." Hearing these words, a flicker of alarm crossed his face. A gentle smile touched Michael's lips, as if he wasn't fighting this battle alone, but always had her by his side. He shook his head confidently, reassuring her. "It's all right. I bet they still think I'm blind." Michael shifted their dance subtly, drawing her closer, his hand brushing lightly against her waist. "More importantly, Liat, when you come of age, come to the birch house." His wine-red eyes, visible behind the red cloth, gazed directly into hers as he offered sincerely, "And come to me." This tender scene, from beginning to end, was most clearly witnessed by Rihanna's. His fists clenched in anger. Tonight's events only solidified Rihanna's resolve. The expression on Rihanna's face turned ominously frightening, his blue eyes flashing with a cruel indifference. He vowed silently, "I will bind Liat to the Elheim house forever." The warm lights and soft music created a pleasant atmosphere for the banquet. The attendees had now gathered into small groups, chatting amongst themselves. After dancing for a while, Ninian's feet began to ache. She sighed, "My feet are so tired." But she still happily took Rihanna's hand, saying, "Let's stop dancing and go inside, young master." Looking in another direction, Duke Elheim was conversing with Lucas. Seeing this, Ninian became very excited. "Brother and the Duke must be discussing our marriage. Aren't you excited?" Sparkling wine was indispensable at the banquet, and Lucas held a glass in his hand, speaking in a friendly tone. "So, as agreed, we'll send over the marriage contract. How about that?" Hearing the answer he desired, he was about to say, "Please do," when Rihanna's interjected, cutting him off. "No." This sudden interruption caused the prince to look at him with a searching gaze, while Rihanna's father appeared slightly flustered. This intervention was something he had to do. "Please allow me to say a few words," Rihanna's began, his tone firm. This unforeseen development worried him inwardly. Ninian was also extremely surprised upon hearing this, and immediately wanted to stop him. "Rihanna's why?" But it was too late. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he requested impassively, "Please postpone this wedding until after the coming-of-age ceremony." Having witnessed everything, Lucas smiled gently and said, "I understand the proposal. It is indeed too unstable to marry at this age." He didn't blame him for his previous impudent intervention, but instead praised him. "The Duke's youngest son is truly earnest and cautious." This unexpected turn of events prompted Duke Elheim to quickly add, "This child is very concerned about the princess." Afterward, Rihanna's and Ninian quickly excused themselves. As they left, she gently took his arm, then curtsied, her smile radiant, sincere, and sweet. "Thank you for bringing me this far, young master." "Thank you," he thought gloomily. The reason isn't Princess Ninian, but it doesn't hurt to let this misunderstanding continue. His gaze gradually turned icy. "We need to expedite the date of the coming-of-age ceremony," Rihanna's planned. Reflecting on the current situation, Rihanna's clenched his fists. The Elheim family is built upon the foundation of water-based powers. Currently, I am the strongest mage, so after I come of age, I will succeed the Duke of the Elheim family. Liat's image flashed through his mind. He thought about the future and how he would use his power to keep Liat here forever. The scene shifted to Duke Elheim's magnificent and luxurious castle. Somewhere within the castle, Liat was walking into an abandoned music room. She slowly walked to the piano and gently caressed it. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" she murmured. This place evoked unpleasant memories for Liat, and her eyes turned cold. "This is where I was punished by the Duke." Memories of her past flooded back, of a time when Liat, as a child, was locked in this very room by her father. Because she was so young and frail then, fear gripped her, and tears welled in her eyes. The door suddenly burst open, and Duke Elheim stormed in, his face contorted with rage. It was all too familiar to her. He immediately lashed out at her. "Liat, you danced with that Birch fellow at the banquet yesterday." His voice, as always, dripped with anger. "Do you have any excuse?" She turned her head away, her expression cold. "No longer caring," Liat calmly replied. "Do I need an excuse?" No longer showing fear, no longer yearning for a sliver of affection, Liat retorted coldly, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. "Is there something wrong with dancing with Mr. Birch?" Her unfamiliar demeanor momentarily stunned Duke Elheim, leaving him speechless. This familiar yet different scene reminded him of the past, of the frail figure who used to cower before him, clinging to herself in fear. He thought, Liat has become so different now. Why was she always so afraid before? But quickly, Duke Elheim dismissed it, convinced it was a new ploy for attention. Thinking this, he couldn't contain his fury and continued his outburst. "You know I detest the Birches, so you did this on purpose, didn't you? Don't think such outrageous behavior will make me pay more attention to you." What followed were his cruel words. "You don't belong to the Elheim family, so I never intended to treat you as my daughter." Even though she didn't care what he had to say, hearing those words still shattered Liat's heart further. Liat struggled to maintain her composure. This time, she spoke with a firm voice. "Good, because I don't consider you my father either." This fierce defiance rendered him speechless. Images of the past flooded his mind, of her clinging to him. Duke Elheim understood the longing in her heart. "Those aren't words you should utter. More than anyone, you've always wanted to belong to the Elheim family." But despite her intense longing, he remained indifferent and apathetic. The image of a young Liat crying and trying to hold on to her father surfaced in his memory, but she received nothing. He reminisced, "But no matter how cold I was, she was always so stubborn." Only understanding her in the past. Duke Elheim asked again, "Do you understand what you've said?" Lightly gliding her fingers across the piano keys, she said coldly, "Yes, just as the Duke said, I'm not a member of the Elheim family." Liat spoke with an indifferent and unconcerned attitude. The Elheim family rule is to stay away from the Birch family. Then, she offered a provocative smile. "So, is there a problem?" Hearing this, Duke Elheim was taken aback. "You?" Understanding the sarcasm, he said furiously, "Do you know where this is? To say such things." She had heard it countless times, thinking, every time I was locked in the punishment room, I would hear these words until they wore out. So there's no reason for me not to know. She had heard many stories here about her mother and brothers, about the Duchess's favorite room, the music room before she passed away. He repeated his cruel words, "Your mother is dead." Even though Liat was different now, she still had to listen to the same words repeated countless times from the past. "Your mother is dead." These words made her feel like the root of all evil, forced to painfully accept all the blame. The cold voice from the past echoed in her mind. "It's because of you that she died, because you were born incompetent." Liat had heard that story. She was told that after giving birth to 3 sons, her mother was very weak, but she still struggled to safely deliver her and Rihanna's, dying after their birth. In her imagination, her mother was a gentle person who traded her life for her and Rihanna's to safely come into this world, and none of this was what she wanted. "So, did my mother ask the Duke to take revenge on the person who caused her death?" Liat asked directly. His unexpected question made him slightly panicked, not expecting her to ask this. Liat, not expecting a proper answer, immediately left. "If there's nothing else, then I'll excuse myself," leaving Duke Elheim standing there stunned. Coming into this world, none of this was what she wanted. Then, did my mother ask the Duke to take revenge on the person who caused her death? Rihanna asked the question that had been unexpectedly on her mind, her voice betraying a slight tremor of surprise at her own boldness. Without waiting for a reply, Rihanna quickly added, "If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave," leaving Duke Alshin stunned in place. The sound of the closing door indicated she had left. Now, he was alone in the empty music room. The image of his wife on her deathbed surfaced in Duke Elheim's mind. Her hand clasped tightly in his, she had said wistfully, "My daughter is beautiful. Isn't she, my love? Please take care of her for me." He slammed his fist down on the piano. Deep down, he had never accepted her plea. No, he had always believed she died because she gave birth to the powerless Liat. The thought turned his gaze glacial. A child who will never belong to the Elheim family. Liat will never. The image of the Spirit King, ruler of the water element and possessor of supreme power, flickered in Duke Elheim's thoughts. Within Michael's castle, under the cloak of night, her voice rang out. "It's done." Michael leaned down, allowing her to work her healing magic. "The last of the curse has been successfully lifted." He replied, "Thank you, Liat." He asked tentatively, "But you seem a little down today. Is something the matter?" Liat answered listlessly, "I spent some time in the punishment room this afternoon." He pondered the word punishment. Studying her, he thought, no injuries. Thankfully, they didn't hit her. He worried if I pry too much, Liat might feel uncomfortable. Putting on a bright smile, he said, "Yesterday's banquet must have been exhausting. If you're tired, lean on me." Her continued silence, devoid of any response or expression, left him feeling awkward. Rejected again? She rushed into his arms, causing him to blush shyly. She stammered back then, I told Duke Elheim that I don't consider him my family." He attentively observed her emotions, pondering, I didn't expect Liat to bring it up herself. Returning her embrace, he said approvingly, "Well done, Liat. You don't need to appease someone who doesn't respect you." She looked up at him, echoing the question. "What do they do?" She offered her hand for him to hold, replying softly, "It feels like such a long time ago." Liat shared, "When I woke up as a child, I found myself abandoned in front of a house in the mountains," she described. "They left enough supplies so I wouldn't starve, but that was it. They left me all alone." She continued, "Perhaps they still wanted me alive, just erasing my existence." He looked at her with a hint of surprise as she went on with the latter half of her story. "After a long time, they came back for me, but only to use me for Rihanna's power. If they didn't need me, I would have been imprisoned in that house forever." Her gaze drifted towards the ceiling as she continued her story. "That lonely life there might have been better," she shared thoughtfully, "yet I kept trying so hard to be loved, to be accepted as part of the family. Even if I was a tool, it was good to be back home." Liat's voice was thick with emotion. "Now, I don't think I care about a prestigious and noble family like the Elheims anymore." He rushed to hug her. He declared, "I will," his words held a new assertion, "I will definitely help you escape the Elheim family." Her eyes widened in surprise as she returned his embrace. Returning his hug, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Michael." He took hold of her upper arms, gently pushing her back, and probed, "Once you leave here, is there anything you want to do?" She answered quietly, "I want to," she shared shyly, "I want to see the ocean before I die. I want to see the ocean with my own eyes, even just once." He smiled and extended his hand. "You will. I give you my word, on the honor of the Birch family. On the day you come of age, I will come and take you away." A group standing outside the door suddenly heard a voice call out, "Try opening the door." 4 figures stepped into the residence. Duke Elheim felt a surge of apprehension and nervousness. He observed the reclining figure of the Spirit King, thinking, when I heard that the Spirit King had awakened, I couldn't even begin to imagine his power. This churning water energy is the clearest testament to that title. He dropped to one knee, bowing his head slightly and placing his hands on his lap in a gesture of respect. "Your Majesty, the Spirit King, as you commanded, I have brought the owner of the Spirit Stone." Rihanna's watched intently. The Spirit King frowned. "You woke me for this?" Dantorian Elheim. The Duke and Dantorian looked up, watching with rapt attention. To their astonishment, the Spirit King stepped out. He swallowed softly, marveling. He frowned angrily. "Nonsense!" He panicked, hearing the Spirit King declare, "How dare you bring a fake before me?" Outside, the rain continued to fall, but inside, the atmosphere was far more turbulent. The Spirit King roared, "This is not the one who awakened me." Shock and panic rippled through him. The Spirit King summoned his ultimate skill, his brow furrowed in wrath. "How dare you brazenly try to deceive me with a fake?" His eyes gleamed, affirming, "Everione Duke Elheim, terrified, explained, "Please stop. We don't understand what you mean. How could she be a fake? This child is undoubtedly the master of the Spirit Stone. Please," his composure returning slightly, he thought, "this being truly doesn't know, but I can feel it. The urine spirit has been reborn and has awakened me. That person is nearby." He looked down at him, demanding, "The true master of the Spirit Stone is within this mansion. Bring that person to me." He knelt, utterly bewildered. "As you wish." Even so, confusion clung to him, unsure of how to proceed. If it's not Rihanna's, then who could it be? Following this, the Duke brought all the high-ranking water mages before the Spirit King, but none qualified. He sat in his chair, pondering, How could this be? Could it be that Rihanna's isn't the master of the Spirit Stone after all? He voiced his thoughts. I believe we should also summon the lower-ranking water mages for examination. He replied, arms crossed. Indeed, Rihanna's was pensive. Seeing this, he quickly added, don't worry too much, Rihanna's. Even if you're not the master of the Spirit Stone, you will still be the next Duke. I don't want to be the head of the family. He looked at him, asking, Dantorian, are you returning to the royal palace now? He replied, the princess has already returned, so I must leave soon. I will return for Rihanna's coming-of-age ceremony. Someone entered the room and announced, Your Grace, young Master Birch reports that he is leaving. He responded, I thought he would be more thick-skinned and persistent, but he's giving up so soon. He remained silent, but his mind was undoubtedly churning. In the afternoon, he walked towards the carriage, preparing to depart. Walter, arms crossed, asked curiously, Is it all right to leave before the deadline? He gently stroked his pet, replying, It's fine. The curse has been lifted, and I have many things to prepare for. He asked inquisitively, What are you preparing for? He smiled. Well, preparing to welcome Liat. A voice called out from behind him. Wait, I'll see you off. He looked at him. Young Master Rihanna's. He stroked his pet, bidding farewell. It has been an honor, he chuckled softly, continuing, Thanks to you, I've been very comfortable, young Master Rihanna's. The Elheim family has treated me well. Not a dull moment. He frowned at the pet he held. That thing, are you taking it with you? He replied, Of course. He boarded the carriage, stating meaningfully, I will certainly take what belongs to me. The words caused his gaze to sharpen. Before departing, he added, Then, farewell, young Master Rihanna's. He averted his gaze in disgust. I won't, and neither will my sister. He smiled. The Elheim family will see me again elsewhere. In a sun-drenched room, she watched the sun rise, thinking, It's been months since Michael left. She pondered, Nothing has happened yet, except that I moved to this room at Rihanna's request, the noble room. What else? Suddenly, a sound came from near her shoes. She glanced towards the noise, and, seeing a familiar face, turned and asked, Why are you here? He, with one hand in his pocket, asked sternly, Do I need a reason to enter my sister's room? She remained silent, offering no reply. He continued, Our coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. Is there anything you'd like to try? She replied coldly, I know how to handle my own life. You should worry about what you need to do. He crossed his arms, lecturing her, Could you please stop staring out the window like you're about to leave? It makes me uncomfortable. She glanced at him, and, as if understanding what she desired, he asked, You want to leave the Elheim family, don't you? Too bad. Even if you die. She froze at the latter half of his sentence. You will die within this mansion. Her fist clenched, as if suppressing her emotions. She recalled his words. I will definitely help you escape the Elheim family. A frown tugged at her brows, her eyes downcast, concealing her emotions. No, you're wrong this time, Rian. I will never let that tragedy happen again. The sprawling villa basked in the beautiful, warm sunlight. Just then, a young girl looked around, calling out, Dantorian? Ninian searched for him. Dantorian, where did you run off to again? He appeared before her, teasing, Did someone call for me? This startled her, causing her to exclaim, I told you not to use your stealth abilities so carelessly, remember? Where did you go this time? He replied, You wound me. I was merely silently protecting Princess Ninian, as faint as the air. She retorted, You're being incomprehensible again. He glanced around and suddenly noticed an unfamiliar girl in a green cloak talking to Lucas. The girl glanced back as well. Ninian quickly explained, Oh, that the new maid. Before she could finish her explanation, he was gone, leaving Ninian bewildered. Dantorian, she called out in exasperation. Gone again. Pettis followed Lucas down to the basement. Your Highness, young Master Rian's coming-of-age ceremony is fast approaching. He inquired, Oh, 3 days from now, right? Ninian must be excited. He and Pettis stood before a large door. Pettis gasped, This is... He introduced, Take a good look. Before you is the purebred Spirit King, used by generations of the royal family. A close-up revealed a Spirit King with deep violet hair, its eyes closed tightly as if asleep. Lucas praised, Truly magnificent. He proudly shared, Count Pettis, I wish to create a perfect Spirit King, one with that kind of power. He smiled, a hint of wickedness in his expression. A divine creation that surpasses all spirit users. To affirm the power of our royal family. Pettis replied, "Everything will be as you wish, Your Highness." "Give me the vial," Lucas suddenly commanded. She produced the vial, bewildered, and asked, "You're going to take it yourself?" He seemed surprised and curious. "Are you unaware of the royal family's ability? Only the royal family possesses crimson eyes. We are unaffected by the abilities and curses of spirit users." A wisp of black smoke emerged from the vial. Pettis cautioned, "Please be careful, Your Highness." Lucas gripped the vial tightly. "The black powder emitted by the Spirit King has a special effect. Simply inhaling or touching it will instantly drive all living things mad." He stated, "This much is enough." As he and she left, Lucas inquired, "What about the Birch family?" She replied, "Same as always. They've closed their gates and barricaded the city." The day before Rian's coming-of-age ceremony, in his room, he worried anxiously. Still no trace of the Spirit Stone's master. In the drawing room of the Duke's mansion, he held his teacup delicately, stating calmly, "Indeed, I brought all the spirit users in the family, but none have succeeded." He was perplexed. How can this be? He thought to himself, "I did come for Rian's coming-of-age ceremony, but I also wanted to know the identity of the Spirit Stone's master. I didn't expect to have seen no one by now." He pondered again. The Spirit King. The Spirit King possessed by the royal family is no match for the Water Spirit King, but I still can't let my guard down. Suddenly, he spoke. "Father." Rihanna's asked, "What do you plan to do with Liat after Rian comes of age?" Rihanna's was confused, wondering, why bring up Liat here? Rian has shown a strange interest in Liat recently. Duke Elhim replied, "After the coming-of-age ceremony, if you can wield the water power without Liat, I'll kick her out, as she will no longer be of any use." "No," a voice interrupted, startling him. He said, "Let Liat stay in our family." He was surprised, trying to explain, "But, Rian, Liat wants to leave here after you come of age. We have no right to keep her." He frowned, repeating, "You were the one who said Liat was my property, and now you're babbling about rules?" Rian murmured. "Rian," Dantorian echoed, affirming, "Yes, you're right. If we're talking about art objects, let's just chop off her limbs, so she can't leave." He added, "Devastate her, leave her unable to resist." "Just do as you say, Rian." Rihanna's beside him frowned, thinking, Dantorian still believes the true master is the Spirit Stone, is Rian. But Rihanna's remembered that when the Spirit King said, "How dare you bring a fake to fool me?" he only said, "Not her," to the other Elhim spirit users. But to Rian, the Spirit King emphasized the word fake. He thought again. The Spirit King only called Rian a fake. A cold sweat broke out at the thought. Even if that's true, there's nothing we can do. At that time, Duke Elhim had no choice but to compromise. "Fine, do as you please." Outside the mansion, night had fallen. She stood there, contemplating. Tomorrow is Rian's coming-of-age ceremony, Liat thought. "I need to confirm something." Gathering her skirts, she walked briskly, thinking as she went, recently, the Elhim spirit users have all been called to the temple. Something must have happened. She stood before the door, thinking, a door that only a spirit user can open. After a moment of consideration, Liat reached out and touched the heavy door. Unexpectedly, it cracked open. I opened it. Then she stepped inside. Liat looked up in astonishment. Before her stood the Spirit King. She looked at him, pondering, this person looks exactly like the blue spirit I saw before the time loop. As if sensing someone standing before him, the Spirit King slowly opened his eyes. The marvel of it made Liat's eyes widen in surprise. He smiled and extended a hand. "You've come," he murmured. "Master," he said, "the first and the only one to make a contract with me." Her eyes widened in shock. Confused, she said, "I don't remember making a contract with you." He immediately denied it. "That's not true." Then, the Spirit King reached out and touched her wrist. In an instant, a mark appeared on her hand, startling her. He explained, "I carve it onto your soul, so that even if you were reincarnated, I could find you. We promise to meet again, Liat. You are." She froze as he revealed, "The first contractor, the reincarnated Urine." Seeing her still bewildered, the Spirit King explained, "Urine's spirit, the patriarch, has been reborn as you, Liat." Liat pointed at herself, then behind her, and said, "I'm Urine's previous life, the first patriarch?" The Spirit King closed his eyes, sensing. Confused, she asked him what's wrong. He replied, "I can see your memories." He closed his eyes slightly. "Those fools in this family, they should all be dismembered," he seethed. "Blindly believing in a fake, how laughable." Suddenly, the Spirit King's expression changed, filled with ferocity, power radiating from him. Liat, if you wish it, I can kill every member of the Elheim family right now, even paint the entire empire red with their blood. She quickly stopped him. No, please don't do that. He looked dejected, but she quickly explained, those people aren't worth your trouble. I'm leaving this place anyway, so please keep this meeting a secret. Hearing this, the Spirit King smiled and asked, are you going to the Birch family? Liat replied, yes. He summoned a crystal and handed it to Liat. Liat, I truly want to go with you, but since ancient times, the sacred spirit stone has been split in two spirit kings. If I leave, the sealing power will be affected. Liat was astonished. Sealing? But before she could ask, she was startled by a voice outside. It sounds like someone's in there. Is the Duke inside? She turned her head, worried. I can't stay any longer. He replied, if there's a chance, I'd like to talk with you more. The Spirit King's expression was happy. Though I cannot be by your side now, I wish you happiness, a joyful and blessed life, Liat. She walked towards the door, saying, yes, we will definitely meet again. The Spirit King watched her for a moment, then sighed. You fools, you'll regret this. Regret not knowing what kind of person you threw away. At the coming-of-age ceremony, many guests were present and danced the tango together. Only Liat hesitated, filled with sorrow. At the ceremony, she sat gracefully in her chair. Women passed by, murmuring in surprise, Liat is here too? He replied matter-of-factly, of course. She and I are twins. My coming-of-age ceremony is hers as well. A woman asked softly, but do you have to go this far? She's not a criminal. Why are you monitoring her so closely? His eyes darkened, glaring. Don't meddle in things that aren't your business. The man widened his eyes, voicing his opinion. But you're going too far. Family members with abilities are no longer bound by the family after their coming-of-age ceremony. Besides, she's family. He repeated, family. Looking down at him, he said, how laughable, women Elheim. When did you ever acknowledge Liat as a member of our family? Under the oppressive weight of his aura, Winman had to suppress his fear. You're right. I apologize. Then Winman hastily added, excuse me. He glanced away, and her figure caught his eye. He smiled faintly, a smile filled with a chilling pride. Yes, this is where you belong. This dark shackle will imprison you, devour everything, even the slightest glimmer of hope. Nianyan walked towards young Master Rian. He replied politely, Princess Nianyan. Nianyan smiled warmly. Congratulations on your coming of age, Rian. Rian returned the smile. Thank you, Princess. Her affectionate eyes held a hidden thought. Young Master Rian has had his coming-of-age ceremony. This means we can move towards marriage, right? While the princess rambled, Rihanna's glanced to the side, as if keeping Liat under his control. Liat thought uncomfortably. I'm constantly being watched. She glanced at the soldiers to her left. Under the pretense of protecting her, they had assigned 2 guards to monitor her every move. She lowered her head, recalling Michael's words. I will definitely rescue you from the Elheim family, she thought bitterly. Can Michael really help me? Duke Elheim was laughing loudly with the guests when suddenly someone called out hurriedly, Duke. He asked, what is it? The soldier replied, yes, an uninvited guest has appeared. He was surprised. The soldier continued, it seems they are from the Birch family. He exclaimed loudly, what? Suddenly, the sound of 2 sets of footsteps approached. 2 unfamiliar men dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. After a brief pause, Michael spoke. Thank goodness, the ceremony isn't over yet, is it? With one hand on his hip, Michael smiled. Sorry I'm late. His appearance at this moment surprised both Lucas and Ninian. They both thought Michael Birch. Michael smirked confidently. Lucas noticed something else. His eyes widened, pondering, his eye patch is gone? Could the curse have been lifted? Duke Elheim roared, Michael Birch. He then pointed at him accusingly. You dare trespass into the Elheim family? You'll pay the price this time. He calmly announced, don't be like that. I'm just here to retrieve something I left behind. Rihanna's frowned, asking, what did you leave behind? He looked at her and smiled, a smile that took her completely by surprise. Extending his hand, Michael spoke softly, I've come to fulfill my promise, Liat. Come with me to the Birch family. Hearing these words, Liat's eyes widened in astonishment. An indescribable feeling bloomed in her chest, like a rose unfolding its petals. She couldn't help but whisper his name in her heart. Michael! He gave her a warm smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Michael took a step closer, gradually approaching her, his affectionate voice echoing. "Let's go, Liat." But just then, another voice rang out, tearing apart the rosy atmosphere. "Stop!" Suddenly, he was blocked by a swirling ring of energy. Seeing this, Michael turned his head sharply, a look of disgust in his single visible eye. The attacker was Rihanna's. The intense ring of energy separating him from her gathered in his hand. He frowned, asking smugly, "Who allowed you to take her away?" With that, he brandished the water energy in his hand, his voice laced with a menacing warning. "Don't you dare touch what belongs to me." Michael's eye widened. He cursed, "Go to hell." As the energy drew closer, Michael was astonished. It pulsed nearer, yet the shock he'd initially felt gave way to an unusual calm. Nearby, Amrys cried out in alarm, "No!" But at that very moment, another surge of water energy swept past, intercepting the attacking force, leaving Michael stunned. Amrys stared at the potent energy, bewildered. Who possesses such formidable water magic? Rien n'a, Ikadi astonished, posed, murmuring, impossible. Meanwhile, Liet stood with lips pressed tightly together, water energy swirling around her. As it dissipated, her beautiful face was revealed, a slight frown creasing her brow. With an authoritative voice, she commanded, "Everyone had best cease this at once." Hearing this, Rihanna's brow furrowed, his face darkening. Michael, in contrast, smiled, a look of contempt in his eyes as he looked down at him. Suddenly, Liat turned and brushed past Rihanna's without a word, her footsteps echoing in the vast hall. Fear gripped Michael. He caught her hand. "Wait, Liat, where are you going?" Her voice, cold as morning dew, softly replied, "There are a few things I must attend to before I go to the Birch family." With that, she pulled free, leaving defiantly. Amidst the murmurs of the banquet hall, Rihanna's watched her retreating figure, tension coiling within him. He could do nothing but stand there, frozen, as she brushed past him. Liat's footsteps stopped abruptly before Duke Elhim, his face draining of color. Still reeling from what he'd witnessed, he stammered, "Liat, that water magic you just used." "Duke Elhim," Liat stated coldly, her voice devoid of regret. "Patriarch of the Elhim family. From this day forward, I sever all ties with the Elhim family. After my coming-of-age ceremony, the Elhim family will hold no power over me." As she spoke, water energy surged around her once more. Liat thought back on her past. 21 years of living hell, but it's finally over. Winman's eyes widened, his face paling. What kind of power? The potent energy enveloped her. Liat affirmed her resolve. She would no longer live in another shadow. "It is done," she declared to him. "Let's go, Michael." He smiled, satisfied. Of course. Michael walked out of the mansion with her. She laughed, a genuine sound of joy. "Shall we go to the sea?" The carriage bearing Michael and Liat rolled through the forest. He sat lost in thought. Those Elhaims, they didn't realize until the very last moment. Back then, Count Elhim frantically tried to stop her. "Liat, don't go, my child." He mused. The old duke almost knelt down. He pronounced, "Those who didn't recognize Liat's worth don't deserve to be by her side." He recalled Rihanna's, grinding his teeth in fury. That girl is even less of a shadow of that bastard. He glanced at Liat as she spoke. It's funny. She gazed out the window, fascinated by the passing scenery. The day I leave the Elhim mansion has actually come. I still can't believe it. He suddenly reached out and stroked her hair. She looked at him, bewildered. "Michael," he smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I'll help you forget all the unpleasant memories from the Elhim family." Michael offered a reassuring smile. "So don't worry." As the coachman announced, "We've arrived," he murmured, "Perfect timing." Michael smiled brightly, his excitement evident. "Liat, are you ready?" A sudden unease settled in her heart. The carriage door swung slowly open, spilling light inside, and causing Liat's eyes to widen in surprise. A blush warmed her cheeks as she took in the breathtaking view. "Oh, so this is the ocean. It's beautiful, vast, and free." Liat gazed at it, fascinated, the setting sun painting the sky in vibrant hues. She smiled, delighted, pondering the serene evening beach, its beauty leaving her speechless. A familiar voice drew her back to reality. "It's getting dark, Liat. You really like the ocean, huh?" A wave of emotion washed over Liat. She turned gracefully, explaining, "Yes, I love it. The ocean is even more vast and beautiful than the pictures in fairy tales." Then, with a radiant smile, she added, "Thank you, Michael. I'm glad I met you." Her Her captivating smile brought a flush to his cheeks. His heart fluttered. Liat continued, I hope you'll continue to help me after we arrive at the Birch territory. Feeling the weight of her trust, Michael shyly scratched his head. A romantic air settled between them, the waves whispering as they stood quietly, gazing at the darkening beach. Suddenly self-conscious, Michael whispered, a blush warming his ears. I missed you so much during this time, Liat. Understanding his sincerity, she gently caressed his cheek. I missed you too. As if echoing her sentiment, he took her hand. From now on, let's be together. He brought her hand to his cheek, delight evident in his eyes. Next time, and the time after that, let's watch the ocean together. Back at the Elheim mansion, in a darkened room, Rihanna's sat lost in thought. His brow furrowed as he questioned himself. Where did it go wrong? Was it him? From a moment he appeared. He thought of Michael Birch, the heir to the Birch family. Michael's arrogant demeanor fueled his anger. I should have known from a moment that guy stole the silver wolf. That day, at the banquet, when he invited Liat to dance, I should have thrown him out. He lowered his head, concealing his expression. Suddenly, Rihanna's looked up, finding Duke Elheim standing before him. Disgust laced the Duke's voice. The Elheim family was supposed to hold a dignified coming-of-age ceremony, and now, he glanced back at his family, their heads bowed in silent shame. A remorseful frown creased his brow. But I saw it, Rian. Liat's water energy. I've never seen such power. At his words, Rian looked up, his gaze almost a glare. He held his father's gaze for a moment before speaking, then turned away. Follow me. We need to figure out what happened to us. Duke Elheim led them to a room with a heavy door. He pushed it open, light spilling brightly from within. He stepped inside, the others following close behind. He looked towards the Spirit King, who sat absent-mindedly, chin resting on his hand. As he began to speak, the Spirit King abruptly lowered his hand. Your Majesty, he began. The Spirit King spoke lazily. Uellen's successor has left. You fools dare to show your faces here? Are you tired of living? Uellen's aura is gone. You fools dare to show your faces here. Tired of living, he revealed nervously, pleading with the Spirit King for answers. Duke Elheim added, What do you mean by the Master of the Spirit Stone? The Spirit King didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, Tell me, what did Uellen teach you? The Duke replied, The Master of the Spirit Stone will appear and awaken the Spirit Stone. That person will revitalize the family. He was cut off mid-sentence by a sharp denial. Wrong. The Spirit King extended a hand, summoning a surge of powerful water energy. Let me teach you what Uellen truly meant. In the era when the first family possessed Uellen, the gate to the spirit world was still open. Countless spirits appeared and lived alongside humans. Those who formed contracts with spirits gained a portion of their power and were known as spirit users. Sometimes, humans even formed contracts with the Spirit King. You call them masters. Humans and spirits maintained this relationship for a long time, until a Spirit King fell from grace, leading them to close the gates to the spirit world. Dantorian's eyes widened in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it, thinking, a fallen Spirit King? Could it be the thing the prince used in the secret chamber of the palace? He clenched his fist, his brow furrowed in irritation. At that time, almost all the spirits returned to the spirit world before the gates closed, and all the abilities of humans disappeared. Rihanna's frowned as he heard him continue. The Elheim family can still use their abilities to this day, thanks to Uren. The image of Uren and Liat back-to-back seemed to clearly illustrate the Spirit King's explanation. Uren, the first patriarch of the Elheim family, the one you worship, was once powerless, unable to become a spirit user even at the age of 17, just like the Liat you scorned. Duke Elheim was shocked. Impossible. But the Spirit King scoffed, merely sneering. How does it feel when the one you worship is the same as the one you abused? The Spirit King grew angrier. Or do you still think that girl is a fake? The true fake is right beside you. Duke, his finger pointed towards Rihanna's. Not only that, but he is a wicked and insidious being. He looked back at him in horror as he heard the Spirit King utter the latter half of the sentence. Rian Elheim, when you were in your mother's womb, you sucked away her life force to be born. After you were born, you lived by absorbing Liat's power. The more he listened to the Spirit King, the more he gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tight, trembling, as he heard him rebuke, from now on, don't expect to use your abilities anymore. Without Liat, you will not receive water energy from me. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. The corners of the Duke's mouth twitched slightly, and then he laughed loudly. He looked at his hands, bewildered. No, impossible, he cried out, falling to his knees. We must bring her back, Liat. Early in the morning, the old carriage slowly traveled down the road. Inside the carriage, Michael gently called out to Liat, trying to wake her. Liat. After he called out, she mumbled, "Wake up, Liat." He smiled and announced, "We've arrived." She looked out the carriage window, admiring the stunning scenery before her, thinking, so this is the Birch tribe's mansion. He gently reached out, taking her hand, and said affectionately, "Be careful getting off, Liat." "Oh, I forgot to tell you something." Before he could finish, Carmen Birch, Michael's father, spoke. "I've been waiting for a long time." She looked up in surprise. He added, "Welcome to the Birch family." "Carmen Birch," Michael's father said. He smiled at her in a friendly manner. He chuckled softly and said, "My father wanted to greet you personally. I apologize for not telling you sooner." Liat bowed politely to him. "Greetings, Duke Birch. It is an honor to be welcomed by you." Michael whispered, "Don't be too nervous." Carmen added, "Yes, we are the ones who should be offering greetings. We are the ones who should be grateful." He gently took her hand and kissed it politely. Then, Carmen looked up and explained, "Thank you for restoring the sight of the Birch family heir. It seems my son has caused you quite a bit of trouble." She smiled and explained, "No, Michael has helped me a great deal." He and she looked at each other and smiled happily. Carmen watched the two of them, guessing something. He smiled and said, "It's been a long journey. Let's go inside. I've prepared something special for you, Liat." She couldn't believe it, thinking, "Prepared for me?" A moment later, she arrived at a beautiful room, a very luxurious room. That's right, it was arranged by the Duke. She looked around, thinking, could this be the special thing he was talking about? Liat, picturing Carmen Birch's grand demeanor, clutched Michael's shirt and asked mysteriously, "What did he mean?" "You'll find out when we get to the room," Michael replied. At the door, a voice announced, "Miss Liat, Master Carmen has sent me." She answered the person outside. "Come in." The door opened, revealing a short-haired maid. "Greetings, I am Meline. I will be attending to your needs from now on." Liat froze, thinking, Meline, back when the Birch tribe attacked the royal family and the Elheim family, Meline was an assassin. She alone killed hundreds, didn't she? Looking into Meline's eyes, she affirmed, "Yes, those are the same eyes, exactly hers. Why would they send an assassin to attend to me?" Meline spoke, "I still have many shortcomings. I ask for your understanding. Though my knowledge is limited, I am confident in my ability to protect you." She added, "The Duke wishes for your safety and thus commanded me to attend you." Liat thought, "I understand." She replied, "Thank you, Meline." The maid smiled and continued, "First, please change your clothes. Afterward, I will escort you to the garden where the young master and the Duke are waiting." Outside in the garden, Michael and his father sat drinking tea. Michael, however, was anticipating Liat's arrival. His father sighed, saying, "Indeed, when you grow up, you care nothing for this old man." Michael rested his chin in his hand and calmly replied, "You're absolutely right, father." He smiled, taking a sip of his tea. "I like that answer," Carmen chuckled. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and Michael immediately looked in that direction. Michael stared in wonder, unable to blink. Liat emerged, wearing a sky-blue dress that captivated him, holding his gaze. As Liat approached, she politely said, "My apologies for being late." Michael shyly uttered her name, Liat. Carmen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Come, let the young lady sit." "Son Liat, please sit." The tea party now had 3 participants seated in the garden. Michael spoke, "Since I didn't know your preferences, I had a variety of things prepared." A piece of cake then appeared before her. He urged, "Try it." Michael watched her, and seeing her silence, asked, "Is nothing pleasing to your eye?" She nervously replied, "No, it's not that." She blurted out a confession that surprised them both. "I've never seen any of these things before, so I don't know how to eat them properly." Tucking her hair behind her ear, she offered a soft smile. "Please tell me how. I apologize for my ignorance." His expression darkened momentarily, but quickly brightened into a warm smile. "It's all right. Take your time. I'll teach you everything." He picked up a piece of cake. "This is cake. It's sweet, fluffy, and very delicious." Michael brought it to her lips. "Ah, here." She closed her eyes and opened her mouth to take a bite. Then she exclaimed, "It's delicious." Both men smiled in satisfaction. She returned their smiles with a joyful expression, thinking, a tea party is so much fun. The tea party continued late into the evening. Back in her room, Her thoughts lingered. Cake, then chocolate, all things I've never had before. So sweet, so delicious. The realization dawned on her only now as darkness enveloped the sky. Just then, a strange sound echoed, startling her. Liat turned her head towards the source, but saw nothing. What was that? Seeing nothing, confusion set in. Am I imagining things? But surely, she had barely turned back when the sound came again, causing her to whip her head around once more. Looking down the deep, dark hallway, devoid of light, a flicker of panic touched Liat. She knew she hadn't misheard. It wasn't a hallucination. I definitely heard a scream from somewhere. Just then, Meline appeared before her, asking carefully, "Miss, is something the matter?" "You look pale." Unable to hide her concern, Liat recounted what she had just witnessed. "I heard a monster scream." "Did you hear it, Meline?" But Meline's reaction was strangely calm, devoid of any emotion. "No, I didn't hear anything. We don't keep monsters in our mansion, Mississippi." Hearing this, Liat hesitated, but glanced back nonetheless. "Is that so?" she replied. Meline, tried to prevent her from worrying further, gently guided her along. "Please return to your room, Mississippi. It's getting late." Even though she was certain she hadn't misheard, Liat simply responded, and so, the two figures walked slowly down the long corridor, towards your room. Meanwhile, in the study, a single flickering light illuminated a corner of the room. Carmen Birch, chin resting on his hand, looked thoughtfully at the letter he held, muttering, "Tisk, truly troublesome." He let out a scoff and a wry smile. Sending an ultimatum? Looking at the words and the royal insignia on the paper, he reiterated the letter's contents. The royal family, the Elheim family, and other nobles demand that the Birch family return Liat, the most powerful water spirit user in history, to Elheim. Carmen coldly addressed Olive, who stood before him. "Do you think this is the prince's doing?" Olive, the elderly butler, stood respectfully beside him. "It is highly likely, considering His Highness's long-standing animosity towards the Birch family. He might even fabricate a marriage to fulfill the letter's purpose." Hearing the butler's words, Carmen couldn't help but laugh. The prince marrying that girl, Liat? The more he spoke, the less composed he became, his eyes flashing with disdain. Preposterous. The innocent image of Liat, hesitant and unsure about something, flashed through Carmen's mind. A girl who wasn't even treated well in her own home, now free and seeing the world. I can't let her return to that hell, especially not when she's a benefactor of the Birch family. With that, Carmen crumpled the letter and tossed it into the wastebasket. He instructed Olive, "From now on, don't bother reporting such letters to me." Olive understood perfectly, bowing his head immediately. "Understood, as you wish." Suddenly, Carmen added something else, causing the butler to snap to attention. A deep smile spread across his face, but the murderous glint in his eyes told a different story. "Ah, one more thing. If anyone persists in sending these letters, tell them I'll make sure they never hold a pen again." The butler replied, "Yes, I understand." Elsewhere, in a delicately decorated, gentle bedroom, Liat tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Staring out the window at the rose bushes, Liat Elheim pondered. The thought echoed in her mind. Being with the Birch family is like a dream. Coming here, learning more, experiencing so many new things. Perhaps I understand what Meline meant. The image of Meline brushing her hair before bed surfaced in her memory. Meline's voice, soft and gentle, had sounded behind her. To me, the Birch family are benefactors, kind angels. Though her face hadn't betrayed much emotion, every word she spoke was sincere. "You will surely come to love this place too, Mississippi." Liat had watched carefully in the mirror as Meline diligently brushed her hair, pondering her words. Meline had said that before coming to the Birch family, she had lost her life when kidnapped by an assassin organization. If the Birch family hadn't taken action to eliminate that organization, Meline might still be living in constant fear. Suddenly, Meline had noticed Liat watching her intently in the mirror. She had smiled gently, as if reassuring Liat. "You will surely realize it from the peaceful life here, Mississippi." Now, lying in bed, Liat kept questioning Meline's words. A peaceful life. Thinking of Meline's calm appearance as a Birch family maid, Liat thought. For now, Meline seems happy with the Birch family. It's a stark contrast to her cold, indifferent appearance as an assassin. and this made Liat wonder. But the Meline I knew was filled with a burning rage, capable of slaughtering even the entire royal family. What could have caused such a drastic change? Lost in thought, her hand unconsciously clenched. If I could only understand the reason, perhaps I could prevent whatever drove a member of the Birch family to such extremes. Suddenly, another scream pierced the midnight air, startling her. She had no idea what it could be. As if urged by some unseen force, she slipped out of bed. I couldn't have misheard. Gazing towards the distant white clock tower, she resolved, I have to see what's making that sound. The mansion was silent, shrouded in darkness and slumber, save for a lone guard diligently patrolling the nearby entrance. The guard, hearing approaching footsteps, turned. Seeing Liat, draped in a thin cloak and a hesitant expression, he asked, Miss Liat, what are you doing here? She softly explained her reason. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd take a walk. The guard, upon hearing this, stepped closer. Is that so? Please, allow me to escort you. But she quickly waved him off, not wanting to trouble him. It's all right. You have your duties here. Prioritizing her safety, the guard earnestly replied, There are plenty of other guards, so it's no problem. Besides, you're not yet familiar with the mansion grounds. I can't allow you to wander alone, Mississippi. Presented with this irrefutable logic, she hesitated. If you insist, then I suppose I must accept. Thank you. Together, they walked slowly along the path beside the grounds towards the main mansion. Even as they walked, Liat Elhim remained vigilant, her eyes scanning her surroundings, secretly guessing that sound must be somewhere nearby. Just then, the scream echoed again, successfully pinpointing its source. She turned her head, and the towering white clock tower filled her vision. Liat quickly identified the location. It's coming from there. With that, she broke into a run, leaving the startled guard calling after her, Miss, please don't go too far. But she didn't answer, instead gliding swiftly towards the tower entrance, leaving him stunned. Miss, cautiously, she ascended the steps leading to the tower, one by one. Just as she reached for the large iron door, a voice called out, Liat. She froze, turning to see Carmen Birch, dressed casually, looking at her with a bewildered expression. Seeing him, she asked curiously, Duke Carmen? Walking along a path lined with various flowers, Carmen Birch glanced at Liat Elhim beside him. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she observed the man. Why is there a small villa behind a mansion? And what is the Duke doing here at this hour? He noticed her gaze. Seeing Liat's thoughtful expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. That look on your face tells me you're curious. You want to know why I'm here, don't you? She didn't bother hiding it. Would you tell me if I ask? Carmen was pleased she'd asked, but before answering, he reached into his pocket. Instead of an answer, how about something else? He rummaged gently, pulled something out, and extended his hand towards Liat, who widened her eyes in surprise. Here, Carmen offered her a beautifully wrapped candy. Hesitant, she didn't understand his gesture. What is this? He replied gently. I'm not sure how to explain it, but this is called candy. It's a sweet, like the chocolate you had this afternoon. I thought you might enjoy it. She stared at him, a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment in her eyes, but politely extended her hand to accept it. Even as she took the candy from Carmen, she hesitated, slightly pausing before finally accepting it into her hand. Clutching the small sweet, Liat gratefully replied, Thank you, Your Grace. Hearing her thanks, he smiled warmly. I hope it's to your liking. Carmen gazed upon the exquisite beauty of the garden, a tapestry of delicate blooms, and softly inquired, Liat, why are you still here so late? She hesitated at his question, an internal debate raging. Should I tell him the truth? But Meline's words from the previous night echoed in her mind, casting doubt on the appropriateness of her query. Meline said she didn't hear anything. The Duke might say the same, but there's no harm in asking. With this thought, she turned, cleverly steering the conversation towards the white clock tower. I couldn't sleep. Your Grace, is there some kind of organization or group based there? At her question, Carmen hesitantly glanced away. Ah, yes. He saw her furrowed brow, the intensity of her gaze fixed upon him. A smile touched his lips. Even if you stare at me like that, I don't know what else to say, he admitted frankly. Before she could press further, he waved his hand dismissively. As if from nowhere, a guard appeared, respectfully kneeling and bowing his head. You summoned me, Your Grace? Carmen gently nudged Liat towards the guard. It's late. Please escort this young lady back to her room. At once, Your Grace. The guard replied swiftly, then turned to Liat. With surprising speed, he took her hand, offering a polite, This way, Mississippi. Carmen offered a cheerful wave as they departed. Good night, Liat. The swiftness of the events left her speechless. She could only cast a helpless glance back, questioning, is he trying to keep me away from that place? She and the guard retreated, leaving Carmen's lonely figure behind, his gaze lingering on their receding forms. What are you hiding there, Your Grace? Liat wondered. The following morning, Liat Elheim basked in the sun beside a flower bed, a small lake shimmering behind her. Meline approached. Miss, she drew closer. Please don't sneak out at night anymore. The Duke scolded me severely. Guilt pricked at Liat, knowing Meline had borne the brunt of Carmen's displeasure. Yes, I understand, she replied softly. Suddenly, a voice called her name from afar. Liat. A smile bloomed on her face at the familiar sound. That voice. As the figure came into view, she exclaimed, Michael! Michael Birch approached, his form elegant in the sunlight, almost glowing against the backdrop of the garden. He reached her side, a playful tease in his voice. They say you've been frequenting this spot. Seems someone has taken a liking to the garden. Liat couldn't help but smile. Yes, I truly enjoy it here. The scenery is beautiful, and the air is so fresh. Pleased, Michael settled beside her. I'm glad you like it. His gaze fell upon a small sweet clutched in her hand. Curiosity tinged his voice. Is that candy? Duke Carmen gave it to me last night while I was on a walk, Liat explained. Michael chuckled. Is that so? He leaned closer, confiding. I suspect he intended to give it to you all along. No one else in the Birch family has a taste for sweets, Liat. Intrigued, Liat pressed further. Why? What do you mean? Michael offered a gentle explanation. My grandfather was fond of candy. He didn't particularly care for sweets himself, but he always kept some in his pockets. A realization dawned on Liat. Now that you mention it, the only Birch family members I've met are Michael and Your Grace. In her current memory, those two were the only ones she knew. There remained a mysterious, unseen figure. It was possible, then, that Michael's grandfather, Aaron Birch, was still alive. The servants never spoke of him, and there were no portraits or announcements of him within the mansion. Michael, noticing Liat's sudden silence, grew concerned. Liat, are you all right? You seem to have spaced out. Liat cautiously told him about what she had witnessed the previous night. Michael, she began, her voice soft, I heard a strange sound last night. At her words, he tilted his head, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A strange sound? She continued. It sounded like someone screaming, coming from a small villa behind the mansion. As she spoke, his gaze drifted to the side, a knowing look on his face that puzzled Liat. Michael. Suddenly, he stood, turning to her. Let's go, Liat. His abruptness caught her off guard. Go where? She asked, bewildered. Where? Michael offered her a small smile. He had decided to take her to the place from where she'd heard the scream. Are you curious about what's in that villa? I'll take you there. Meline immediately interjected. Young master, I don't think that's possible. She continued to dissuade him. It's dangerous there. I'm worried you'll get hurt. But Michael simply smiled, acknowledging her concern. Thank you for your worry, but this distrust saddens me. Meline, realizing she had overstepped, bowed her head in apology. Please forgive me. I was rude. He didn't blame her, understanding Meline's inherent caution. He gently extended a hand, helping her to rise. It's all right. I'll make sure Meline doesn't have to worry about anything. Michael gestured for Liat to follow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let's go, Liat. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she happily replied, Okay. The two of them slowly climbed the steps leading to the entrance of the white clock tower. Michael didn't forget to caution Liat. I hope you won't be too surprised when you go inside. Whatever happens, stay behind me. The torches emitted a dim light, but the air was still cold, and Liat felt it. It's so cold, she thought. Walking beside Michael, the chill began to seep into her bones. Her shoulders trembled slightly, the cold causing a flicker of fear to rise within her. What's in there? Liat wondered. Seeing her small shoulders shaking with apprehension, a warm hand settled on her shoulder. Michael's voice was gentle. Don't be afraid, Liat. I'm here. Michael's reassurance eased some of Liat's worry. She forced a smile, murmuring, Thank you. Suddenly, a sound reached them, drawing their attention. They turned their heads simultaneously, and the sight that greeted them startled Liat. It was a man, bound and restrained. A person. Liat was confused. Why is there a person locked in this dark, cold basement? Michael looked at the man with a mixture of sadness and resignation, then turned to her. Say hello to him, Liat. He then added, "That's my grandfather, Aaron Birch." Indeed, the man they were looking at was his grandfather. The man was tightly bound to a chair, his eyes hazy and unfocused. Upon hearing his name, Liat immediately recognized him. This person is Aaron Birch, the former head of the Birch family. Perhaps she hadn't expected their first meeting to be under such circumstances. She carefully observed Aaron's expression. The light had vanished from his red-rimmed eyes, and a low growl, almost animalistic, constantly rumbled in his throat. She wondered what had brought him to this state. As if sensing her thoughts, Michael spoke. "He's lost his mind." He then recounted what they had experienced. "Just a few weeks ago, he was still normal. We don't know the cause, and we don't know the cure. Normally, when someone goes mad, we have to deal with it quickly, but my father locked him up here." After he finished speaking, Liat approached Aaron, wanting to observe him more closely. Carefully observing, she noticed some prominent features, such as the numerous red blood vessels in his eyes and his fangs, elongated like those of a beast. Seeing these features, she froze, a dawning realization creeping into her mind. These symptoms are, initially, in the war initiated by the Birch family, the royal family and the Elheim family were very confident in meeting the challenge. However, once the war began, the Birch family crushed that confidence to pieces. If you were to ask them what they feared the most, they would answer, "In that battle, the person who frightened us the most was Michael Birch, the eyeless demon, the grim reaper of the battlefield." When they are powerless against that kind of force, and fear consumes their entire being, the prince asked, shaking a small canister filled with black powder. "Do you want to use this?" Worried they might not understand the powder's effects, he added, "Anyone who comes into contact with it will descend into madness and delirium. It will turn a person into a monster." Back then, the prince's plot to use the black powder on Michael Birch had failed, but at the same time, they also knew that a water spirit user had the ability to purify themselves of the powder. Liat looked at Aaron, pondering. In the past, the only person who possessed the black powder was the prince. Looking at Aaron's clearly unstable mental state, she speculated. Lord Aaron Birch coming into contact with the black powder must be his doing. Suddenly, Aaron's symptoms flared up. His hands trembled, straining against the chains that bound him, but to no avail. Growling, he cried out, "Liat!" Startled by the sudden mention of her name, Liat stumbled back a few steps. Outside, a servant panicked and called out, "Young master, are you all right?" Michael immediately stepped forward and embraced Liat, offering her support. Hearing the commotion, his servants rushed in. "Apologies for leaving. We just want to check on the noise outside." Seeing their worried expressions, Michael reassured them, "Hans, we're fine." Having just rushed in to find his master holding Liat, Hans replied somewhat distractedly, "Oh, that's good." Their gazes then fell curiously upon Liat. Hans remarked with interest, "The person with the young master. Could it be?" But faced with the two of them, Liat displayed no embarrassment or fear. Instead, she seemed dazed, her mind filled with questions. Under the weight of his servant's curiosity, Michael quickly intervened. "Don't stare like that. It's strange. Both of you, introduce yourselves to Liat." Obeying his command, they both bowed respectfully in unison. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi." The one with brown hair parted neatly to the side and amber eyes spoke first. "I'm Hans." The other, with sleek black hair and emerald green eyes, introduced himself. "I'm Mondre." Both of them smiled, their expressions earnest. "We are Lord Aaron's attendants. Lord Aaron took us and Meline into his home. Even though he's become like this, we can't abandon him. That's the kind of people we are. Even if he dies, we won't leave." Hearing this, Liat replied, slightly absent-mindedly, "I understand." Seeing her weary face, Michael asked with concern, "Liat, are you all right? You seem unwell." She forced a smile, replying awkwardly, "Oh, I'm fine. Just a little surprised," Liat speculated, "if the prince used that powder on Lord Aaron Birch." Thinking of Aaron's attendants, Hans and Andre, she thought, he must have used someone he trusted, which means one of these three is a spy. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, Prince Lucas Francis voiced his displeasure. Just one water spirit user is causing so much trouble. If I had known earlier, I should have lured her to the palace sooner. She's even living with those Birch family members. He frowned, destroying an entire city just to curse Michael Birch's eyes, and that damned curse has disappeared too. Hearing his displeased tone, a servant outside hesitated. Your Highness, you have a visitor. Already irritated and now interrupted, he scowled and snapped. Which idiot dares to come here without an appointment? Suddenly, the door opened, and Count Fitz fearfully ushered in the visitor. A tall figure followed behind him. He admonished Lucas, "Idiot, you're a bit too harsh." Seeing the newcomer, Lucas froze. The only person who could make even an arrogant prince like him wary was Michael's father. He smirked, adjusting his tie, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "This foolish Lord Carmen Birch wishes to have a few words with your Highness." Your Highness? The two locked eyes, the tension palpable. Prince Lucas was the first to break the silence. He let out a scornful laugh. "Have you regained your sharpness, Duke Birch? Having that water spirit user around has made you quite arrogant." Carmen Birch smiled, a touch of sarcasm lacing his tone. "Your Highness, perhaps it is you who has lost composure, having lost the girl." Struck by the pointed accuracy of the remark, Lucas's face darkened. "Carmen Birch," he threatened, his voice low, "I will not tolerate your insolence any longer." Unfazed, Carmen remained composed, as if discussing a trivial matter. "If you persist in sending letters demanding the child be handed over, then I, too, will cease to be lenient." As if to underscore his words, he tightened his grip on Count Fitz's hand, eliciting a cry of pain. He raised his own bandaged, still bleeding hand, his gentle features hardening into an icy mask. The message was clear. "Next time," he threatened, mirroring the prince's own menace, "it won't just be a hand that requires bandaging for whoever dares to send such a letter." Carmen's voice, warm yet chilling, served as a stark reminder. "Your Highness," he cautioned, "do not force me to resort to unpleasant measures." As a prince, Lucas naturally bristled at such words. His brow furrowed. "Are you threatening me?" he demanded. Carmen's smile returned, his expression softening, but a glint of disdain remained in his eyes. "How could I dare?" he demurred. "It was merely a small request." He bowed low. "I trust no further letters will arrive at the Birch family estate. Now, if you'll excuse me." "Your Highness." Without waiting for Lucas's dismissal, Carmen turned and left, a further demonstration of how little he, and by extension the Birch family, regarded the prince. The blatant disrespect ignited Lucas's fury. He barked his servant's name, his voice laced with a terrifying edge that made the man tremble. "Count Fitz!" Clutching his injured arm, Fitz responded fearfully, "Why, yes, Your Highness. Your Highness." A chilling smile spread across Lucas's face, as if contemplating a purge. "Perhaps," he mused, "I should teach that rude bastard a lesson. Order them to transfuse my blood to Aaron Birch." Meanwhile, back at the Birch estate, Liette sat quietly in her room, observing Meline as she worked. Watching Meline, Liette recalled the previous day's events. "Yesterday, Hans and Andre told me. They said, Master Aaron took us and Meline into his home. Even if he has become like this, we cannot abandon him." The memory caused Liette to glance at Meline again, a speculative look in her eyes. It's impossible that Master Aaron Birch would voluntarily expose himself to that powder. A servant close enough to Master Aaron Birch to avoid suspicion. The culprit can only be one of the three. As if sensing Liette's gaze, Meline turned. "Miss?" she inquired. Seeing Liette's distracted air, Meline approached, concern etched on her face. "You've seemed unwell ever since visiting that villa yesterday. Is something troubling you?" Liette looked down, a flicker of awkwardness in her expression. "It's nothing but..." Unable to ignore Liette's evident distress, Meline persisted. "If there's anything I can do to help, please tell me." Liette fell silent, lost in thought. Then, she looked up. "In that case, could I see Duke Carmen this afternoon?" Golden sunlight bathed the villa as Carmen Birch approached his father. "Father!" He raised the gun, pointing it directly at Aaron Birch's face. His voice was cold, yet tinged with sorrow. "That day, it has to come. We can't wait any longer." Then, his gaze softened, his expression momentarily faltering. Looking at his increasingly deranged father, Carmen remembered a time when the man had been vibrant and lucid. A brilliant duke, whose gaze was always forward, always there to protect him, the man who had been his role model. The memories caused Carmen to tremble. He couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. He couldn't bear it. Shaking, consumed by the fear of losing his father, he squeezed his eyes shut, as if trying to restrain himself himself to maintain his composure. He lowered the gun, his face etched with grief. "I'm sorry, father. It seems it's not time yet." Seeking out the Duke, Liat found him in the basement. Though she had witnessed his actions earlier, she remained silent. Carmen glanced at her. "We have a small guest today." As he spoke, a petite, slender figure emerged, her expression one of surprise. "I've been found." Liat approached him. "Good day, Duke Carmen," she said politely. "Meline told me not to come, but I have something important to discuss, so I took the liberty." A polite smile touched his lips. "Oh, my poor Meline." As she said, "I don't permit anyone to be present, not even guards like Andre and Hans." Uncertain whether he was pleased or displeased, Liat hummed softly. Realizing this might seem impolite, she quickly added, "I apologize." Her gaze drifted to the gun in Carmen's hand, then to Aaron, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. "However," she continued, "you need to know this." Meeting his gaze directly, she spoke frankly, "I can cure this illness." As her words hung in the air, a spark seemed to rekindle in Carmen's hollow eyes. "You say you can cure it?" he asked, astonishment lacing his voice. Liat didn't answer directly. "Do you trust me, Duke Carmen?" she countered. Carmen appeared momentarily flustered, but a smile quickly spread across his face, as if placing complete trust in her. "Yes, I trust our family's benefactor." "Thank you, Your Grace," she replied, relief evident in her tone. With Carmen's consent, Liat approached Aaron, who continued to growl and struggle against his restraints, creating a considerable commotion. Concerned for her safety, Carmen cautioned, "Liat, you shouldn't get too close. It's dangerous." But she responded calmly, "It's all right." Seconds later, Carmen watched, stunned, as Liat raised her hand, water coalescing around it. "It's fine," she reassured him, her focus unwavering. As if summoned by her will, the water responded, rustling and spreading outward. The power emanating from Liat quickly enveloped Aaron. The aquatic energy flowed gently into him. Liat focused, recalling ancient knowledge. In the past, the Elheim family discovered a method to purify this black powder, utilizing the ultimate water energy of a water spirit user. As she concentrated, the flow of water intensified, gradually dispelling the toxins and madness. As expected, the results were promising. Aaron's growl subsided, replaced by silence as he lowered his head, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. The treatment, however, was not complete. "I've only purified a portion," Liat explained, "so he's all right for now." Carmen still couldn't believe his eyes. "It can truly be cured?" Bewildered by her abilities, he asked, "I'm astonished. Can you explain?" Liat's gaze rested on Aaron as she explained his condition. "These symptoms are indicative of black powder poisoning." "Black powder?" Carmen questioned, perplexed. "When ordinary people come into contact with this powder," she explained, "they go mad and die within hours. Water spirit users are different. They only lose their sanity, gradually transforming into monsters." Carmen's suspicion deepened. "How do you know this?" he inquired. Liat hesitated, avoiding his gaze. "I once read about it in ancient texts, and this powder can only be purified by a powerful water spirit user." Looking at Carmen, she assured him, "I will do my best to restore the patriarch to his former self." As if reading her thoughts, Carmen asked, "So, you want me to refrain from killing him for now?" She didn't deny it. "Yes," she replied. Then, carefully observing him, she added, "Please don't let the attendants know." Surprise flickered across Carmen's face once more. He likely hadn't expected her to suspect any of the three. A wry smile touched his lips. "So, Liat also knows that someone my father took in betrayed him. Only Andre, Hans, or Meline could have poisoned my father." As if needing reassurance, Liat replied, "Yes, I haven't identified the culprit yet, but if they discover this, it will be troublesome." Understanding dawned on Carmen. "Yes," he said, "I promise." He looked at her with open delight, his expression radiating complete trust. "You understand this poison better than I do, so I will follow your wishes entirely." Carmen's trust filled Liat's round eyes with a mixture of joy and gratitude. "Thank you, Your Grace." But concerned for her safety, Carmen pondered, "However, I can't always escort you here to treat him, nor can I let you go alone." He looked her up and down, considering. The only person he could think of to protect her was. "Therefore, I will entrust you to a trustworthy bodyguard." And so, the next day arrived. At the same mansion, on the same cold staircase, Liat quietly descended each step. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Be careful on the stairs, Liat." A familiar hand appeared. She cried out happily at the sight of the handsome man before her. Michael, taking his hand, she asked, "So, you're the bodyguard?" Michael gripped her hand firmly in return. "Yes, for your safety, I will accompany and protect you." After walking for a while, they reached the place where Michael's grandfather, Aaron Birch, was confined. Approaching him, she instructed Michael, "Michael, please stand back." But worried about Liat's safety, Michael hesitated. But Liat, however, wasn't worried in the slightest. She had a plan. She turned to reassure him. "It's all right. I can handle this." As she spoke, she took a step closer to Aaron. "I just thought of this idea. I hope it works." Seeing Liat approach, Aaron glared at her. Suddenly, she broke out into a sweat, pulling something from her sleeve, thinking. With this, then, she held it out to Aaron. It was a piece of candy. Although just a simple sweet, it held a strangely powerful sway, giving Aaron pause. The moment he saw it, he quieted, no longer growling, his gaze fixed on the candy. With a soft bang, to her astonishment, he snatched the candy from Liat's hand and swallowed it whole. However, this was within her expectations. She softly praised him. "Yes, very good." Behind her, Michael, stunned by her unique method, asked awkwardly, How did you come up with this method, Liat?" Liat smiled, explaining, "You once mentioned he loved sweets, right?" Recalling the image of him enjoying sweets and tea, she voiced her speculation to Michael. "Although his mind is no longer stable, I believe this hobby must have become instinctual." Watching Aaron close his eyes, savoring the candy, she added, "It seems eating sweets helps him calm down. So, I'll purify him at this moment." As she spoke, she closed her eyes, preparing to use her power once more. Although she knew Aaron likely couldn't hear her, she still offered words of encouragement. "Please do your best, former patriarch." Michael witnessed her every expression. Seeing her efforts, he couldn't understand why she was doing this. Seeking answers, he called her name. "Liat." "Yes," she replied. With a yearning to understand, he asked, "You are our benefactor. Even if you just stood by and watched, we would protect you and treat you well. Why bother with all this?" "Well," Liat opened her mouth, the answer seemingly already formed in her mind. She quickly replied, "Because former patriarch Aaron is a very important person to the Birch family. I don't want everyone to be sad because of him." Hearing her answer, a warmth spread through Michael, coloring his cheeks. After channeling her power to Aaron for a long time, Liat felt the need to rest. "Let's stop here for today," she said, withdrawing her power. At this rate of treatment, she voiced her speculation to Michael, it might take another week to completely purify the black powder. Finishing, she reminded him of their previous task. Before that, we need to find the person who poisoned him with the black powder. Liat wondered, why was he so obsessed with the black powder? Strolling through the garden, her thoughts wandered. There are many ways to use that thing. If it was used secretly for a long time, then... Suddenly, a bold thought struck her. Should I go to his room to look for clues? With that, Liat looked around, trying to orient herself. A little helplessly, she muttered, "Which way should I go?" Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing her attention. "Where are you going?" Liat turned at the sound, her gaze falling upon the handsome man who always wore a smile and seemed perpetually concerned for her well-being. Surprise colored her voice as she spoke his name. "Michael." Then, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, she wondered aloud, "Have you been here all along?" Michael's smile widened. "No, I was at the Rose Tower and saw you, so I hurried down here." In truth, Michael's hurried down here wasn't entirely accurate. The moment he'd spotted her, "Oh, it's Liat," he'd practically vaulted over the railing, his descent faster than Romeo pursuing Juliet. From an ordinary person's perspective, it might have seemed unusual, but for Michael, it was nothing out of the ordinary. He beamed at her. "Are you taking a walk?" Liat hesitated. "Well, I was thinking about something, and I also wanted to go somewhere else." Intrigued, he asked, "And that place is?" A shy blush crept up her cheeks as she stammered, "I want to find some evidence about that matter. So, I thought, if I searched the former patriarch's room, then could I go in?" Her bashful demeanor brought a smile to Michael's lips. He reached out, his large hand gently ruffling her soft hair. His gaze softened as he replied, "Of course. You can go anywhere in this mansion." His tone grew increasingly affectionate. "You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want, Liat." A warmth spread through her chest. "Well, thank you." A short while later, they arrived at the door to the former patriarch's room. "This is his room," Michael announced. Together, they opened the door and stepped inside. Aaron's room was simply furnished, dominated by shades of tea brown. Yet, it wasn't gloomy. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the room in a warm glow. "Feel free to explore until you're satisfied," Michael offered. "There's nothing forbidden here." He continued, "He lost his mind about a year ago." Liat stepped further into the room. "If that's the case, then he hasn't used this place for a long time. But the room is very clean, isn't it?" She glanced around. "Has anyone touched anything here since then?" Michael shook his head. "No, not really." Liat's eyes fell upon a collection of ancient-looking books on a shelf. "Are those antique books?" she wondered aloud. "I've never seen anything like them in Elheim." Driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, a longing to read them filled her. "Michael," she asked, "could I borrow this book? I've always wanted to read it." "Certainly," Michael replied generously. However, she found herself just shy of reaching the desired volume. "But," she began, a hint of frustration in her voice. "But I can't reach it." He chuckled, finding her struggles endearing. "Liat," he said, "let me help you." His long fingers reached for the shelf, guided by the direction of her small, pointing finger. In a moment, he retrieved the book she desired. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Liat turned, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at Michael. Seeing her adorable, slightly bewildered expression again, his hand still resting on the shelf, he coincidentally found himself in a cabinet-like pose. He teased, "Oh, what's that expression?" Liat blinked. "What expression?" Michael's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Your cheeks are red, or am I imagining things?" However, it seemed Michael wasn't imagining things. Liat gazed at him silently, her lips slightly parted in a subtly seductive manner, her legs unconsciously taking a step closer. Then, like a small kitten, she embraced Michael. Before he could react to the surprise, he found himself genuinely attacked. Though he was inwardly delighted, Michael struggled to maintain his composure. "Liat, why so suddenly?" he asked hesitantly. His words trailed off, his mind momentarily captivated by her flushed face. Liat looked up at him, her eyes shining like the night sky. "I wanted to do that because I like you," she confessed, her voice soft. Her words, coupled with her expression, left Michael momentarily dazed. Perhaps he hadn't expected his feelings to be reciprocated. Seeing him spacing out, she asked, "Is it strange?" But Michael's face broke into a wide, joyful smile. "No," he replied, his voice filled with an emotion he couldn't quite articulate. "Not at all." Michael's hand reached out swiftly. "But if you want to do something," in moments his hand cupped her cheek. Michael leaned closer to Liat, his voice soft, questioning. "Then how about this?" She flinched slightly, just as their lips were a finger's breadth apart. Then a voice broke the spell. A servant peeked in from the doorway, worry etched on his face. I'm sorry." It was Andre, his face flushed crimson. He remained hidden behind the door, his voice shy. "Please don't mind me. Just continue." The sudden interruption disturbed them both. Liat glanced towards the door. "Is that Andre?" "I guess so," Michael replied, forcing a smile. Perhaps, in that moment, 7,749 ways to torment the servant were flashing through his mind. He sent a silent, menacing greeting to Andre. "Andre, prepare yourself." Then, turning back to Liat, she asked, "Why is Andre here and not Meline?" Michael answered, "The three of them, Meline, Andre, and Hans, take turns cleaning this place." Hearing his explanation, she simply hummed in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. Suddenly, Liat's gaze was drawn to something across the room. Looking at the jars filled with colorful sweets, she asked, "Michael, what's that?" He replied, "Oh, that's his candy jar. He likes sweets." Seeing her approach and examine the jars, he added, "Even though my father told him not to eat them anymore because they're bad for his health, he still hoards them like this and eats a few every day." Liat curiously opened one of the candy jars. Recalling Aaron's fondness for sweets, she picked up a piece and examined it, thinking, "Oh, right. If he likes sweet things, and he usually eats a lot of candy every day." Her expression suddenly became tense. Then, if they used that trick, it wouldn't arouse suspicion, making him addicted to that powder. Lost in thought, she abruptly called out, "Michael." "What?" he responded, turning to face her. Liat's face had darkened, her expression serious. "I need to see the former patriarch." That very night, they arrived at the mansion. But upon reaching the mansion's entrance, Liat stopped Michael from accompanying her inside. "Let me go alone from here." Michael looked at her with concern, but she met his gaze, her voice firm. I need to confirm something. Please trust me and wait for me. Hearing her request, Michael smiled. Yes, I trust you. She then ascended the stairs, her figure dwarfed by the imposing doors. From inside, she called out, Andre, are you there? Hearing her voice, Andre opened the door, surprised to see her at such a late hour. Miss, why are you here? He asked, his voice laced with worry. Liette looked at him earnestly. There's something I want to ask you, Andre. She explained about the cleaning of the former patriarch's room. Michael said that you, Hans, and Meline take turns cleaning the former patriarch's room. Is that right? Andre replied honestly, yes, that's correct. Then, she produced the black candy she had found in Aaron's room. This candy was in his room. Do you know anything about it? Andre's expression shifted, a flicker of realization in his eyes. That's Liette, descended into the basement. Why didn't I think of this sooner? She berated herself. Her footsteps echoed heavily as she made her way down the stairs. Memories of the past surfaced, of the Birch family at war with Elheim and the royal family. All the answers are there, she thought. As she walked, another memory surfaced. Back then, Lord Carmen must have ended the former patriarch's life with his own hands. He probably thought it was the only way to save his father. The image of roaring flames consuming the royal palace flashed through her mind. Then, the realization of former patriarch Danon's madness dawned on the Birch family. Meline, her amber eyes tinged with crimson. Andre, his gaze cold and distant. But besides them, there was one more person who hadn't been mentioned, an unnamed figure. As Liette thought about this unnamed figure, the image of Hans's back flashed before her eyes. Liette's gaze fixed coldly on him. Hans, I know nothing about this person. Seeing her, Hans approached, asking caringly, Miss, what are you doing here so late? She replied, I came to check on the former patriarch. Is his condition still as dire as before? Hans answered her while subtly blaming Andre. Yes, there's still no improvement, but I'm sure you met Andre on your way here. Let me go reprimand him for letting you come alone. Hearing him mention Andre, she inquired, Are Hans and Andre close? Hans replied cheerfully, Yes, ever since Lord Aaron saved us, we've been serving him together. We've been together for quite some time. Hearing the word serve, she asked sarcastically, was he serving him poison with his food? At this, he responded, Andre is in charge of the food, not me. Is there something wrong with the food? Hearing him ask, she pulled something from her pocket. No, there's actually nothing wrong with his food, she said. It's this candy. She extended her hand, revealing the candy she had taken from Aaron's room. The Birch family's former patriarch. Seeing the candy in Liette's hand, he flinched, his body stiffening. She frowned, saying this was in Aaron's room. Then, looking at Hans, who was avoiding her gaze, she asked, Do you know something? He immediately stammered, I've never seen that before. Hans's expression clearly betrayed him. Liette stated sternly, Are you still stubbornly denying it? She spoke to him in a low voice. Hans, it was you who brought this to the Birch mansion and poisoned the former patriarch with the black powder. As she spoke, she recalled Andre's words from a few minutes prior, when he had looked at the candy in her hand and said, This is the type of candy that Hans picked out and brought personally. He had added, The black candies are rare, so I remember it clearly. Even after Lord Aaron fell ill, Hans continued to feed him this candy directly. Returning to the present, Liette spoke to Hans, her voice filled with anger and indignation. Because you were afraid his condition would improve, you continued to feed him the candy laced with the black powder. Then, she presented him with the most convincing evidence. We found many similar candies in your room. Hearing Liette say this, Hans could no longer deny it. He turned to flee, in his hand, a vial containing something. She panicked. What is he planning to do? Is he going to give him that solution? No, Liette cried out, just as she was about to chase after him. A figure swiftly appeared from behind. The person rushed forward, grabbed Hans by the collar, and quickly pinned him to the ground. Seeing his arrival, she froze. Michael gave a wry smile. However, he had a reason for following her. He said, I followed you in case you ran into danger. Sorry for breaking my promise. Fearing Liette might scold his son, Duke Carmen also stepped forward from behind to speak up for him. Indeed, Liette, he explained to her, I couldn't stand by and watch someone important to me be in danger. Seeing him there, she exclaimed in surprise, Duke Carmen, why are you here? Hearing her question, he replied, I heard from Michael, worried something bad might happen. I came, having never been shown such concern before. Liat felt a warmth bloom in her chest, stronger than anything she had ever known. Worried, both Michael and the Duke were worried about me. I've never felt so warm in Elheim. She smiled, saying, "Thank you both." Seeing her smile, the Duke was also pleased and said, "You're welcome." Then he walked towards Hans, his tone turning icy. Finally, his blood-red eyes becoming frightening, he chuckled coldly, grabbing Hans by the hair and pulling him back. The rat finally shows its true face. Michael searched Hans and found a vial filled with a red liquid. He asked curiously, "What is this?" He held up the vial. "Poison? But the Birch family is immune to poison." Seeing the shimmering red inside, Michael asked with some doubt, "Could it be someone's blood?" Hearing his wonderings, Liat speculated, "Perhaps it reacts differently after coming into contact with the black powder." Then she quickly walked over to tend to Aaron. She said urgently, "Let me heal him first. We'll interrogate him later." Hearing this, Michael asked her if she could completely heal him. She simply raised her hand, gesturing towards Aaron, and stated with certainty, "Today, I might be able to fully restore him." With these words, she gathered power in her palms, and aquamarine energy gradually enveloped Aaron. "Wake up!" As the water swirled within him, Aaron stirred, consciousness flickering back to life. Liat focused intently, summoning the healing magic of the water, letting the cool streams wash over Aaron's entire body. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Carmen exclaimed, "What is that?" Hearing his startled cry, Liat quickly reassured him. "Please calm down, Your Grace. From now on, I will use water magic to heal him." She concentrated, knowing the only way to remove the black powder was to bring the water magic directly to it, to cleanse it from his system. Gathering more water, she enveloped Aaron from head to toe. "If this is the case, I will surround his entire body with water energy." His face submerged, Aaron choked and coughed, sputtering against the sudden inundation. Liat panicked at the sight, but didn't dare release her hold, instead offering words of comfort. "Please hold on," she pleaded, her brow furrowed in fierce determination. "I will definitely save you." After a while, his struggles ceased, his body relaxing somewhat. The swirling water at his feet calmed. Beside him, Liat maintained the flow of healing energy. He seemed to gradually accept the water's embrace, closing his eyes and allowing it to surround him, to mend him. Immersed in the aquamarine glow, Aaron slowly relaxed. Then, as the water magic dissipated, Aaron slowly stood. Before the astonished onlookers, Carmen stared, pupils wide with shock, his voice an uncontrollable tremble. He can stand?" Michael, too, watched Aaron with worried eyes. "Father, are you all right?" Liat tentatively asked, "Are you feeling okay?" Seeing Aaron truly open his eyes, Carmen cried out emotionally, "Father!" Aaron touched his face in wonder, disbelief coloring his voice. Where am I? Didn't I die from that illness?" He rubbed his eyes, still struggling to comprehend. "What is going on?" Before he could finish, Liat caught his attention. Aaron looked at her questioningly. "Who is this girl?" Hearing the question, Liat hesitated slightly. As his composure returned, recognition dawned. "This is water magic. Is someone from the Elheim family here?" At his words, she didn't know how to respond. Carmen began to introduce her. "This girl," Aaron suddenly roared in anger. "Send her back at once. Carmen Birch." His voice rose, sharp with fury. "Have you forgotten how your mother died? I will never accept anyone from Elheim in this house." Aaron's sharp words startled Liat, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Michael stepped behind her, his brow furrowed, rising to her defense. No matter what you say, I won't let Liat go anywhere." Carmen hadn't expected his father to want her gone, not when Liat had just. He stammered, startled and flustered. "What are you saying, father?" Liat lowered her head, concealing her expression. "No," she began, drawing Michael's attention. Liat placed a hand on her chest and bowed. "Just as the former patriarch said, I am not a member of the Birch family, so I will leave immediately." Michael and Carmen spoke at once, trying to stop her. "Liat, wait, it's not like that." Michael explained. Carmen added, "We won't let you leave." Liat awkwardly averted her gaze, unable to meet their eyes. "I can't ruin your family relationship." With that, she lifted her skirts and ran, leaving Michael stunned. Liat, panicked, Michael started to say, "Don't," preparing to chase after her, but Aaron grabbed his arm, his voice a furious bellow. "What are you doing, Michael?" Michael snatched his arm away, whirling to scold his grandfather. "What are you saying, grandfather? You drove away Liat, our benefactor. It was Liat who used all her power to heal you." At this truth, Aaron was speechless. He asked, shocked, "What?" "That girl healed me. Suddenly, a throbbing pain pulsed in his head. Fragmented memories flickered through his mind, followed by the fleeting image of a girl's face. It was Liat, her expression worried as she spoke words he now recalled. "I will save you." Aaron realized she was his benefactor, the one who had just rescued him. He sighed in disbelief, his hand rising to his forehead as he muttered in self-reproach. "What have I done?" Elsewhere, under the same gray sky, Liat walked slowly along a stone path. She paused before the garden, her solitary figure a picture of sadness and resentment. Lowering her head, she thought bitterly, "He despises me, and rightfully so." Liat understood the long-standing animosity between their families. Closing her eyes, she accepted the reality of the situation. After a moment of reflection, she lifted her gaze to the somber sky above. Standing alone in the vastness of the estate, utterly isolated, she thought with a pang of sorrow, "I don't belong anywhere." Suddenly, a single drop of water landed on her face, followed by a cascade of others. She looked up, letting the rain wash over her, her own tears mingling with the downpour. Then, a voice called out from behind her, "Liat, wait!" Michael came running through the rain, stopping beside her, panting for breath. Liat, surprised, called out his name. "Michael!" He hurriedly grasped her hand, as if to stop her from leaving. Before she could speak, he gently pulled her into an embrace, taking her completely by surprise. He whispered, "Don't go." Standing in the rain, he confessed his feelings. "You are my benefactor. I swear, I will protect you for the rest of my life." Michael's words and the unexpected embrace left Liat frozen, unsure how to react. Her eyes widened in surprise. After a long moment, she closed them, a wave of joy washing over her face. Releasing her, Michael gazed intently into her eyes and said resolutely, "No matter what he says, you have the right to stay here." Just then, an unfamiliar voice interrupted Michael mid-sentence. "Wait, benefactor girl, wait." Aaron and Carmen rushed towards them. Aaron looked at Liat apologetically, much to her surprise. "Former patriarch?" In the pouring rain, the three stood in silence, Michael casting a weary glance at his grandfather. Liat awkwardly turned her face away and said sadly, "I'm truly sorry. I'll leave the Birch Mansion immediately." But Aaron quickly interrupted her, his eyes filled with remorse. "No." He lowered his head and said softly, "I am the one who should apologize. I rashly judged you, even though you saved me. Please forgive my words." Liat hadn't expected a personal apology from the former patriarch. Aaron continued, expressing his regret. "Just now, I remembered. You exhausted yourself to save me. You not only saved these old bones, but you also saved my grandson." He spoke with sincerity. "I am incredibly grateful." Liat looked up at him, surprised and confused, unsure how to respond. Without waiting for her reply, Aaron continued, "Therefore, I will allow you to stay here to repay this life-saving grace." Stunned, Liat froze, speechless. Lowering her head, still seemingly in disbelief, she asked again, "Can I really stay here?" She looked up, her face flushed with emotion, her eyes shimmering with tears of relief and gratitude. Aaron's eyes widened slightly, then he smiled kindly and nodded. "Of course, if you wish, you can stay here for the rest of your life." Suddenly, Liat's eyelids fluttered closed. A strange sensation overwhelmed her, and she collapsed. Seeing this, Michael and Aaron cried out in panic. "Liat!" The rain had passed, leaving glittering droplets clinging to the leaves. A warm, sunny day dawned on the Birch Mansion. Liat lay in bed, Michael sitting beside her, watching over her. Behind them stood Aaron and the physician. After his examination, the physician addressed the small group. "Fortunately," he began, "her health hasn't suffered any major impact." He continued, "It seems the young lady collapsed due to overuse of her abilities, coupled with a great deal of mental strain. With some rest, she should be fine." Carmen thoughtfully stroked his chin at this news. Michael held her hand, whispering, "Why did you push yourself so hard?" Liat stirred slightly. Suddenly, someone arrived at the door, calling out, "Master, everything." Carmen quickly responded, "Enter." The Birch family's butler stepped inside and reported, "I have something to report to you." Carmen looked surprised, his hand pausing mid-stroke as he frowned. "What is it?" Olaf replied, "A letter from the royal palace. It seems they've heard news of Lord Aaron's awakening. Aaron lowered his head, his gaze drifting away, his expression extremely unpleasant. They know the assassination attempt failed, huh? I knew how they would react. The butler continued. Furthermore, the rain yesterday seems to have fallen not only on the Birch Mansion, but across the entire empire. It appears to have been caused by this young lady's abilities. At these words, both Aaron and Carmen jumped in shock. Aaron looked at Liat, lying in bed with her eyes closed, and said in disbelief, "That girl used that much power?" Just then, Liat began to stir, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Seeing her awake, Michael stood up happily, unable to contain his relief. "Liat, you're awake," he exclaimed. Liat tiredly and weakly called his name. "Michael." She slowly propped herself up, sitting up in bed, and asked, "Michael, what happened?" Michael explained, "You suddenly fainted, so we brought you here." Worried that Liat might strain herself, Michael advised, "Just rest in bed for now." Carmen added, "They said you used a lot of power. Are you all right? If you feel any pain or anything, be sure to tell us." Hearing Carmen's concern, Liat felt apologetic and spoke politely and gently. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Michael smiled faintly, seemingly relieved of his earlier worries. "We were worried when you fainted," she asked, surprised. With that, she looked in Aaron's direction. Caught at her gaze, he flustered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Carmen cleared his throat, rescuing his father from the awkward silence. "Ahem." Then, Carmen smiled broadly, his face radiating satisfaction. "If you're still uncomfortable with that old man, I can use my authority as the head of the family to exile him." Michael chimed in with his father. "Exactly. We'll have him live outside, so you can happily live with us." Liat panicked, explaining, "What are you two talking about?" Aaron cleared his throat, trying to get Liat's attention, but even then, his voice was hesitant. "Are you feeling better? Perhaps you need more rest. If I'm making you uncomfortable, just say so. I'll stand outside so as not to disturb you." Liat was slightly stunned that the proud former patriarch would humble himself so. An amused smile touched her lips. She asked, with a hint of laughter in her voice, "But the former patriarch has just recovered from his illness. Is he okay?" Seeing Liat's concern in return, something Aaron hadn't expected, he was deeply moved. His eyes welled up as if he might cry, his voice choked with emotion. "I'm fine," he said sincerely. "Knowing you're safe, I'm happy." The royal palace, now evening. Inside, Queen Teresa strode down a corridor, her aura pressing down on the servants lining the walls. "Get out of the way," she commanded. A short-haired maid standing nearby, hearing the queen's sharp voice, fearfully huddled to one side. The male servants also dared not look up, only bending low, opening doors, and striving to maintain calm expressions as they announced, "Her Majesty, the Queen." Upon entering the room, she immediately called out the prince's name. "Lucas." Lucas was stunned. His eyes widened, his expression shifting. "Mother, what are you doing here?" She sneered. "Son, haven't you heard the news?" Queen Teresa furrowed her brow deeply, a look of displeasure twisting her features. "The rumor that the old man of the Birch family, Aaron, has returned to life and is living healthily in their mansion has reached my ears." Her expression grew increasingly unpleasant as she scolded Lucas. Upset, he lowered his head to hide his face, but still angrily gritted his teeth. "My plan was perfect. It was only that Elhim bastard who interfered," he exclaimed. But she didn't seem to care about his words, her face still a mask of displeasure. She calmly replied, I trust this wasn't the only plan you devised, was it?" Lucas reluctantly answered, "There is another method." His expression became gloomy and uncertain, his eyes wide with a dangerous and frightening look. With conviction, Lucas declared, "This time, I will definitely destroy the Birches completely." Hearing Lucas's words, Teresa spoke seriously. "Ensure it is thoroughly done this time." She warned Lucas before leaving, "Don't disappoint me." After Teresa departed, Lucas, dissatisfied with his mother's words, clearly displayed his displeasure. He thought determinedly, "So what if the assassination failed? This time it will definitely succeed. Even that Elhim bastard won't be able to do anything." As he thought, he cursed Liat. Then, a thought suddenly struck him, and he asked with a smile, mentioning the person's name, "Count Fidus," he asked coldly to the person behind him, "have you received any news regarding the task given to Hans?" Seeing Lucas ask, Fidus respectfully bowed deeply and replied, yes. Although the plan failed this time, I received a letter reporting that the matter has been taken care of. Lucas's face was now filled with murderous intent as he frighteningly whispered, it's been done, huh? Birch, your time is running out. The scene shifted to the garden of the Birch family mansion. In a corner of the garden, under the gentle sunlight, a tea party was being held. Aaron and Carmen were drinking tea and chatting. Suddenly, someone gently approached, and a voice called out, hello everyone. It seems everyone is here. Liat and Michael appeared radiantly, hand in hand, their faces warm. Seeing her arrival, Aaron and Carmen stood up simultaneously. Unexpectedly, Liat, Michael's grandfather, asked her caringly, are you feeling better, child? Hearing this, Liat quickly replied, yes, I'm feeling much better. As she spoke, she looked at his constantly worried expression and cleverly thought, Grand Duke, the former patriarch seems too cautious. Could he still be worried about what happened before? Liat quickly asked Aaron, was the Grand Duke, are you feeling better since recovering from your illness? She asked gently. Hearing this, Aaron replied, I am feeling quite relieved. Thank you for your concern, he politely replied. At that moment, Carmen smiled and praised Liat. It's all thanks to you, Rue. Hearing the name Rue, she curiously asked him, why Rue? Seeing her ask, Carmen sensitively replied, I took it from a language of a small country where my mother once lived. It symbolizes things that are lovely, humble, and radiant. Hearing the meaning of the name he had given her, Liat felt flattered and warmly happy. Then Michael teased his father. Whenever father likes something, he calls it Rue. She secretly and joyfully clenched her hand tightly. Surrounded by those who loved her, Liat joyfully thought, is this happiness? Suddenly noticing the somewhat silent atmosphere, Liat spoke. This teacup is beautiful, Carmen replied. I thought you needed your own teacup, so I bought it for you. Hearing this, she was somewhat surprised, stunned for a moment. At this moment, her eyes held only happiness, secretly grateful for everything everyone had done for her. Liat held the specially prepared teacup and softly replied, thank you for the teacup and the name. It's truly too much for me. A hand reached out from beside her, caressing the sparkling earrings she wore. His face, full of indulgence, gazed at her as he continued, these are all things you deserve. Liat warmly and happily leaned against the shoulder of the man she trusted. Thank you, Michael. Michael, too, was pleased by her reliance on him. Witnessing this scene, Michael's father spoke. My son is right. We want to give you everything you've never had. Then he asked Liat, is there anything else you wish for? You could do anything you want. Carmen added. Suddenly faced with such a question, Liat sat dazed, thinking, what do I want? She considered the peaceful but happy scene and murmured to herself, I wish this moment could last forever. From where he sat, Michael suddenly turned his gaze towards Liat, his beautiful red eyes showing a hint of magic, as if he had read her mind. The thought flitted through her own, I want to experience it in my own way. Then, she voiced her wish to everyone. I want to paint. Liat politely raised her voice and asked again, is that all right? Seeing her interest in painting, Carmen shared, painting? That could be a wonderful hobby. I'll have Malin prepare everything you need, and then you can paint to your heart's content. Thank you. Liat was as excited as a child. Seeing her so happy, Michael curiously asked, I wonder what your first painting will be. It's bound to be magnificent. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she said, speaking of which. She turned to Michael and asked, where's Malin? I haven't seen her all day. Michael, beside her, very casually propped his chin. Malin is busy in the basement right now. Under Liat's curious gaze, he continued, she's interrogating Hans. Carmen lifted his teacup for a sip and said, during the process, he confessed that he was working under His Highness the Prince. Then, he couldn't help but add helplessly, however, no matter how Malin and Andre interrogate him, they can't force him to reveal what he did at the Birch Mansion before he was exposed. He fell silent, sipping his tea. Back at the Elheim family mansion, within the Duke's office, Duke Elheim sat solemnly in his chair. Standing opposite him was Emilis, who stood respectfully and said, Father, I have something to ask you. The Duke calmly replied, speak. Given permission, Emilis immediately spoke, a hint of worry in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he began, recently, there has been heavy rain across the empire. I felt my water, elemental energy, gradually being drained in the rain. He couldn't help but feel tense, remembering the confused feeling and his brief loss of composure. And, Emilus recalled, he had turned to the person beside him at the time to confirm, and the sight that met his eyes was Wyman staring blankly and absent-mindedly into space, as if unable to believe what was happening. Emilus continued, I wasn't the only one who felt this way. Breaking free from the stream of memories, he immediately fixed his gaze on the Duke and asked, Father, did you feel it too? Meeting his eldest son's intense gaze, the Duke replied, then closed his eyes and softly sighed. Yes, that's right. Emilus paused for a moment. It was something he had already guessed, even if he didn't want to. So, could it be because Liat left Elheim that this happened? Perhaps. The Duke could only offer a brief, helpless reply. Emilus continued, still worried. Then, if our water elemental energy completely disappears somewhere. The conversation continued, a dark and overwhelming figure appearing. What should we do? The face hidden in the darkness was gradually revealed by the light. Reynard's emotionless eyes stared ahead, his plans unknown. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow across the room. At this moment, Liat sat before a vanity, Malin brushing her hair from behind. She thought, confused, I overslept again. Liat thought dreamily, hazily. Ever since I came here, I feel like I've been sleeping more. It wasn't like this back in Elheim. Does this mean I feel more comfortable here? After arranging the final details, Malin gently leaned forward and asked, Milady, you're going for a walk with the young master and the lord today, correct? The maid's question brought her fully back to consciousness. It's less of a walk and more of an observation, Malin, gently stroking and readjusting a few strands of hair from behind. Malin's lips curved slightly, a faint helplessness in her eyes. The two fathers care for and respect each other, but they always keep a certain distance. The situation is always so difficult. Liat's heart was filled with genuine joy and gratitude for Aaron. I'm truly happy to see this change. Indeed, only Milady could create such a difference. Liat, unsure of what to say, gently replied, Thank you. Looking at the sets of colors and paint brushes in the distance, she smiled and said, Have you decided what you're going to paint? She looked at the mirror, but her gaze drifted towards a familiar figure in the distance. Golden hair sparkling in the dim light, red eyes like rubies, every line sharp, a charmingly confident smirk playing on his lips. In that moment, she felt imprisoned by that glittering gaze, brilliant as fireworks, beautiful enough to be deeply imprinted in her mind, impossible to dispel. Her lips curved upwards involuntarily, a faint blush rising in her cheeks as she thought of the figure in her mind. A secret, but I promise I'll let you know later. Seeing her mistress's smile, Malin seemed to have read her mind, chuckling softly. Yes, I'll wait. I'm truly looking forward to seeing your painting. Liat replied happily. Rest assured, I'll finish it soon and let you see. Malin, suddenly, as if remembering something, she raised her voice, referring to their interrogation of Hans. Malin, about what happened afterwards. As she gently fastened a necklace around Liat's neck, Malin replied, her voice calm but serious. Yes, we've identified the liquid Hans was carrying, Liat immediately asked. It was a shimmering red. Is it proof that the prince was involved in harming Aaron Birch? She lowered her head slightly, her voice turning cold. When we tried to mix that blood with the black powder, the powder strongly catalyzed and immediately exploded. A coldness gripped her heart as she continued, trying to convey her speculation to Malin. If that's the case, the act of letting the Grand Duke come into contact with that was meant for assassination. Malin, standing behind her, obediently replied, Yes, that's right. Thinking of the past, a flicker of sadness crossed Liat's eyes. Malin leaned down, placing her left hand over her right breast in a gesture of gratitude, surprising Liat. Please accept my thanks, milady, for saving the life of someone so important to us. Liat shook her head, gently waving her hand. I only did what was right. Now, the people important to the Birch family are also important to me. Malin smiled sincerely, perhaps feeling lucky to serve the right person. Milady, she inadvertently tightened her hand, asking again, but aside from this, do you know anything else? Hearing Liat's question, Malin grasped her chin, thinking. Speaking of which, according to Andre, Hans kept saying midnight tonight, all morning. Something sprung up in Liat's mind, a creeping unease that brought back memories of her past life. Her face paled, the thought shocking her. Could the fire from the past be happening today? Just then, a knock came at the door. Liat, it's me, Michael. He opened the door and walked in, a radiant smile on his face, eager to see his beloved. "I've come to get you. Are you ready?" Taking the hint, Malin gradually retreated towards the door, leaving first. "Then I'll excuse myself." Michael, oblivious to anyone else, his eyes only on Liat, happily approached her. "You look beautiful today, Liat." But Liat didn't reply happily. Lost in thought, she didn't even look up, pensively gazing at her dress, a sense of unease settling upon her. Michael stopped, his smile fading. "Liat." A flicker of worry crossed his voice. He quickly approached her, hastily but gently asking, "You don't look well. Is something wrong?" Liat finally noticed Michael's presence and lifted her head. Michael, her eyes couldn't hide the worry, confusion, and contemplation swirling within her. "If I told you the Birch Mansion will catch fire, would you believe me?" A chaotic whirlwind of thoughts spun in her mind, leaving her confused and disoriented. As the tumultuous thoughts continued to surge, Michael's gentle, warm voice softly drew her back. "Liat." He knelt on one knee, eye to eye, allowing her to see his sincerity and certainty, a steadfast presence, always there. "No matter what happens, I'll be by your side, and I believe you." He offered a soft smile, reassuring her, secretly conveying his sincerity and trust. "So I hope that from now on, you won't worry about anything on your own. Because I'm here. If you need me, you'll always have my help." The reliability in his words and the certainty in his voice surprised her, her worries seemingly lessening. Then he gently lifted her hand, as if cherishing a precious gem, his lips touching her palm in a soft kiss, his voice gentle and earnest. "Please tell me, Liat." Dazed, bewildered, and warmed, she spoke his name. "Michael." Liat closed her eyes, her thoughts growing gentler. "That's right, this isn't Elheim." Images flashed through her mind, memories of those who had stood up for her, who had been there for her in the past. "Here, I have people I need to protect, and they always trust me." She took a breath and slowly said, "Perhaps what I'm about to say is absurd." But hesitation gave way to determination. Her eyes met Michael's, filled with worry and unavoidable tension. "Tonight at midnight, the Birch Mansion might catch fire." Michael asked, shocked. "Fire? Could it be because of Hans?" Her gaze fixed on his warm hand. She nodded. "Yes, Hans has been lurking around the Birch Mansion, so it's very likely he'll do something." As she spoke, Liat slightly lowered her eyes, revealing her plans. "I also have a hunch that something will happen today, so I plan to carefully examine the surroundings during our walk." Michael pursed his lips, looking directly at her, his wine-red eyes thoughtfully considering something. He slightly smiled, slowly stood up, and said, "If there's a fire, it will be very dangerous. We need to check as soon as possible." Michael gently grasped her hand, a polite and gentle smile gracing his lips. "Let's go. We'll report to my father and grandfather. Then the two of us will go and investigate." Hearing his firm decision, Liat suddenly paused for a few seconds, weakly asking, "Do you believe me?" The birch heir smiled, reaching out to gently touch her cheek, nodding. "Of course I promised." His tenderness successfully melted her scarred heart, happy tears shimmering in Liat's eyes. A while later, in a small forest within the birch estate, Michael and 3 others hurried along a gravel path. Carmen, unable to contain her curiosity, finally asked, "Reynard, how do you think Hans will start the fire?" Liat turned her head, politely offering her speculation. "Perhaps he'll use ancient magic." Given the royal family's actions, this assumption wasn't difficult to make. The prince had repeatedly tried to harm the Birch family using that method, so perhaps he would do so again. Although she knew he might attack, a sense of unease lingered. Liat pondered the curse on Michael's eyes, almost certain it required a magical medium to work. But before she could consider more clues, they arrived at a lush green lawn, a stark contrast to the gravel path they had traversed. Aaron announced, "We're here." Before them lay a large lake nestled within the small forest, its surface crystal clear, devoid of even a single fallen leaf, the surrounding air noticeably cooler. He gestured towards the large lake, explaining, "Hans has been lurking in many suspicious places around the estate, but according to reports, this is where he's been seen most often. Scouts even reported seeing him swimming in this lake." Liat nodded. "That's an important clue, but I need more specific information." She approached the water's edge, murmuring, "Let me see." She gently stepped onto the bank, not content with mere observation. Liat intended to step into the water itself. Though the lake wasn't particularly deep, it wasn't entirely safe either. Both Michael and Aaron anxiously warned, "Liat, don't go in. It's dangerous." Startled, she turned to look at them. Liat, in her noble dress, turned back towards them, a gentle breeze causing the ribbons in her hair to sway slightly. Contrary to their fears, Liat gently walked onto the surface of the water, the light reflecting off the lake, making her seem to glow. She softly asked, "What's wrong?" Michael was stunned by her beautiful appearance. Liat, even someone as experienced as Aaron, was astonished. She can walk on water? Is that an ability of the Elheim family? Beside him, Carmen guessed, "I think only Reynard could do that, father." Sensing their worry, Liat walked to the center of the lake and turned back to face them. She waved, signaling that she was all right, and called out, "I'm fine. Okay, I'm going to check the bottom of the lake now." Her flat-heeled shoes glided gently across the water surface, leaving soft ripples with each step. As she moved across the water, Liat constantly made sharp deductions. He not only came to the lake, but he also swam in it. That proves he put something in here. If we look closely, suddenly she saw something. Liat's feet could no longer step on the water in front of her. She frowned. Strange. She gently lifted her skirt to avoid getting it wet. Inadvertently, "I can't control the water in this area. Everything is normal except for the water directly in front of me," Liat murmured, guessing. "That means there's something here." She squinted, carefully examining the lake bottom, and suddenly noticed something. The water was clear, so it wasn't difficult for Liat to spot a stone with strange patterns drawn on it lying on the lake bed. She realized with a shock, ancient script. The others on the shore, noticing her unusual stillness, called out, "Liat." Having now retrieved the ancient script, Liat sat on the surface of the lake, staring blankly at the object in her hand. After examining the stone at a closer distance, Liat was even more certain of what it was. "This is it." After her struggle on the lake, Liat held out the object in her hand for everyone to see. They were momentarily shocked. Then she explained to them that it was a magical medium. Carmen frowned at this news, his voice filled with anger and resentment at the royal family's actions. Cursing Michael, driving father crazy, and now plotting arson. Unbelievable. Liat clutched the stone in her hand, speculating perhaps he placed many of these magical items around the estate. If that were true, everyone was in danger. She glanced at the reddening sky ahead, saying, "But there isn't much time." The sun was gradually slipping behind the mountains, making way for the stars. It wasn't a good omen for them. Liat frowned. "Han said midnight. We need to find everything before then." She stood before Carmen, making a request. "Duke, I need you to do something." He asked, "What is it?" Liat twirled her fingertip, replying, "Please evacuate everyone from the mansion as soon as possible." Even if she hadn't requested it, the Duke surely would have done so. He readily nodded. "Okay, I'll see to it immediately." Michael, standing beside her, also wanted to do something to help. He asked, "Do you need me to send guards to search for the magical items?" But Liat refused. "No, they might be fakes, so it's best if I search myself." She gently took his wrist, calling Michael, her clear eyes fixed on the boy before her. Liat's face was filled with sadness and worry. "Please take me to the places Hans has been." Michael, momentarily stunned, reached out and steadied Liat by the waist. In that case, his large hand grasped her waist, drawing her closer as if to fully embrace her. Then, with a polite air, he sought her permission. "Perhaps I should carry you? Would that be all right?" Liat tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "Carry me," he explained cheerfully. "There are many narrow paths, and the carriage ride took a while. So if I carry you, it will be faster." She looked up at him, her sad blue eyes suddenly flashing with light. Liat looped her arms around Michael's neck, actively hugging him, and softly replied, "Yes, please." The proactive Michael, caught completely off guard by this countermaneuver and the sweet fragrance that enveloped him, flushed instantly. Held securely in his arms, Liat turned her head towards Aaron and Carmen. "I'll find and neutralize those magical items as quickly as possible." Aaron offered a word of caution. "Don't push yourself too hard. Be careful not to get hurt." She nodded in response. "Yes, everyone trusted me without suspicion, so I will repay that trust." The entire estate was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Liat loved this place more than anyone, and she would never let anyone dare to harm it. Her eyes filled with determination as she looked at them and declared, "This place, I will protect it." Beneath the clear lake water lay another magical item. Michael retrieved it from the water and stepped onto the bank. A frustrated excited sigh escaping his lips. The eighth one. There are so many. Seeing that he was finished, Liat timidly spoke. There are 3 more places left. He lifted her into his arms again, his voice gentle. Then we must hurry. The sun is almost setting. She agreed seriously. Yes. As the blurry scenery rushed past, each familiar part of the estate a fleeting image, Michael's pace quickened with the passing time. Even Liat couldn't let go of the worry gnawing at her. Suddenly, in the distance, something burned brightly, illuminating the sky and startling Liat's attention. Staring at the scene, she stuttered, "Michael!" He heard the panic in her voice. He immediately turned his head back to see the mansion engulfed in a sea of flames, thick smoke billowing menacingly from one of the rooms. Her eyes widened, and she spoke in a daze. "The mansion's on fire." Guilt clouded Liat's eyes. Seeing her gaze fixed on the mansion, bewilderment etched on her face. He knew she was blaming herself. Michael shifted her higher in his arms, so their faces were clearly visible to each other, and gently comforted her. "It's all right, Liat." He continued to try and reassure her. "Father must have already evacuated everyone from the mansion, so that small fire will be extinguished quickly. No one will be injured. Don't worry too much." Though she heard his words, Liat couldn't calm down. Even her hands, resting on Michael's shoulders, trembled fearfully. Suddenly, another explosion ripped through the air, this one more powerful, causing the fire to spread rapidly. The force of the blast was so great that the forest before them was submerged in a sea of fire, relentlessly consuming everything in its path. Witnessing this, both of them were bewildered. Michael looked stunned, as if a realization had dawned upon him. That place is the forbidden area. It's where the source of the Birch family's death energy is stored. Michael's gaze deepened, his expression colder than ever. If that source of energy spills out, seeing the seriousness in his face, Liat asked worriedly. "If that happens, what will happen?" Michael's gloomy face remained emotionless as he calmly replied, "It won't affect my family." The information that followed shocked her. "But for others, it's a deadly poison." The atmosphere darkened. Michael coldly elaborated. "That's why even members of the Birch family never venture there. The royal family must have deliberately set fire to that place to activate that energy and wipe out the entire Birch family." Knowing she was the one being targeted, she thought absent-mindedly. "In the past, only the mansion burned. Because of me, the future has changed." Suddenly, Michael's close bodyguard came running frantically, shouting, "Miss!" Liat looked at him, surprised. "Walter," he anxiously reported, "the source of the death energy is about to erupt. You must leave here quickly." Hearing this, she asked, surprised, "You want me to run away alone?" He hesitated, then hurriedly replied, "Yes, the young master is all right, but you cannot withstand that. Fortunately, the Birch family has a royal mage capable of long-distance teleportation. If it's just one person, then that person can be teleported." Unable to help but worry for his safety, she asked, "What about you, Walter? And what about Merlin and the other servants?" At this, he paused for a moment, unsure how to answer. Her eyes widened in horror as she questioned, "What about the others in the mansion? How can I run away alone?" He forced a smile, trying to reassure her. "We will evacuate too, so don't worry too much, miss." Upon hearing this, Liat immediately understood the lie. Unable to control her emotions, she said sadly, "With the speed of the fire, how can everyone escape from the forest?" She placed her feet firmly on the ground and resolutely declared, "I won't run away alone." She grabbed his hand and firmly stated, "I will put out the fire." Walter, following behind her, hurriedly advised, "The fire is too big. Don't do that. It's dangerous. Even if you use all the water in the mansion, it won't be enough." Seeing her determination, Michael immediately spoke up to stop her. "Liat, extinguishing a fire caused by ancient magic isn't easy. It's dangerous." But she interrupted, saying, "But I can't just stand by and watch everyone die." This was the promise she had made before. She would protect everyone from danger. Standing before the raging inferno, Liat focused her power in her palms. A sphere full of water energy gradually formed, and her entire body emitted a gentle light. She would protect the Birch family. Not far from the mansion, the burning building was suddenly drenched as rain poured down like a cool stream, successfully overwhelming the flames. The dense black smoke gradually subsided with the rain. Michael, immersed in the downpour, stared absent-mindedly at the scene before him. He just stood there in a daze, letting the rain pour down on him. Images of the two of them exchanging vows flashed through his mind. Back then, he thought he could protect her. He thought he would spend romantic days with her. From the beginning, he said he would protect Liat, and then he assumed the girl had been saved by him. But when Liat stepped into his life, walking side by side with him, from the moment he met her, he felt a small happiness in her presence. This peaceful but happy feeling was what he had always wished for. At that moment, Michael's eyes widened because he knew that it wasn't her who had been saved. Watching her slender hand touch the raindrops, smiling gently at him, it wasn't Liat who had been saved, but him. Meanwhile, at the Elheim family mansion, a silent, terrifying darkness enveloped it. A voice broke the atmosphere. "Rian, can I come in?" He sat in his room, filled with tension, but didn't raise his voice to answer. Amelers couldn't wait any longer and opened the door directly, saying, "I need to talk." His expression was grim, his mind secretly dwelling on the past. Every day since that day, sitting in Liat's room, he glanced up and looked at him. Looking at that cold gaze, Amelers couldn't help but feel suspicious. "I still can't believe, just watching the real Elle, watching Liat being taken away. Now, there's only a fake beside me." But quickly, this thought was erased, because at this moment, Amelers clearly understood that Rian was still the strongest person the Elheim family needed. "Rian," he moved closer to him and said, "Perhaps we should send another letter to the Birch family. This time, they will surely reply." He suddenly looked out the window, slightly surprised. "It's raining." Looking at the gradually intensifying rain outside the window, Amelers' whole body momentarily stiffened, as if sensing something. He stared at his hands in horror and fear, thinking, this feeling, a sudden surge of pain ripped through him. He cried out, the agony so intense he lost control of his body, collapsing and trembling. Rian, who had been sitting silently on the bed, seemingly oblivious to his own pain, suddenly spoke in a cold voice, as if a realization had dawned upon him. "So, the days of the Elheim family's incompetence are soon upon us." Several days later, the sky began to clear, sunlight gradually illuminating the gardens of the Birch estate. Liat strolled through the garden, unconsciously looking up at the sky, thinking, compared to back then, my life has changed so much. Gazing at the vast and magnificent estate before her, she felt a secret surge of gratitude. She had protected this place. The memory of summoning the torrential rain the previous day surfaced, prompting her to consider her current abilities. "But even after summoning such a heavy downpour, I don't feel weak at all." Liat raised her hands, studying them, as if she could clearly sense the source of power within. "On the contrary, water energy is flowing torrentially within me." Then, a shadow of sadness crossed her face, a strange feeling settling in her heart. "It's like I've regained something I'd lost in thought." Liat continued to ponder. Have I absorbed all of the Elheim family's abilities?" A sudden sound startled her. Turning, Liat saw someone's pet behind her. It was a silver fox, its ears and paws tipped with black. It leaned against her leg, its fox eyes squinting at her with interest. Curiosity piqued, Liat squatted down to observe it. A silver fox. She reached out to touch it. Clever creature that it was, the fox immediately nuzzled its head into her hand, letting out a sweet cry. Delighted by its cuteness, Liat smiled unconsciously, praising it. "So cute, then?" Liat scooped it up, asking curiously, "Where did you come from? Are you lost?" A voice from behind made her turn. It was him. "Here." Michael approached her, bending slightly in a polite greeting, not forgetting to tease her. "Hello, Liat. Taking a walk." She looked up at him, replying happily, "Michael." "Yes, I'm taking a relaxing stroll." Taking advantage of his presence, she stood up, inquiring about the silver fox in her arms. "Is this silver fox one you're raising at the Birch estate?" He pondered for a moment, then quickly answered, "To be exact, I bought it from the Elheim family." She looked at him in surprise. "From Elheim?" Looking at the silver fox nestled in her arms, he continued, "I encountered this little fellow at a hunting competition." Hearing this, Liat understood part of it. "Ah, I see." He gazed attentively at the adorable creature, explaining further, "But I didn't want to show you, because I was afraid this little fellow would remind you of bad memories at Elheim, and I haven't trained it yet." She looked down at it, shocked. Such a cute and gentle little thing, needs training. He chuckled at her naivety, patiently explaining, "It's quite fierce, but if it's acting this gentle, perhaps it's already taken a liking to you." Hearing this, she happily brought the fox to her cheek, enjoying its softness. Seeing this, he spoke up and asked, "Liat, do you like this little fox?" She didn't hesitate, replying hurriedly, "Yes, I like it very much. It's super cute." Seeing her so happy, he happily joined in, smiling with satisfaction. "That's wonderful," but he didn't forget to inquire about her walk. Liat, knowing everyone was worried about her, replied happily, "I'm fine. They're worrying too much." Suddenly, he fell silent, his somber, wine-colored eyes fixed on her. He gently slipped his hand to touch her hair, softly calling her name. "Liat." Michael's voice was soft, as if speaking from his heart. "You know I worry about you the most, right?" Having witnessed the dangers at the Birch estate, Michael's eyes lowered slightly, a sadness clouding them as he expressed his inner turmoil. "Truly, I wish you didn't have to face dangers like before," he added. "But if a similar situation arises, you would still act exactly the same way." Hearing these words, surprise flickered across her face. "Michael," she whispered. He touched her cheek, bowed his head, and offered a suggestion. "So, please stay with me from now on, Liat." Meeting her surprised gaze, he further emphasized, "Remember, I will always be by your side, always protecting you in all situations, no matter how big the storms, like a promise." Expressing his heartfelt devotion, Michael declared with certainty, "Because to me, you are the most important." Liat paused silently for a moment, but quickly offered a heartwarming smile in return. "Yes, I will remember." She squinted her eyes, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Michael." Happiness bloomed within her, warmed by his words. He hadn't forbidden her, but instead asked her to stay with him. It was warm, comforting. Suddenly, Olaf's voice called out from the distance. "Oh, Miss Liat and young Master Michael are here." Seeing the seriousness on Olaf's face, Michael spoke up. "Olaf, is something the matter?" Olaf closed his eyes and announced gravely, "The Duke has summoned you both. There's a matter to discuss in the study." Carmen's voice, laced with concern, called out, "Rian, Michael, Comain, how is your health, Rian?" Liat, standing opposite Carmen, replied comfortably, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Michael, standing beside her with his hands in his pockets, wondered aloud, what does father need to discuss? Carmen, with an intrigued expression, cleared his throat and revealed his plan. "It's time to pay the debt," Liat asked, surprised. "Debt? Are you referring to the royal palace?" He confirmed. Exactly. His movements were elegant and graceful, but his words sent a chill through the air. He addressed Liat directly. "I'm planning to burn that place down," Liat asked worriedly. "Carmen, burn it down? How do you intend to do that?" He replied calmly, "We've planted plenty of spies in the royal palace. It won't be difficult." His expression remained calm as he continued. "If burning the place down isn't enough, shouldn't we arrest those who plotted to destroy this place and torture them?" "Rian, I'll do as you wish." Hearing Carmen's seemingly violent intentions, Michael, worried about Liat's reaction, questioned him. "Father, isn't it a bit cruel to let Liat decide this?" But Carmen already considered Liat family. He smiled and said, "Hey, Liat is already a member of the Birch family. Sooner or later, she'll have to get used to these things." Liat understood the resentment Carmen had to suppress. She said understandingly, thinking about what the royal palace did to the Birch family, "I know the Duke can't just let it go. For those reasons," she stated frankly, "I respect the Birch family's decision, but please don't let innocent people be implicated." Hearing this, Carmen replied with satisfaction, "Of course. I'll do as you wish." With the matter of the royal palace temporarily settled, Liat immediately changed the subject. She said, "I also have something to tell you both. After summoning that rain, I felt my strength increasing, not decreasing." Then she voiced a thought that surprised both Carmen and Michael. She guessed, "Perhaps I absorbed the abilities of all the Elheim family members." Hearing this, Michael immediately responded playfully, "Really?" Even Carmen seemed satisfied by the news. He pondered aloud. The Elheim family lost their water energy. After that, both of them were happy, as if a celebration had begun. Michael looked excited, while Duke Carmen seemed eager to flaunt this new development to the royal family. Hearing Carmen mention the royal family, Liat asked curiously, "What will happen if the royal family finds out?" He smiled faintly, slowly voicing his calculations. Meanwhile, in the prince's desolate chambers, Prince Lucas lay listlessly on his bed, his mind consumed by the pride born of his machinations. A sudden knock echoed through the room. "Enter," Lucas commanded sharply. "Fitz, granted permission, hurried inside. "Your Highness," he began, but Lucas anxiously cut him off. "Have you come to report on the Birch family?" he demanded, then gasped. "A surge of ancient magic just drained a bit of my strength, but surely the Birch family has sunk into a sea of fire by now." Fitz hesitated. "Yes," he stammered, his words laced with uncertainty. "The fire at the Birch estate. It was extinguished in an instant." The word struck Lucas like a thunderbolt. "What?" he asked, shocked. Utterly bewildered, he pressed further, disbelief clinging to his voice. "What do you mean? That fire couldn't have been extinguished so easily?" Fitz relayed what he had heard. "Indeed, the mansion was already ablaze. It was a fire of your Highness's magic." But Fitz's next words were a bucket of ice water, chilling Lucas to the bone. The report is, it rained. To hear that the magical fire he had so painstakingly conjured had been quenched as quickly and easily as a child's flame sent a wave of fury through Lucas. But in the next instant, realization dawned, a chilling understanding of who had extinguished the flames. Liat's image, unbidden, flashed through his mind. Impossible. Could have been that Elhim slut. Rage contorted Lucas's features, his pupils contracting into pinpricks. She interfered with my plans as well? This time, he pushed himself up, seething. What terrifying power! Lucas turned to Fitz, his voice laced with venom. "In that case, I will deal with her at all costs, even if it means making her my princess." The prince stepped down from the bed. "Earl, immediately find information on that slut from her time with the Elhaims, what she likes, what she hates." His words were cut short by a deafening explosion from outside. Lucas whirled around, searching for the source of the blast. Truly, what seems far away is but a stone's throw. Behind Lucas, flames flickered and burned. What is it?" Recoiling from the heat, Lucas stumbled back. "Why is my chamber on fire? Could it be the Birch family's revenge?" Moments later, a maid rushed in, calling out, "Your Highness, Prince Lucas," she cried frantically. "His Majesty commands your immediate presence in the court hall." The summons left Lucas bewildered. What awaited him? A short while later, Lucas stood in the court hall. The servant, having escorted him, knelt before the emperor. "As per your Majesty's command, I have brought Prince Lucas." Acknowledging his son's arrival, the emperor dismissed the servant. "Good leave." Then, his voice cold and sharp, he addressed Lucas directly. "Lucas, I have heard the report regarding the fire in your chambers." Drawing on the reports of his subordinates, the emperor continued, outlining the gravity of the situation. "That is no ordinary fire. The palace's fire extinguishing system is unable to contain it. At this rate, it will engulf the entire palace." Fear choked Lucas's words. That is, he stammered, but the emperor cut him off sharply. "I'll ask you directly," the emperor demanded, his face a mask of icy fury. "You provoked the Birch family. Is that true?" The emperor's voice was frighteningly low. "I warned you not to offend them." Unable to offer any explanation, Lucas could only purse his lips, his brow furrowed in discomfort. How could this have happened? It should be those Birch bastards suffering in the fire. Resentment simmered within him. If the Birch family were gone, the royal family's greatest threat would be eliminated. Why does father always advise me not to touch the Birch family? Seeking to rectify Lucas's blunder, the emperor issued immediate instructions. "I have requested aid from the Elhim family. They should arrive shortly. Treat them well. I will not tolerate any more mistakes." Hearing this, Lucas could only helplessly bow his head and reply, "Yes, your Majesty." He immediately began calculating in his mind. Once Duke Carmen arrives to put out the fire, I can smoothly handle this matter. And then that Elhim slut? He was still thinking when a servant immediately pushed the door open and announced, "Report, your Majesty. The Duke of Elhim has arrived." Upon hearing this news, the emperor immediately stood up and said, "Is that so? Tell them to put out the fire immediately." The servant then replied, "Report, there is a problem." He frowned and asked, "What problem?" "With the Elhim family here, putting out the fire is only a matter of time." But the servant hesitated. "Report." The next second, he worriedly said, "The Elhaims announced that they will not interfere with this fire." These words left both the emperor and Lucas speechless with shock. Outside the royal palace, a carriage was quietly parked, observing the situation within. Inside the carriage, Duke Carmen propped his hand on his chin, slightly tilting his head as he observed the scene through the glass. He frowned, secretly guessing, water energy is gradually gradually disappearing. He recalled the events happening at home. Low-level royal mages have completely become ordinary people. Direct descendants still possess abilities. However, this won't last long. The more he thought, the tighter his brow furrowed, his hand unconsciously clenching in frustration. Then he suddenly froze, a vague idea flashing through his mind, a feeling of restlessness and fear creeping in, leading him to inevitably question himself. Why would the royal family ask us to put out the fire at this time? What should I do? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, announcing, "Report, Duke. We have arrived." Avery was worried, seeing his lack of reaction, and so reminded him, "Father, we must go down." Before he could finish, Carmen hurriedly replied, "No." He lowered his face, tensely saying, "We cannot get out of this carriage." Tension clearly etched on his face. He announced again to those outside, "The Elheim family has obeyed the Emperor's command and come to the royal palace. But from this moment, we announce that we will no longer interfere in the conflict between the royal family and the Birch family." Outside the palace, regardless, the fire continued to spread everywhere, causing significant damage to the palace. But no one interfered. Emily was confused and asked, "What do you mean, Father?" Duke Carmen tried to explain the situation to his children, but Wyman, startled, frantically said, "The Emperor has given an order." He sternly yelled, blaming him. "So you want to trade your ability to put out a fire and become incompetent?" He was angry, but still continued to explain. "We have determined that this is a private matter between the Birch family and the royal family. Absolutely do not get involved. Now we can only sit and wait." He softly asked, "Does anyone know where Dantorian is?" Emily's eyes shifted, her voice low as she replied, "No, since the fire started in the palace, I haven't seen any trace of him." He suppressed his anger, frowning and secretly cursing. "Useless thing. What is he doing at a time like this? I don't even know." Suddenly, something caught his and his children's eyes, a look of tense worry appearing. He gritted his teeth, trying to repeat what he had just said. "I repeat from now on, Elheim will." But the person outside quickly cut him off, announcing, "The Emperor's Royal Knight squad has arrived." Hearing this, he was shocked in disbelief. What? The carriage doors suddenly opened, and several knights arrived, lined up neatly outside. The Emperor rode up on a handsome horse and enthusiastically greeted him. "It's been a while, Duke Carmen." The Emperor's eyes darkened, gleaming with disappointment. His soft voice carried a weight of authority. "I have heard you do not wish to put out the fire. I understand your difficulties. The conflict with the royal family and the Birch family is a delicate matter, and it could cause you a great deal of trouble." Then he addressed the severity of the situation. The fire had already consumed nearly a third of the palace, and had even spread down to the royal gardens. Hearing the Emperor's decree, Duke Carmen tensed further. "Please, show me your water energy." Left with no choice, Duke Carmen could only obey. "Understood," he replied helplessly. His family quickly dismounted and faced the Emperor. He asked solemnly, "How shall I demonstrate my water energy?" The Emperor calmly pointed towards the fiercely burning fire on the other side. "That small greenhouse over there has nothing to do with the prince, so please use your water energy to extinguish the fire there." Carmen looked in the direction the Emperor indicated and reluctantly agreed. "Yes." Suddenly, he softly called, "Wyman." The name made the young man shiver, his face paling. Wyman looked up at his father, disbelief etched on his features, pale with fear. He stammered, "Yes." Carmen glanced elsewhere, but his command was stern. "Use your ability to put out the fire." Wyman's eyes widened in terror, nearly brought to tears by the command. But then, unable to refuse, he tremblingly began to use his ability. A beautiful sphere of water materialized in his palm, the manifestation of Wyman's water energy. He looked tearfully and bitterly at his power, about to vanish along with the water energy in his hand. Power! With the force he conjured, the fire was extinguished. But now Wyman was filled with pain. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he watched his ability slowly disappear. He trembled and bowed down, hugging his arm, his heart heavy with disappointment. Beside him, Duke Carmen could do nothing but clench his teeth and endure. Lionarius, however, revealed no emotion. He coldly glanced at his brother, watching as Wyman painfully shed tears over the loss of his ability. The sight made him think privately. From now on, he is nothing but an incompetent. Then his lifeless eyes flicked to another direction, unconcerned with anyone else. At that moment, Duke Carmen couldn't help but inquire, Is this enough? The emperor, looking satisfied, replied, Your son has done well. But it wasn't over. The emperor directly addressed Carmen. Now, it is the duke's turn. Hearing his name, Carmen froze. The emperor, mounted on his handsome horse, continued, If you demonstrate your strength before us, then even if you do not extinguish the fire, we will no longer doubt you. Under the cold gaze of the most powerful man in the country, the emperor repeated, Do it, Duke. Carmen gritted his teeth and began to activate his ability, a surge of discomfort rising within him. He could only helplessly watch as the water energy flowed from his hand. Suddenly, the clear sky darkened as dark clouds, seemingly from nowhere, rolled in. The knights looked up at the darkening sky, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Something terrifying in the air made them exclaim fearfully, Wait, what is that? Beside them, a knight witnessing this for the first time widened his eyes in surprise. What in the world is that? Even Duke Carmen instinctively looked up at the darkening sky before him. High above, the clouds churned and roiled, and a massive magic formation, etched with strange characters, emerged from the gloom. As he witnessed the distorted scene, fear gripped him. Minutes earlier, as the fire still burned fiercely and began to spread to the neighboring greenhouse, everyone in the royal palace was filled with fear and scattered in panic. As the flames spread, people ran frantically to save themselves. The fire is spreading. Everyone evacuate immediately. As the crowd panicked, a mysterious figure remained secretly hidden in a nearby alcove. He sneaked inside the royal palace. Deep within the palace, another area appeared. Flickering fire lit the space below. The mysterious figure descended the winding stairs down to the basement, guessing to himself as he went, She must be somewhere around here. The figure walked slowly, following the trail, down into the basement's depths. Based on his plan and what he had investigated, the figure continued to think secretly, She must be somewhere around here. Then, he stopped abruptly in shock, for he had seen something. Entering his sight was a creature with a black body and long hair, floating in the air. It was the non-purebred spirit king, created by Prince Lucas. He shouted clearly in his mind with joy, Here it is. He took off his hat, revealing himself to be none other than Dantorian. He stared at the creature, eyes widening, as if sensing something unusual. But something was off. She opened her eyes, staring intently at him, her distant gaze seeming to delve deep into the one who had awakened her, making him slightly scared. That thing's eyes opened. Dantorian, slightly apprehensive, still addressed the creature before him. Who are you? She smirked, coldly introducing herself. I am the past. Hearing this name, he frowned. The past. As if seeing something amusing, Dantorian smirked. Then he asked her, if that's the case. He anxiously made an offer to an entity that could kill him at any moment. Can you reverse time? She didn't refuse, but instead said, Possible, but it requires a lot of energy. Hearing this, Dantorian couldn't hide his excitement. Excellent. Following that prince was worth it. Then, the non-purebred spirit king suddenly inquired of the human before her. You smell of water. Are you a human of the water tribe? He didn't deny it, replying, That's right. Her pupils dilated, and she sneered disdainfully, her voice full of contempt. You also reek of forgery. Under her gaze, Dantorian unconsciously tensed, not as overwhelming as the Spirit King, but the pressure was no less significant. However, he quickly brushed aside his anxiety, tried to appear normal as he said, Are you talking about Lionarius? Why care about that fake? Her voice echoed evenly in the dark dungeon. It is necessary, she affirmed with great interest. I need to find my other half to become the true Spirit King. Once I succeed, reversing the past for you will be child's play. Hearing her confident proclamation, he was stunned. He secretly calculated his plan in his mind. If I can go back to the past, then I can return to when Liat was still in Elhim. As if on the verge of achieving what he needed to do, Dantorian bowed low, making an offer beneficial to both of them. I cannot bring him to you now, but soon as I have the chance, however, I need proof that you are the Spirit King, possessing power over time. Although he knew his actions might endanger himself, he still asked her to verify what she had just said. If you can extinguish the fire burning the royal palace, then I will believe you but she said with a hint of disappointment, "Then I'll have to sleep for another month." Knowing the fake Spirit King would refuse, he didn't hesitate to reiterate the bargain she could gain by proving herself. "But if I bring you that fake, then it's nothing, right?" She was momentarily stunned, as if calculating something. Finally, knowing that Dantorian held the last piece of the puzzle she needed to achieve her goal, the non-purebred Spirit King decided to reach out and make a deal. "Okay, I accept this bargain." Dantorian hadn't expected her to agree so easily, but she waved her hand, and the ground around him began to shake, dark magic surrounding him, causing him to turn back in surprise. With a simple wave, everything was quickly resolved by her. Having finished, she didn't forget to remind Dantorian, "I will wait for the day you bring him to me." Then, the non-purebred Spirit King sank back into her slumber. Outside, a formation with characters appeared in the dark sky, shaking everything around it. Duke Carmen of Elheim, seeing such an unexpected change, couldn't help but look up in surprise, bewildered. "What?" He stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes. A moment ago, the sky was pitch black with lightning, but then he saw a clear blue sky. Even Emily stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes. What just happened? Suddenly, a knight came running from behind and shouted, "Your Majesty," the knight announced. "The fire in the royal palace has been extinguished." This startled Duke Carmen. The emperor glanced coldly at the knight and asked, "Extinguished?" Seeing that the matter was resolved, he was no longer interested in witnessing Duke Carmen's power. He coldly turned and left with the knight and his steed, not forgetting to remark, "Good news, but a pity. We were unable to witness the Elheim family's power. Perhaps next time, then." Though the emperor's back was already turned, he gave a final message. "At that time, you won't be able to avoid everything like you did now." Duke Carmen, watching them depart, Carmen's heart filled with fear at what he had just heard. Cannot avoid, so he already knows everything about our Elheim family. A while later, after returning from the royal palace, the entire Elheim family got out of the carriage. Emily, still unable to forget the earlier scene, exclaimed, "That was a close call." He now realized something and awkwardly said to his father, "It seems the emperor already knows that the Elheim family has lost its power, right?" Carmen obviously knew that, so he remained silent, not responding to him at all. He added, "If something similar happens again, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything." He frowned, his heart full of pent-up anger. "We must bring Lionarius back at all costs. We can't delay any longer." But Emily, who was behind him, was about to say something. "But the Birch family still hasn't replied." Hearing these nagging words, Carmen could no longer contain his suppressed anger and quickly turned around, shouting, "You weakling! If they don't reply, we attack." Scolded like this by his father, Emily blanked out for a moment, then obediently replied, "Yes, father." Watching his angry father, Avery remained stunned, unable to adapt. He watched his father stride away, without looking back, and could only bitterly think, "Now, only the taste of hatred surrounds me." Just then, Dantorian suddenly appeared, saying something that caught Avery's attention. "Brother, you're back." Unhappy that he hadn't seen his brother for a while, Avery put his hands on his hips and questioned Dantorian. "Where had you been all this time?" Dantorian walked over and blankly replied, "I had some business." Seeing Dantorian's constant smile, Avery unhappily frowned. "Are you happy?" Dantorian continued to smile indifferently, seemingly unconcerned with the current family affairs. "Yes, it would be a waste not to be happy." Talking to the person before him, Avery frowned uncomfortably, about to scold him. "Always grinning like that. Why don't you think of a way to bring Lionarius back?" But before he could finish, Dantorian said, "I can bring her back." Then, before his brother's astonished eyes, Dantorian smiled confidently, affirming, "I said I could do it." Avery asked incredulously, "How do you plan to do that?" Dantorian smiled and looked to one side, replying, "Well, it's..." Following his gaze, Avery saw Lionarius's emotionless face. Dantorian said to his brother with great interest, "Only if Lionarius agrees." It was a sure affirmation, the key piece in this game. "The key is here." Hearing himself mentioned, but only in connection with Lionarius's name, Lionarius couldn't help but smirk wickedly, placing his hand on himself, affirming, "Bring her back here early." Early morning, the soft dawn light illuminated the entire room. Lionarius Elheim attentively finished a painting, Merlin silently standing by and watching her master. The silver fox was obediently fast asleep, leading Lionarius to praise it as a nature-friendly species. Hearing Lionarius say this, Merlin couldn't help but imagine the friendly creature she spoke of wreaking havoc around the mansion, leaving everyone helpless as they could do nothing about it. He is indeed friendly, but Lionarius didn't ignore her, only hesitated. Yes, soft lines made the painting more and more vivid. Lionarius softly asked, Merlin, do you know what this is? Merlin gently lowered her head and replied, Yes, you painted a beautiful ocean, right? Hearing this, she smiled with satisfaction and recalled the moment. I remember when I was in Elheim, I always wanted to go somewhere spacious and airy. That day Michael took me. He took me to see the ocean. That scene is deeply imprinted in my mind. Merlin listened attentively to her story, then suggested, I see. Although this is the first painting, the artist is truly very good. Should we frame it in glass? Hearing her words, Liet hesitated. Actually, a slight flush colored her face, and with the shyness of a young woman in her early 20s, she couldn't hide her feelings as she told Merlin the truth. I want to give this first painting to someone outside. In the courtyard of the mansion, Michael was standing there talking with Walter. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind them, attracting their attention. Michael, you're there. He saw her approaching him with a painting in her hand and happily called out her name. Liet. Walter, seeing her, respectfully tilted his head in greeting. Good afternoon, miss. Michael happily struck up a conversation with her. Are you looking for me? Liet smiled and replied, Yes. I have something to tell you, he smiled and asked. What is it? Liet, revealing her embarrassment, looked at the painting in her hand and hesitated. After a few minutes of consideration, she presented the painting she had just drawn to him. I want to give this to you. Before Michael's surprised gaze, she explained, This is my first painting. I recreated the scene of the ocean we saw together. He reached out and took the painting into his arms, still stunned, unable to believe it, and asked Liet again, Are you sure you want to give it to me? She replied with certainty, Yes. I'm sure, like a child receiving a gift, he couldn't suppress his emotions and thanked her with a smile. Thank you, Liet. This is the best gift I've ever had. I will forever cherish it. Walter, standing beside him, also praised her painting with enthusiasm. Seeing Liet's talent, he suggested, Why don't you participate in the competition? Hearing him say this, Liet asked in surprise, Competition? Michael, based on what he knew, told her some information about the painting competition, a place where people could show their talent. There's a noble painting competition. They will participate anonymously. There, everyone can freely show their abilities. I'm sure you'll have one of the most magnificent paintings. Liet had heard of it before, and she thought to herself with surprise, In this empire, there is one Grand Duke family and 3 Duke families. The Ilos Grand Duke family, including Queen Trench's collateral relatives. Then there's the Duke of Elheim's position, with a not-so-pleasant expression. Then there's the Elheim Duke family. Following is Carmen Birch, sharp face, scheming smile. The dying Birch family. Finally, there's a man in a robe with intricate patterns, wearing a mask. Finally, there's the Heron family, always shrouded in mystery. Thinking of the masked man, Liet thought of the information she had. I heard the Duke of the Heron family is the judge of that competition. He often calls himself Jen Walker. She couldn't help but consider participating in the competition. If I participate in that competition, I might meet that person. If I'm lucky, it will also help the Birch family. Thinking of doing it, she obediently accepted Michael's suggestion. Yes, I want to participate. Hearing her say this, he laughed happily. Great. I'll discuss this matter with Father. Michael also didn't forget to thank her for the gift. But Liet didn't quite understand what he meant, and she tilted her head blankly, asking, What do you mean? Knowing he had said something strange, he changed the subject. Nothing. By the way, is there anything you want, Liet? Honestly, Liet didn't know what she needed, so Michael decided on a gift for her. She didn't understand and asked, Decide what? He decided to keep it a secret, not revealing it to her, just winking mysteriously with a smile. Secret, just look forward to it. Looking at Michael's happy face, Liet also kindly replied, Although I don't know what you're planning, I believe in you. I'll wait for your secret. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lionarius's spine, freezing her in place. Then, as if anticipating something momentous, both she and Michael simultaneously glanced up at the sky. But there was nothing there, only the clear blue expanse and the softly shining sun. Walter, standing behind them, asked blankly, Is something wrong? Lionarius, confused, continued to gaze upward, hesitantly asking, "Just now, did the sky suddenly darken?" Even Michael confirmed what she had just witnessed. "I saw it too." There seemed to be a strong energy, a feeling of unease settled in her heart, a disquiet connected to what she'd seen. A dark energy as if enveloping Lionarius. "I have a bad feeling about this." He hurriedly embraced her, offering reassurance. "Maybe it's nothing important. Don't worry too much." But his expression quickly shifted, his gaze turning cold as he looked up, secretly calculating. "Come to think of it, today is the day our spy sets fire to the royal palace, isn't it?" Michael's eyes gradually darkened, a strange feeling also stirring within him about what had just transpired. "Is it related to that?" Several days later, everything gradually returned to normal. Lionarius remained the same, constantly practicing painting the most beautiful ocean scenes. Having decided to enter the competition, she continued to hone her craft. Life at the Birch Mansion was becoming increasingly comfortable. Everyone was very friendly, making her feel warm and welcomed. She was growing accustomed to life there, feeling like a member of the Birch family. The only oddity was that everyone constantly asked if she needed anything. But in this place, Lionarius could speak more comfortably, freely pursuing her passions. Now, she smiled more. She even sometimes wondered, if it were me, when I was still living in Elheim, I would never have dreamed of days like these. Brush in hand, she thought of the place that had once imprisoned her. Like a cage of roses, beautiful, but full of thorns. But after a while, Lionarius gradually realized she no longer felt hatred. She didn't even care what happened to them. Suddenly, a voice from outside caught her attention. "Excuse me, miss." Merlin stepped in from outside, respectfully bowing and proposing, "Would you care to join me for a walk in the garden?" A short while later, in a magnificently constructed garden, adorned with ancient architecture, Lionarius Elheim followed behind Merlin. Basking in the gentle weather and warm sunlight, she happily remarked, "The weather is lovely today." Merlin smiled and replied, "Yes, even the blue sky seems to want to congratulate someone. A special day." Hearing this, she was surprised, not fully understanding Merlin's meaning. "A special day?" Then Merlin leaned to one side, making a gesture. "This way." Immediately, something stunned her, leaving her in disbelief. Before her, at that moment, everyone was gathered together, their faces beaming with happy smiles, holding bouquets of fresh flowers. Everyone called out to her, "Quickly come here." Michael smiled and offered the first congratulatory message to Lionarius. "Happy birthday, Lionarius." Michael smiled and offered the first congratulatory message to Lionarius. "Happy birthday, Lionarius." Lionarius was stunned by the scene before her, momentarily unsure how to react. But then she quickly realized, today is my birthday. She had completely forgotten. She had originally forgotten because, from a young age, she knew that her birthday was also the anniversary of her mother's death. Not only did Lionarius not celebrate her birthday, but in the Elheim family, there was someone placed above all else, her twin brother. Back then, she could only cower behind the door, watching her twin brother be praised by everyone, because that day was also Lionarius's birthday. Year after year, no matter how noisy and lively it was outside, she would only sit silently, gazing at the outside world through the windowsill. So every time her birthday came around, she always sat in a dark room, gazing at the beautiful and vibrant world outside. Lionarius had gradually grown accustomed to the changes around her, observing everything with a calm demeanor, revealing little emotion. It wasn't that she was entirely sad. She had always assumed this was normal. Then, something shattered the normality she had always known. But now, in the present moment, Lionarius gazed blankly at the meticulously tended fresh blue roses surrounding her and asked everyone, "These flowers are?" Carmen Birch smiled and replied, "We want to give you blue roses on your birthday, symbolizing your name. So we bought all the flowers in the empire. What do you think? Do you like them?" No words could describe Lionarius's happiness at that moment. She replied joyfully, "Yes, I love them very much." Looking at the familiar faces of those who had helped and accompanied her all this time, she felt overwhelmed with emotion. Everyone around her offered warm smiles, and even the silver fox approached, nuzzling its head against her leg as if offering a blessing. Suddenly, a voice called her name. Lionarius, it was Michael Birch. He stepped forward, gently taking her hand and expressing his feelings without hesitation. "Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Then he bent down and gave her a light kiss, a gesture of affection rather than gratitude. "Thank you for being born." Truly touched by everyone's words and actions, Lionarius's eyes welled up with tears. She wondered if she was dreaming. "This is my first birthday without being criticized. No one said my sin was being born. Am I allowed to embrace this?" Happiness and warmth. Those around her stepped forward one by one, congratulating her on her birthday. Each face wore a happy and sincere smile, sending blessings her way. "Congratulations, Lionarius. Happy birthday, Leary. Thank you for becoming a member of our family." Hearing these words, she still felt a flicker of hesitation. "Is it okay for me to be a part of the family?" she asked. Carmen, of course, paid no attention to her uncertainty, smiling happily and accepting her without reservation. "Of course, you are already a member of the family." Aaron, beside her, spoke of her importance. Coming here and becoming a member of the Birch family. Without her, there would be no Birch family today. Michael also bent down, expressing his gratitude for being able to celebrate her birthday. "I'm truly glad I can wish you a happy birthday. From now on, let's celebrate your birthday together in the years to come." Hearing these words, Lionarius was momentarily stunned. Tears fell involuntarily, like pearls on the young girl's cheeks. Her sparkling eyes couldn't express all the gratitude she felt. Seeing her cry, everyone around her immediately panicked, rushing to ask, "Why are you crying? Leary, are you okay?" Knowing that her emotional display had caused concern, she quickly wiped away her tears of happiness, reassuring everyone. "I'm okay. She was truly grateful for what everyone had done for her." Though tears still lingered, she was overjoyed, thanking everyone. "I'm very happy. Today is a special day that Lionarius will never forget. I'm truly very happy." For the rest of her life, she would never forget this day, no matter how bad things got. As long as she had this memory, she felt like she could live forever. Suddenly, Michael smiled with great interest. He bent down and whispered in her ear, "Come on, we can't just end the party with a few well wishes." After Michael finished speaking, it was time for gifts. The first person to give her a present was Aaron Birch. The former head of the family gave her a ring engraved with the family crest. He said to her, "With this, you can freely go anywhere and buy anything in my name." However, his son was very surprised by the gift and quickly asked, "Are you still lucid, father?" Next was Carmen Birch. Duke Carmen's gift was a land deed and a labor contract. He happily raised the gift. "From now on, this entire territory and the people here will be yours." Seeing his son's actions, Aaron couldn't help but criticize. "You're no more lucid than I am, Carmen." Next was Merlin, who also had a gift for her. Though a little shy, she truly wanted to give Lionarius her present. Merlin gave her a handmade necklace. One by one, the others stepped forward, presenting Lionarius with the gifts they had chosen, their faces beaming with joy. She also received small gifts from Walter and Andre. After the party, Michael began to lead her back to her room. Standing before her door, she saw him reach out to open it for her, a gesture she deeply appreciated. "Thank you for taking me back to my room." She hadn't finished speaking when Michael interrupted her with a laugh, a mysterious expression on his face. "Come on, what are you talking about? The main event hasn't even happened yet." Hearing this, Lionarius was stunned, looking around her familiar room in confusion. Main event. 17 gifts of various sizes, neatly placed in the center of the room, met her gaze. Lionarius was truly shocked by the scene before her. She slowly walked towards them, gazing at the gorgeously decorated presents, almost unable to believe her eyes. So many. He, standing behind her, seemed to find it perfectly normal. Of course, how could one gift be enough? Open one and try it. She opened the first gift, a small teddy bear. Michael suddenly explained from behind her, "This is for you. When you were 4 years old, they are all gifts for you from the past." A smile full of confidence and pride lit his face. As a sure promise, he declared, "All the birthdays you weren't able to celebrate before, I will make up for them all." Hearing these words, tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Lionarius rushed forward and hugged Michael tightly. He, equally overjoyed, reached out to hold her in his arms. She whispered, "Thank you." Happiness swelled within her. "The gifts of my childhood from Michael. It feels like the little girl from that day was saved by him." That's why even now, as they embraced, their souls seemed to blend together. Both felt an overwhelming sense of joy simply from having each other. "The best gift I have is you, Michael." After a long while in her room, he suddenly proposed holding a coming-of-age ceremony for her. He continued, well, if we hold it at the Birch Mansion, then everyone will know you are our family. However, she remained somewhat bewildered, still struggling to comprehend everything the Birch family was doing for her. But my coming-of-age day has long passed. But for Michael, this was no obstacle at all. It doesn't matter if the Birches want to do it. Who would dare stop it? Hearing these words, she was momentarily stunned, but then a wave of happiness washed over her. Yes, okay. He also remembered to ask if it was all right if the Elheim family attended the party. Hearing this, Lionarius shook her head and replied, yes, it's fine. Those people mean nothing to me anymore. Meanwhile, back at the Elheim estate, Amalil stepped into the study to inform the Duke of Elheim about what he had just heard. Father, the Birch family sent a letter. Hearing this, the Duke panicked. Did Lionarius reply? But Amalil's hesitated. No, not exactly. His next words left the Duke in shocked disbelief. The Birch family announced they will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Lionarius in a few months. The Duke was stunned, his eyes wide. Lionarius's coming-of-age ceremony at the Birch Mansion? His expression darkened, turning ugly. He thought to himself, whether the spirit king Dantorian mentioned has awakened is still unknown, and there's no legitimate reason to bring Lionarius back. If we participate, we'll just become a laughingstock among the nobility. Amalil's again asked for his opinion. Should we go? But the Duke of Elheim remained hesitant, unsure how to respond. Well, suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. What is father hesitating about? Ramiles, wearing a terrifying smile, gritted his teeth. We are blood relatives. After all, we must attend our sister's coming-of-age ceremony with dignity. Sunlight streamed through the window frame, sparkling as Lionarius sat drawing. She wondered to herself, can I make it to the finals of the art competition? I need to make sure I catch Duke Karen's eye. Just then, someone took her hand. The two softly called out each other's names. Lionarius. Michael. Michael said with concern, you've been concentrating for too long. Take a break. If you continue like this, you might get sick. Lionarius smiled and replied, don't worry. Thanks to you, the Duke, and the former head of the family treating me so well, nothing is difficult at all. By the way, there's something I wanted to ask. Could you help me? Michael answered, you can ask me anything. Lionarius said, I want to paint with special materials. Are there any unique painting tools in birch? Hearing this, Michael stroked his chin, recalling the special materials of birch. There's the holy paint bestowed by the Temple of Light, which we sponsor. Lionarius then asked, holy paint, can I use it? Michael smiled slightly. Difficult for ordinary people, but since you are a powerful awakened, perhaps you can. Lionarius remained silent. She thought to herself, according to my memories from before my regression, Duke Aaron is looking for someone who can restore damaged holy works of art. If I can prove I have the ability to restore holy art, he will definitely come looking for me, no matter what. Thinking that, she said, can I get that paint? Michael nodded. If you want, I'll bring it to you when you need it. Now, let's take a break from drawing practice and start today's dance practice. Lionarius secretly assessed the person before her. Sometimes Michael reminds me of that silver fox. Okay, the scene shifted to another place. Melodious piano music filled the room. Michael praised her. Your dancing has really improved, Lionarius. Lionarius politely replied, it's all thanks to practicing regularly with you. She thought to herself, lately I've been very busy preparing for my coming-of-age ceremony and the art competition, but I still make time to practice dancing with Michael. I've improved a lot, but whenever Michael keeps inviting me to dance with him, I can't help but wonder, even just a little, does he want to spend time with me? Just then, Michael called out to Lionarius. I have a favor to ask of you. Lionarius was curious. A favor? What is it? The music reached its climax, and Lionarius fell backward, catching herself by placing her hands on Michael's neck to keep her balance. Michael looked extremely surprised. Lionarius also awkwardly said, I'm sorry, I tripped and accidentally stepped on your foot. Michael, his face flushed, replied, don't worry, it's okay. Lionarius asked again, what was the favor you wanted to ask? Michael coughed, then replied, on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, would you like to have the first dance with me? Lionarius, slightly surprised, asked, the first dance? Lionarius froze for a few seconds, then smiled and said, okay. Michael unexpectedly asked again, do you you know what the first dance symbolizes? Lionarius wondered. Does the first dance have a meaning? Michael smiled and replied, it's a dance between a man and a woman who have romantic feelings for each other. Lionarius froze again momentarily. At that moment, Michael took her hand and proactively asked Lionarius, What do you think of me? Lionarius hadn't expected him to suddenly ask this question. She silently thought, when I think about Michael, I realize I really enjoy being with him. The moments we touch make me feel happy. My heart beats faster too, but I'm still not sure if this feeling is true love. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I don't know what rational feelings are or the meaning of true love. Sometimes even my own emotions are hard for me to define. Michael just sighed and smiled at her. Lionarius thought a little sadly. I've endured so much pain alone for so long. For the same long time, I completely neglected myself, so it's natural that understanding my feelings takes time. Michael gently hugged her and comforted her. It's okay. There's no need to rush. When you're sure about your feelings, we can talk about it again later. I'll always be by your side. Lionarius's confused mood was quickly soothed by this warmth. She gave a relieved smile and said, Thank you, Michael. The scene shifts tonight inside the royal palace. The prince sits alone in his room, lost in thought. A knock echoes through the room. Enter, he commands. A girl with blue hair quickly walks in. She gracefully lifts her skirt and bows. Your Highness, greetings. Is Hester Levon? The prince's deep voice resonates. Have you correctly learned the rules of social circles? Hester nods gently. Yes, Your Highness. The prince offers a soft laugh. Make sure you are well prepared. With your ability to brainwash, Lionarius will belong to me. Hester smiles confidently. I will not disappoint you. The prince smiles as well. Good, I trust you. He thinks to himself about Hester Levon. Although she is the daughter of a viscount, her artistic talent is quite well known in aristocratic circles. But I chose her not just for this reason, but because of the special ability she possesses, the power of mind control. That ability will play an important role in helping me obtain that woman. Then he speaks. Now that I think about it, you slightly resemble Miss Elhim. Actually, it's a slight vague resemblance. Hester smiles, slightly awkwardly, and asks, Really? Just then, a voice announces from outside, Your Majesty, a guest has come to visit you. The prince wonders, I have no appointments. Who is it? The servant replies, Duke Karen has arrived. Hearing this, the prince is slightly startled. Duke Karen? Is he from that mysterious family they've been talking about? He immediately asks his subordinate, Is it truly him? The subordinate replies, Yes. He has brought the ring bestowed by the royal family and the seal of the Heron family. The prince smirks. Very well, tell him to come in right now. Hester turns around and lifts her skirt. Then, I shall take my leave. As she walks outside, she happens to encounter the man. Hester wonders, could this be Duke Heron? She boldly glances over, but she only sees the man's feet. Then, without gaining anything, she departs. The man quickly enters and says, It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. The prince replies, Well, what business brings you to me? The Duke abruptly replies, I wish to inquire about the fire that occurred in the royal palace. The prince is slightly startled. If it's about the fire, the Duke continues, An unusual fire broke out in the crown prince's palace, one that couldn't be extinguished with ordinary water. I received a report that all the flames were suddenly extinguished all at once. That fire was clearly caused by some special method. I believe it is related to the temple. The prince thinks to himself, it seems he knows quite a bit. He forces a smile and asks, So what do you want? The Duke bluntly replies, I want to find the person who extinguished the fire. Hearing this, the prince is slightly surprised. Then he faintly smiles and asks, You wish to find that person? He inwardly calculates, Well, I can use this to manipulate Duke Heron. It won't be difficult, but if I don't know what the Duke is thinking, I can't establish a connection. Then help me. I will introduce you to that person. The Duke coldly replies, Understood, but if what you say turns out to be false, you should prepare for the consequences. I do not tolerate those who deceive me. The prince then replies, Understood, don't worry too much. He inwardly scoffs. Even the emperor couldn't find the cause of the fire. How does he expect to find the truth? The two finally shake hands, and the Duke says, Then from now on, I will cooperate with the royal family. The next morning, Lionarius stands before the carriage, speaking to Merlin. Then, I trust you, Merlin. Merlin replies, Yes, don't worry. I will make sure to send everything without any problems. You will definitely enter the finals. Even I, who doesn't know much about painting, feel the overwhelming power in your work. Then, I'm going now, miss. After the carriage departs, Michael speaks. Now, we should also go. Father asked me to take you directly to his office. Lionarius nods. On, let's go, Michael said as they walked. It's amazing that you paint with wax. I've never seen anything like it, but it's really beautiful, Lionarius replied. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to bring the wax paints. Michael shook his head. Well, no, if you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't be able to use those paints at all. But you did, because you're you. Lionarius thought. Michael said the same thing to me. If even Merlin, an ordinary person, felt something different, then Duke Karen will definitely notice it too. Just then, Michael suggested, since you've already submitted your painting, can we spend more time together? Lionarius smiled inwardly. I think we've already spent quite a lot of time together, Michael asked again. But can I ask you something? Lionarius nodded. What is it? Michael wondered. Lionarius, your painting this time, it's quite abstract. Can you tell me what you painted? Lionarius said, well, she began to recall the painting she had submitted. Vivid red, Michael wondered. What is it? Lionarius replied. It's a secret for now. Michael was slightly taken aback. What? He didn't push, but gently smiled. All right, but you have to tell me later. Lionarius nodded and smiled. Yes, I'll tell you. The two quickly returned to the castle. Her father greeted them. You both arrived? Lionarius. Michael. Her grandfather also said, since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point, her father replied. I was just about to... Father. Lionarius waited with slight curiosity. What's this conversation going to be about? Then, her father said, our birch. I plan to make it a duchy. Both of them were very surprised to hear this. Lionarius spoke up and asked, can I ask what suddenly made you make such a decision? Her father replied, this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time. Birch has existed for a very long time. I've been raised with the understanding that the line between the royal family and Elohim shouldn't be crossed. That's why no matter what they did to us, I couldn't retaliate against them, her grandfather added. But when we think about everything they've done to us, we decided we can't remain silent any longer. Michael said, the goal is to let them live. We don't need to be bound by them, her father said. It would be best to hold Lionarius's coming-of-age ceremony a little earlier. Lionarius was stunned. My coming-of-age ceremony? Michael also wondered, why suddenly hold a coming-of-age ceremony? Her grandfather spoke up. I heard some rather disturbing news. There's word that Duke Karen has joined hands with the royal family. Lionarius was very surprised to hear this news. Duke Karen, her father continued. It's not that I'm making any dangerous moves, but it bothers me. Before doing anything, I thought it would be a good idea to safely complete the coming-of-age ceremony and prepare for the transition to the domain. Lionarius inwardly lamented. Duke Karen joined hands with the royal family. This never happened before the regression. According to my memories from before the regression, Duke Karen was someone who had no interest in anything other than restoring his crest. The royal family must have made a deal regarding the torch. But if you look at my drawings, it's clear he'll somehow find me. On Duke Harrison's side, he stood looking at his hair, realizing it's become paler than before. Is it because I've been using my abilities too often? Just then, a servant outside announced, My lord, the carriage is ready. Harrison said, Let's go now. He reached for the mask on the table, then realized, I don't need this, because I'm Jen Walker now. The painting competition had begun, and countless drawings had been submitted. The person in charge said, Welcome, Jen. These are the paintings that passed the preliminary round. Which painting do you think stands out the most? Harrison glanced and assessed. It seems like none of the paintings looked particularly special until he saw that painting. This is the painting Lionarius sent. The official beside him remarked, I suppose you admire this piece as well. I believe the winner of this painting competition will be the anonymous entrant, Heron realized with surprise. I just felt divine power. We've finally found someone who can restore the divine flame. He turned and asked, Hey, can you tell me right now who painted this? The official shook his head. Because it was submitted anonymously, the painter's identity remains unknown. Lionarius gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. I must find out somehow. This entire exchange was being eavesdropped on by a young woman, Hester. Heron walked on, lost in thought. There must be a way to find out. First, we'll go upstairs and talk to them. Just then, someone called out to him. Hello, it was Hester. She spoke, asking, the genius painter Jen Walker, correct? Heron inwardly realized, this is the woman I met before at the Crown Prince's palace. Hester continued, My name is Hester. Heron replied, Oh, I know that name. I heard you're the news star who's quite famous among the nobles lately. Are you here for the painting competition? Hester replied, Yes. I'm also an entrant in this competition. I waited because they said they would return the paintings eliminated in the preliminary round. No matter how long I waited, you didn't come. So I came to visit you personally, Heron countered. If I didn't return it, then it passed the preliminary round. Why are you here? Hester covered her face and replied, I thought that was impossible. This time I submitted a painting with the entire canvas painted red. Heron thought to himself, this woman painted that painting, but I didn't feel any divine power from her. There's something I don't know. Or she's lying. At that moment, Hester pretended to turn around. If I say this, it's very specific. I'm sorry. Please pretend you didn't hear anything. Heron quickly called her back. Wait a minute. Hester smugly turned her head. Yes. Is there something you want to say? Heron asked. Can you tell me more about that painting? Inside the royal palace, the prince's surprised voice rang out. Really? Hester replied, yes. Duke Heron is the famous Jen Walker, the prince muttered, disguised to change his appearance. I really didn't expect that. So, how did you approach him? Hester smirked and replied, I told him I was the owner of the painting he was looking for. Now he's completely on my side. The prince praised her. You did a great job. You must also make sure you conquer that man without making any mistakes. Hester confidently replied, yes. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. I will fulfill your wishes. The scene shifted to Lionarius. She wondered, did my painting win? Merlin replied, of course, no surprise at all. I knew if it was Milady's painting, it would definitely win. Lionarius smiled bitterly. Merlin, really? She thought to herself, if I won, that means I'm really standing out in the painting competition. Knowing now, there's someone who can create a sacred work. Duke Heron will somehow come looking for me. Just then, Merlin asked, Milady, what do you plan to do with the prize money? Lionarius was a little surprised. There's prize money? Merlin took out an envelope and replied, yes. It was sent today along with the letter. If there's anything you want, why not buy it now? Lionarius muttered. Nothing in particular. Merlin agreed, saying, that's right, because the adults always give you everything you want, so it's not surprising. Suddenly Lionarius spoke. I just thought of something I want to buy. Can you go shopping with me in the city center today? Merlin immediately turned and replied, yes. Then I'll inform the knights now. Lionarius shook her head to stop her. No, I want to go alone with Merlin. I want to keep it a secret from the others. Soon after, the bustling cityscape came into view. Two girls appeared there. Lionarius thought, now that I think about it, this is the first time we've gone out like this, so these are the people who live outside the manor. Everyone looks so calm and happy. I want to protect the happiness of these peaceful people. After a long while, the two entered a shop together. Lionarius, after observing for a moment, was surprised and exclaimed, so many beautiful handkerchiefs. I'll take this one, and this one. The shopkeeper immediately replied, yes, I'll prepare them for you. Lionarius thought for a moment. As for brooches, she looked at the designs placed in front of her, one with a red stone, one with a blue stone. Lionarius quickly made a choice. This one is nice. The shopkeeper chatted while packing the goods and sending them off. Thank you. See you again. Merlin, holding several boxes of goods, said, you've bought enough. Lionarius replied, they're gifts for the people of Birch. I want to thank a lot of people. Merlin smiled. I understand. Everyone will like them. Unexpectedly, Lionarius suddenly gave her a box and said, this is for you. This is a gift from Merlin. Merlin was very surprised. For me? Lionarius nodded and smiled. Yes, I wanted to use the first money I earned to buy meaningful gifts for everyone. I've always been very grateful to you, Merlin. Merlin held the gift box, tears welling in her eyes, and said, this is the first time I've received such a gift. Thank you very much. Miss Lionarius smiled and replied, I'm glad you like it, Merlin. I chose something that I thought would suit you, but I didn't know if you would like it. Merlin smiled and replied, anything Miss gives me, I'll like. Just then, Lionarius suddenly startled. She looked back suspiciously. Why did an energy source suddenly appear on the other side? Lionarius thought, I feel a very weak energy source from Shui Lian. Is that you? You appearing in public like this means you're summoning me. Seeing her acting strangely, Merlin called out suspiciously, Miss? Lionarius quickly regained her composure and said, it's nothing. Let's go home. Merlin nodded. Yes, I'll take you to the carriage, Lionarius thought as she walked. It's no use, we'll never meet. Indeed. A shadowy figure stood there. Shui Lian grumbled a little angrily. You dare ignore me. Damn it. I thought if I came to the Birch region, I could find you. No, there's still a chance. We'll meet at your coming-of-age ceremony. After an indeterminate amount of time, the scene shifted back to Lionarius's mansion. Lionarius looked at the rich cake on the table, wondering, and asked, "Is there anything special happening today?" Her father smiled and replied, "Ah, today is a special day. There's something to congratulate. Congratulations to Lily for winning the award." Lionarius smiled, embarrassed, and said, "Thank you everyone for your congratulations. I plan to tell everyone myself." After they went out, her father asked, "By the way, I heard you went out with Merlin today. Where did you two go?" Lionarius replied, "I wanted to buy a few things." "Merlin, can you bring out the things we prepared earlier?" Merlin nodded. "Yes, of course." After the gifts were presented, Lionarius said, "These are gifts for everyone." Her father and grandfather were both surprised. "Gifts? Are they for us?" Lionarius nodded and replied, "Yes. I bought them with the prize money from the painting competition because this is the first money I've earned. I wanted to use it meaningfully." The two men exchanged glances, looking at her. Lionarius then said, "Open them." Her father opened his gift first. He happily praised, "A red button like the birch symbol. This is the best gift I've received in many years." Her grandfather also said, "I'll always wear it. Thank you. My love, Michael. Would you like to open your gift too?" Michael, a little surprised, opened the gift, and when he saw it, it was a jade brooch. Lionarius asked, "Do you like it? I wanted to give you something special." Michael then smiled and replied, "Yes, I like it very much. Wearing this brooch makes me feel like I'm looking at the same place as you." But it's a little difficult to put on myself," Lionarius suggested. "Let me help you." Michael was delighted. "Thank you, Lionarius." Her father and grandfather inwardly cursed. "That cunning old child. He's my son, but he's truly hateful." Then they spoke up. "Lionarius, we also have a gift for you," Lionarius asked, surprised. "For me?" Her father nodded. "Of course. We can't just congratulate you with words. This is something only awakened people can use. If you're in danger, you can transmit your power into this necklace, and we'll be able to find you anywhere. Try transmitting your power into the necklace." Lionarius listened and closed her eyes. "Concentrate the water's energy. Focus it here." She quickly opened one eye and asked the people opposite her, "Did you hear anything?" Her father nodded and replied, "Yes. This is a sound only the people of Birch can hear," Michael added. "Wherever you are, you'll be able to hear us calling from the farthest reaches of the territory." Lionarius looked at the chain in her hand and exclaimed, "A sound only Birch can hear. How fascinating." Her grandfather added, "Hopefully, you'll never need to use it, but just in case, always keep it with you." Lionarius happily replied, "Yes, thank you. By the way, are the preparations for the coming-of-age ceremony going smoothly?" Her grandfather then proudly stated, "Of course, everything is going smoothly, Lionarius. Your father is sure you'll like it. The walls are designed in the style of artisans invited from the royal family. The pillars have also been completely renovated in a temple style, making them even more magnificent. This is your coming-of-age ceremony, but your father feels even more excited than you. He's always thought that if he had a daughter, he would want to prepare a truly grand coming-of-age ceremony for her." Lionarius was slightly surprised. "Daughter, I've never been cared for like this before. So this is what it feels like to be loved by a father." She bowed her head and said, "It's nothing. I truly appreciate it, Duke." Her father laughed and said, "Well, thank you for understanding. By the way, do you know about the coming-of-age ceremony process?" Lionarius replied, "I know it varies from family to family, but I don't know the details." Her grandfather explained, "In Birch, the head of the family will mark you with their blood during the ceremony. When you see the mark, an illusion connected to Birch's power will appear before your eyes. Carefully remember that illusion," Lionarius asked, puzzled. "Will it be helpful to me?" Her father said meaningfully, "Well, that depends on you." After taking Lionarius back to her room, Michael said with a smile, "Tomorrow is finally the coming-of-age ceremony." Lionarius nodded. "Yes, I never thought I would hold the ceremony here in Birch. Thank you everyone for always treating me like family and taking care of me," Michael replied. "That's only natural." Lionarius smiled slightly and continued, "And thank you, Michael, for helping me practice dancing all this time. Because I practiced so hard, I don't think I'll make any mistakes while dancing with others." Hearing this, Michael froze. Then he rested his hand on his hip and asked, "Others? Who?" Lionarius replied, "I have someone in mind." Michael frantically asked, "Grandfather or father?" "Walter? Andre? Merlin?" Lionarius replied, "Calm down, Michael. Perhaps it's someone you don't know." Michael darkly wondered. Among the people around Lionarius, there's a man I don't know. Seeing his strange expression, Lionarius wondered, Michael, what's wrong? Lionarius forced a smile and said, Nothing. I was just vaguely thinking. He then took Lionarius's hand and placed a kiss on it, after which he reluctantly nibbled her hand lightly. Then he looked up at her strangely. Lionarius frowned slightly at the slight, stinging sensation. Michael finally released her hand and said, Well then, see you tomorrow, Lionarius. Watching him leave, Lionarius wondered, confused. What was that all about? For some reason, he seems to be in a bad mood. Later, Lionarius returned to her room and went to sleep. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Lionarius, wake up. Lionarius asked doubtfully. Michael? Michael took her hand and said, Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. Merlin's voice startled Lionarius awake. Miss, I'll be in a moment. Today she needed to wake up early, as there were many things to prepare. I'll help you, so you can go out right away. Lionarius secretly mused. That was just a dream. Having such a dream, is it because yesterday's events are still on my mind? This feeling, what is it? Soon, they arrived at the annex. The carriage slowly entered. A girl gently lifted her dress as she stepped out of the carriage. Lionarius was quickly and carefully helped down by Michael. Her father greeted her with a smile. Lionarius, you've arrived, Michael whispered. You look so beautiful today, as if you just descended from heaven. Lionarius shyly avoided his gaze, thinking, because of that dream, I can't help but be aware of it. Just then, Michael said, I'll be by your side all day to protect you. But if anything happens, remember to use that necklace. Lionarius nodded. Yes, understand. Well then, let's go. An announcement rang out. Miss Lionarius of Birch is entering. Many eyes turned to Lionarius, incessantly whispering, Oh my God, she's so beautiful. I never knew Miss Elheim was so stunning. Lionarius and her father walked to the opposite side and stood. Now, we will begin the coming-of-age ceremony. Her father reassured her. There's no need to worry. You don't need to share what you see during the ritual. It's best to keep it to yourself. Having said that, he cut his hand between his fingers and gently pressed it against hers. Lionarius quickly closed her eyes. She saw herself lying in Michael's arms, hearing him call out, Lionarius. No matter what you know the future to be, the important thing is, I don't think I can live without you anymore. Then, Lionarius slowly opened her eyes, escaping the illusion. She looked towards the other person, surprised. Michael stood beside her, watching her with a sweet smile. Lionarius fell into thought. I don't know what the illusion I just saw means, but the emotions I experienced in that illusion, perhaps that's what Michael meant by love. I'm still not completely sure, but for some reason, my heart feels so full that I could cry.